Hey, good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Let's get our good mornings in. Alexandra, good morning. Samuel, good morning. Nives, good morning. Trading Pennies, good morning. Hassan, good morning. Chris, on tilt today, started with negative 800, now negative 200. Ooh, a good comeback. Flex, Yo Pasha, did you really blow all accounts? No, I didn't blow any accounts. But I did get pretty heavy drawdown. It was about 1K on each account. And just this morning I realized that the My Funded Futures accounts, so the TPT fundeds, those have 1K drawdown left, so I can grind those out pretty easily. But the My Funded Futures accounts, I actually some days didn't get as much green on them, so I'm pretty low on drawdown on those. Like I'm talking like $600 left in drawdown. So I gotta trade pretty carefully today. Beauty Stock Plays, good morning. Jane Penny's doing well. I'm doing not too bad. I'm still sick, to be honest. Last night I went through like a whole get unsick ritual, so. Amor, good morning. Matthew, good morning. Daniel, good morning. You're trading on a 25K account, so 1K is max drawdown. Oh, dang. I thought 25Ks were 1K drawdown. Yeah, 1K is tough. I literally thought it was 1.5K. I guess it depends on the prop firm. Anto, good morning. Daily Day Trade, good morning. Piotr, good morning. FOMC, yeah. Be looking forward to that. Ergonomic, good morning, brother. Man, this level in here has been holding so well. And I guess here in pre-market, we almost kind of made like a double bottom. ES looking a little bit weaker, maybe.
China's Commerce Ministry says cybersecurity proposal abandons technological neutrality and undermines China-EU trade. Also,
James, good morning, brother.
Ministry says the proposal violates WTO rules and China will take necessary measures to defend its legitimate rights.
Looks like Mango got a 2K payout yesterday. Nice. Samuel, what do you think, Pasha, of the 50K pro account for My Funded Futures? It's good. The negative about it is the max position size. So for people that want to go heavier, the max position size is very conservative. You know, and then some people, they want their payouts quick. The pro account, you gotta have the account opened for 14 days. But the rules on it and everything, they're pretty decent. So I've got one pro account with My Funded Futures. Ended up picking up 3 Top Step 50Ks for $95. Nice, Mango. Good luck. Can't get past 250. Yeah. Dantevu, good morning. Nate. 1.5 on Aqua Funded and TPT. Okay. Yeah, I guess I've been used to the TPT drawdowns. Can someone explain this note from TPT? Yeah, Swooptify. So you are not allowed to trade 1 minute before or 1 minute after FOMC at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So all you got to do is you got to make sure to not be in any positions 1 minute before, 1 minute after that exact like time on the clock. Everything else is tradable. You're trying to do a challenge where you buy only one 25K account, and any profits you buy additional accounts, but if you blow, no trading for the month. Okay, that's a pretty good rule. Or pretty cool challenge. Nice. Morning on these TP22. These are, I have five TPT funded accounts, 2 my funded futures funded accounts, and then 3 my funded futures evals. So I'm copy trading 10 accounts. I didn't lose. If you're talking about the accounts I lost like a month ago now, yeah, these are different accounts. If you're talking about the accounts that I had last week, these are the same ones. Top Step has too many rules, you think, on 50K? I've never traded Top Step. I'm only trading the prop firms that I'm affiliated with. Revenant, good morning. No problem, Suptify. Nathan, good morning. And Gilog, good morning. Islam, thank you, brother. Just signed up as a member. Any special place I should go? Stay on YouTube, thanks. So you can join the Discord if you like. The Discord's free. But basically, Matthew, you have access to the Google Drive now as a member. So feel free to access the spreadsheets or anything like that. And yeah, if you're on the Discord, make sure you let me know your Discord username. Okay, let's start a poll for market direction. Yesterday's orb, I was kind of paying attention to it a little bit. It was not very successful. Samuel, no problem. Omar, good morning. Jamie, good morning. Think price is going to previous day low. Yeah, what is previous day's low? Oh, yeah. 200 below, maybe. Matthew, the Discord link is in the description. Killer Slug, good morning. Love your vibe and the show's vibe. Nice, I appreciate that, man. Thanks for joining the Trade Titans. D-Trade, good morning. Daniel, hello, Pasha. I tried to find the orb indicator from your last video, but did not find the same name for it. Was the name of the indicator changed? It is on TradingView. So if you're searching anywhere other than TradingView, you may not find it. But it is, the name of it is Orb and Targets by Luxalgo. So if you just search Luxalgo, yeah, like let me find it. Luxalgo. Orb. Okay, so I guess on the community tab, it's labeled differently, but it says opening range with breakout. I guess that's what it's called on the community tab. But the important thing is it's created by Luxalgo, and it's the opening range one. And Daniel, the important thing is to just get like any opening range indicator. Honestly, they're probably all pretty much similar. Because it'll be very simple for you to just have the opening range and mark out targets. So I'm sure there are a bunch of different indicators that do the exact same thing. But that's I guess what it's called on the community tab. Angio, good morning. Hoya, good morning. Chris, you need a 60-point push to get your first payout on the 25K. Okay. You may get that. Possibly. Today you think choppy day until FOMC? Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I'm just surprised that we're well over 100 a barrel on oil. And yeah, the market's still holding up very well. Also, we have earnings. A lot of earnings today. After the market closes, we have Meta, Google, Amazon, Qualcomm, Microsoft. All of those. Man, if you plan on trading after hours today, it may be way crazier movement than the entire New York session. That's how crazy these earnings are going to be. Sabit, good morning. Folden, do you think it'll be just choppy until Powell talks? I don't know. I'm hoping that we get some risk off before FOMC. That's what I'm hoping for. With oil being so high and all of that, that's what I'm hoping for, but anything could happen. Oh, your name's... Okay, I'll just call you Swooped. Think upside grind today, looking to get back to 340. Got a nice leftover gap. Yeah, we'll see. Think today will go up. Okay. Trends break. Indicator of Lux Algo is a very good indicator with price action, Pasha. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got that one set as well. The trend lines with breaks by Lux Algo. I tested it over 11 months on the 5-minute chart, and it was positive expected value. So it is very good. Some days it won't be that great. You'll have a lot of stopped out trades. Like you'll have the indicator show like 3 or 4 breakouts, breakdowns, but then they end up getting stopped out. But overall, over the past 11 months, I backtested that indicator and just made like a rule where once the indicator triggers, you have a 20-point stop and 40-point take profit. And if the take profit hits before the stop, then it's a success. And for the breakout, it's like 60% win rate, and breakdown was 70% win rate.
US dollar briefly hits 160 yen, the highest since April 7th, last up around 0.2%.
Let's play the orb today, yes sir. Yeah, yesterday's orb was pretty terrible. Just join the Discord, Samuel? Okay, nice. Yeah, feel free to share your strategies, wins, losses on there, all that stuff. Oil won't be too relevant today with FOMC and mega cap earnings. I mean, that's true too, yeah. Did you see any difference between 15-minute and 30-minute orb? So I've only tested the 15-minute. I've not tested other ranges. I've had some people that have back tested those ranges, and they say that they're profitable. Honestly, I think like, yeah, 5-minute range, 15-minute range, 30-minute range, I think they're all going to be profitable because we're trading an index that tends to trend, or an instrument that tends to trend. So if we're trading something that usually trends, then we're probably going to have more wins than losses. Chris, could market push up due to people buying gambling earnings? Maybe. Microsoft, I think definitely. Microsoft's down like 20% from its high. I mean, let me see. It was down 20% from its high. Let's see where it's at right now. I guess it bounced a little bit. Yeah, it's like 15% below its all-time high. Bounced pretty well too. But yeah, for the other ones, I have no idea.
According to White House official, Trump and oil companies discuss steps to continue Iran blockade for months if needed. Again, White House official says Trump and oil companies discuss steps to continue Iran blockade for months if needed. Just seeing
It's a big oil pop off that news.
A little bit, a little bit down, some movement on the S&P 500 off of the back of that. WTI, tiny little move towards the upside.
It'll be easy to trade with Powell's FOMC. What do you think of today's volatility in oil? Yeah, I don't know. It's ready for some big news to drop it, that's for sure. Caliber, good morning. Pasha, which trendline indicator are you backtesting? So for the Lux Algo trend lines and breaks, that I backtested. I stopped forward testing it. So I have 11 months of data in the Trade Titan Google Drive. But I stopped forward testing it. I'm like, okay, this is profitable. I'm gonna take trades on it, but I don't want to forward test it anymore. It's just too much time. Like whenever I end the stream, basically, I'm going in and I'm like changing up my forward testing and I'm putting in all the data and everything, and that's just another several data points that I have to put in. It's just too much for me, so I stopped.
Just came through. The White House official said Trump and oil companies discuss steps to continue the Iran blockade for months if required.
But yeah, the settings are the default settings. I didn't change any of them. I did only run it on the 5-minute chart. So I only tested the 5-minute chart. I did not test 1 minute or anything other than that. Looks like a red day, but we can get green. Yeah, maybe. Futures Fumbler, good morning. What happened to me yesterday? So I took my max loss limit overnight, the night before last night. So yesterday's overnight trading. I took max loss limit and I was like, man, I'm gonna be revenge trading. I gotta get out. So that's what I did. So I asked Leo to basically fill in for me, because I was going to be revenge trading. Ren Cooper, good morning. Caliber Kalen, good morning. Darby, do you automate any of your trading view strategies? No. I don't really know how to, and I don't really want to risk doing that. Is the orb and the initial balance the same thing? I don't think so. But I'm honestly not sure what initial balance is. Pasha, how do you set TP and stop loss for the trendline indicator? So usually, basically, user, if you want access to the backtesting of that, it's on the Google Drive for the Trade Titans. So if you really want that, feel free to do it. But generally, what I would say is when the breakout or breakdown signal triggers, I will take an entry at that level, set my stop to 20 or 25 points, and my take profit at 40 or 50 points. And that's it.
So emerging market
that's how I trade
currencies,
that indicator.
Oil price passes $116 a barrel.
FEMA, hello.
We had the White House official said Trump and oil companies discuss steps to continue the Iran blockade for months if needed.
How much drawdown left, and how do you plan to build back that drawdown? So on the TPTs, I have about 1K of drawdown left. On the my funded futures accounts, it's less than 1K. So I'm gonna honestly, like, yeah, I need to just trade very safe. That's really what I gotta do. Thanks, Futures Fumbler. Jatine, good evening. JCV, good morning. Initial balance is first hour. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I guess the orb is not the initial balance unless you're doing a 60-minute orb or something. Fila. Shadow Rise created an indicator with 75% win rate, but your RR is not really good. Need an upgrade, more backtesting. Yeah. If you backtest just using TradingView, it's not very accurate, just so you know. Like, the backtesting I did was manual. Where's the coffee, Pasha? We had a deal. I pressed the like button, you bring the coffee. I forgot the coffee. I forgot it. It's too late for me to go get some. Fishman, just stop to short squeeze the like button, brother. God bless you and your family. Appreciate it, Fishman. Darby, are you holding your trade through open? I would like to. Yesterday, you where I cry. What? Daz, what's up, man? What's the best way to backtest Pasha? I think people use Python and all that kind of stuff. I honestly don't know the best way. All I know is whenever I ran backtesting for a strategy through TradingView, it was inaccurate. Thanks, Tom. Alex, good morning. Sean, good morning. Hard to say if it's a bull flag or descending triangle forming on the higher time frames. Yeah, true. We shall see. This level has been holding pretty well overnight with three tests, I guess, that have held. I'm basically looking for the break. Got shelled last night, like overnight, but last
Just a
night.
reminder from last night's news,
that
Wall Street
sucks.
Journal reported that Trump instructed states to be ready for a prolonged Iran blockade. Of course, we just
I gotta refresh Financial Juice. I don't know if it's on my side or
discussed steps
Financial
to
Juice
continue
messed
the Iran
up.
blockade for months if
I
needed.
guess it's on their side. They're kind of laggy. Into Oil, good morning. Missed me yesterday?
Dollar
Yeah, I
index
wasn't
extending
trading.
gains against the yen, hitting the highest since March 30th.
Oil
Lost
ripping
about
and Q
0.3%.
holding. I know. This is crazy. Oil's about to hit 105, man. New high of day. I think it's an all-time high on futures. It just broke the high, or not all-time high, but it's a high now. It broke out of that previous high in March. So that's kind of crazy because March, let's see where we were at. We were right here. This is where we were at whenever oil was this price. And then once stuff happening, we just
Treasury yields
dumped.
extend climb, 10-year hitting the highest since March 30th.
So we are over 2,000 points above when oil was at the same level
Let's
that
go down to
oil
the leading marker and
was
open imbalance
back then.
data.
Pretty crazy. Today positive open or negative? No idea.
Ten seconds.
Yeah, so these little pops down here that keep holding this bullish order block here in the hourly. You break below that.
Market and open imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 149 million. NASDAQ 100 buy side 2.2 million. Dow 30 sell side 8.5 million.
Wow, financial juice is very laggy. Okay, starting to pop through there.
Just heads up to users. We're just going to restart the stream. Give it about 30 seconds.
Needs to break below 170 about. Yep. There it goes. Now, how far do I hold here, man? It's a nice open. Wow. Man, imagine I get greedy here, don't take it, and it full reverses. Guess I need to watch the ES. ES is hitting that bullish order block now. Alrighty. 56% saying we're going down. See how we end the day off. Right now, ES dumping pretty well. NASDAQ quite a bit higher than yesterday's low. ES is very well, not very close, but the ES is pretty dang close compared to the NASDAQ to breaking yesterday's lows.
Starbucks
So
rises as much as 5.1%, the most intraday since January 28th.
Take it. Think I should take 100 points. All right, I'm gonna pop on chatting session. We'll see what Leo thinks. I don't know if he's on. I guess Leo's not on. Yeah, because I think Leo was saying he's having internet issues. But yeah, Leo, good to see you in the chat. Lynette, happy hump day. XMP, good morning. Used trailing stop loss, you're out already? Okay. Oh, you took 100 points profit. Nice, man. Good stuff. Pasha's devil on his shoulders saying, let it ride, brother. I mean, honestly, yeah. Like, basically, I'd want to take profits all the way down here before 26,850. Because like if yesterday's lows break, I think that's a good target to have if it does sell off a lot today. 26,850. So in the big scheme of things, if I take profit here, it's I mean it's big. But if we break these lows, it's going down there. Why not put in a stop? Because it's like so low below, I don't really have to worry about it spiking up out of nowhere.
10 minutes ago now, we get the Bank of Canada interest rate decision. Forecasts for no change prior 2.25%. And we get the Bank of Canada rate statement as well. And
You're
the
getting
monetary policy
silenced by
report.
the enemies.
And then later on at 10:30, we get the Bank of Canada
Okay, there
press
we
conference
go.
with macro.
We're getting more than 100 points now. I mean, I could take your guys' advice. I could take your guys' advice and take one off at 120 points. I'll do that. I'll take your guys' advice. Fine. Why not trail a stop as well? How close would I trail? I only need to trail stops whenever I'm scalping. If I'm trying to capture more than 100 points, there's no reason for me to trail a stop unless I think there's some news that could spike the market up like crazy. Yeah, this is on all the accounts, correct, Nathan? Like the ES compared to the NASDAQ, it's like crazy. The ES barely bounces. NASDAQ bounces a bunch. Am I going to play the orb today? Yeah. I'll need to. See, what's our range? 94 points, not bad. Pretty average so far. I think I'll put it on the 15-minute time frame so I can see a little clearer what's going on. Man, gold's dumping a bunch. Gold looks weak, man. What's oil doing? Oil's ripping up, man. Look at that bounce on NASDAQ versus the ES. Ooh, the Dow is dumping right now. The Dow just broke through a bunch of key levels that it was holding for a while. See if it can break through the final one from last week. Look at Dow here. Look at that dumpage.
So, reminder, Hegseth is speaking to House Armed Services Committee about the budget that they proposed. That'll be the video will be at 10 a.m. Eastern Time when that's supposed to be happening.
I'll be kind of sad if the orb starts breaking to the upside.
Reminder, we do have the video of him
so
on the
sad.
left-hand side in the economic calendar. Just click on his name, Hegseth testifies in budget, and it'll pop up with the video on a separate page.
Crazy thing is, it's actually possible. You'll be happy, Piotr? I'll be sad.
Also, about less than 5 minutes ago now, or 3 minutes ago, to begin the Bank of Canada rate decision. Forecast is for no change prior 2.25%. We get the monetary policy report and the rate statement as well. And then later on 10:30, we get the Bank of Canada press conference with Macklem.
Okay, 2.5 minutes till the orb closes.
One minute ago now to get the rate decision. According to Fox News, citing sources, oil sector officials expressed their support for Trump's measures regarding Iran to secure global oil supplies. It's being cited by AJ Breaking. So again, being cited by Al Jazeera there.
Look at that ES, man. ES is about to widen its range. Last 20 seconds. Closing pretty weak, about to be. Dow is also coming down to break the low from last week.
Canada.
It just swept it, I believe. Yeah, it just swept the low from last week on Dow.
No change, no change. Rate remains unchanged at 2.25% as expected. So Bank of Canada says Q1 output gap estimated in the range of -1.5 to -0.5, unchanged from January. Forecast assumes US tariff remains unchanged and oil prices gradually decline
That's
to
the ES going
$75
down there.
by mid-2027.
Where's Mark when
Annualized
you need
Q1
when you need
GDP
him?
is in at
Where's Mark?
1.5% compared to the prior of 1.8% in January. Q2 predicted to be 1.5%. Nominal neutral interest rate is estimated to be in the range of 2.25 to 3.25%, unchanged from January.
Okay, Dow's actually
Potential
looking like
output
it's
growth
getting
in this year
acceptance
seen at
at this
1.2%
level.
versus 1%
Here,
in
I'll show
January,
you guys.
1.3% in
So it just broke that low from
versus
last week,
1% in
and it's not bouncing hard.
January,
It's
1%
kind of
in
holding there.
January. Most measures of annual wage growth are between
We shall
3
see
and
how that hourly
3.5%.
closes, though. 15
We
minutes
may
till that
still
hourly
need to
candle
be
closes. I'd love
adjusted
for it to
to
close
policy
down there.
rate
It has
depending on
not
how
closed
risk
down there
evolves.
yet.
Malcolm says if the economy evolves broadly
Like,
in
take a
line
look at this on the
with
Dow.
base
You
case,
see all those wicks?
changes in policy rate will be small.
It did not hold
If
down
high
there
energy
yet.
prices
This
start
may
leading
be
to
the first
ongoing
hourly on
generalized
the Dow to
inflation,
close
we may
weak.
need consecutive rises in policy rate. If the US imposes significant new trade restrictions, we may
ES is almost
need to cut
to
the policy
breaking
rate further.
yesterday's lows.
Uncertainty is elevated, and monetary policy may need to be nimble.
Is this considered
also
good
Malcolm
news?
says
It's
this is
just
because higher global oil prices
Bank
increase
of
value
China, I
energy
think.
exports as they squeeze consumers and businesses. Malcolm goes on to say that impact of Middle East war on overall
Or
Canadian
Bank
growth
of
is
Canada,
expected
sorry.
to be small.
Not Bank of China.
Monetary
Bank of
policy
Canada.
will depend importantly on USMCA trade discussions, Middle East war, and the impact of US tariffs and energy prices.
So what Bank of Canada is actually saying is
Just keeping an eye on the Canadian dollar.
bearish.
See a little bit of
Just so you
weakness
know.
off of the back of the rate decision in the Canadian dollar off of that.
Macklem said if higher energy prices start leading to ongoing generalized inflation, we may need consecutive rises in policy
The Canadian dollar
rate.
weakening against the US dollar after the Bank of Canada rate decision, down about 0.1% on the day now.
So what Bank of Canada is saying is like they've got a little bit of they're a little bit worried. Sounds like.
Again, just a key comment from Bank of Canada looking at the Q1 GDP seen at 1.5% versus 1.8% in January.
Yeah, exactly. Traveling Taya. 100%. Yeah, FOMC may be super bearish today. We'll see though.
Not ruling out seeking parliamentary seat again.
Dow is about to break 49K. The Dow Futures. It just did. It's tapping through 49K right now. NASDAQ's like the only one that's really holding so well. Very interesting. Or sorry, the NASDAQ is the only one that's kind of holding right now. Every index is big red. Gold's almost 2% down today. Then the NASDAQ's actually green. It's like almost at break even at this level from yesterday's close. But everything else is looking super bearish.
Germany's 2-year yields rising 7 basis points to about 2.716%.
Too much tech news incoming. Yeah. That may be why it's holding. Who knows? That tech ratio is pushing though. Yeah, last Friday it broke 93%. Right now we're at 92.7%. Tech keeps holding like this. Oil's insane. Oh yeah, oil just broke 105. Dang. As oil's up there, NASDAQ's still up there. ES making a little bounce from yesterday's lows. See if it can break. Hopefully Dow's showing us that we're going down. And somebody said, what are the orb levels and whatnot? The bottom of the orb is 124. Kleiner with the 3-month close to first payout. Nice, man. There we go. Nice job, Kleiner. Your short looks beautiful. We'll see. It's the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's nasty. Why is DXY suddenly gaining strength? Is it? I would love to see that. Oh, yeah. I mean, I was talking about the dollar looking pretty strong to push up. But yeah, the push up right now is looking really good. Man, the NASDAQ's actually about to break out the top of the orb right now. Guys, hate it or love it, I don't think I'm going to fall for it. I want to hold short. Got 9 minutes left till the hourly close. So it just popped out and getting rejected. So the top of the orb is 218. So NASDAQ just popped up there momentarily. ES is like way below. Dow is like full on red. I don't really want to trust the longs here, guys. We'll see. Maybe it ends up running a bit. Okay. If oil drops, NQ will be 400. Maybe, yeah.
As a reminder, at the top of the hour, Hegseth is due to testify on the budget. The video is popped down the feed for you to watch.
Okay, I guess Pete Hegseth is going to be speaking right now. It's the Pentagon budget. I won't bring it up. It's talking about the Pentagon budget. So we'll just hear from Financial Juice, if anything. Axel, Pasha going to buy 225Ks instead of 150K as it fits your start quite well. 100 to 200 today. Do you think it's okay? Yeah, for sure. I haven't traded any 25Ks, I don't think, before, but I don't see anything wrong with it by any means. Especially if you have $1,500 drawdown on those 25Ks. That's the way to go. Is bearish FOMC causing DXY gain strength or pre-buy before dumping with an FOMC? Abby, it'd probably mean the dollar strengthening. Pasha holds short. It just hit VWAP. Now I'll continue down. Yeah, I think like even if it pops up into these levels up here, I think I'm still gonna hold short. It's nasty moving like nothing is happening with crude and the rest of the market. Yeah. $1,000 drawdown per account. Okay. I mean, $1,000 might be a little bit difficult to work with, but if you're super strict with 1 micro max position size, you'll probably be fine. Maybe two micros if you're like super confident in trade. Okay, this candle, 5-minute candle is about to close. 45 seconds is gonna get acceptance up there. TP1 would be 27,265. Would be up here. Isn't it SMT divergence? A little bit. There's potentially an IFVG on the ES right now. But I'm watching the Dow, and the Dow's dumping hard still. There's a new 5-minute candle. Okay. If you're bullish, the orb just broke to the upside. Or it got the 5-minute candle close. Like I said, I don't want to trust it. I'm just gonna keep on the 15-minute chart. Well, we're getting buys across the board now. 5 minutes till this hourly candle closes. Huge wick on the NASDAQ. Okay, Dow's bouncing now a little bit. Decent rejection on oil. Yeah, a little bit. Just took a very ugly loss my call it a day. Oh man. Sorry, Revenant. You think it's gonna go up until noon to trap the bulls? Maybe. Like I said, I'm willing to hold this short for a while.
It's reminded in about a couple of minutes' time, Hegseth is due to speak about the budget that he proposed, or that the US administration had proposed.
Okay, 45 seconds till the hourly candle closes. This may be the very first hourly candle on the Dow that closes pretty dang bearish. It kind of held 49K just a little bit, so it got the bounce on the Dow. ES holding that 7150, which is yesterday's low. Basically, my thought process is holding this and waiting for the break of yesterday's lows on the ES. And then hopefully the NASDAQ joins and breaks yesterday's lows as well. There's the new hourly candle. So Dow closed pretty well down. Long close with 80 points. Nice. Orb failed on the 5-minute. You got the 5-minute close above. If this just inverts the previous 5-minute candle, yeah, it's not looking good. So it needs to break below 176, I guess, for us to say now it's time probably for shorts. That the buys are probably not going to work out. Chaplain, hey Pasha, how we doing? Wasn't here for a week. Not doing too bad. Yesterday I took max loss limit, so I hit some pretty crazy drawdown yesterday. But overall, not too shabby. Last week I took out about $7,000 in payouts. So it wasn't a bad week by any means. What are you watching
Treasury
the
yields
market
extend
on?
climb, reaching the highest levels
You like the
since
setup?
March.
If you're talking about what you see right now on the screen, this is Tradeovate. If you're talking about this setup over here, this is Webull. $7K is a good month. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, I had 2.6K. Actually, I need to add one more because I purchased an eval yesterday. Here, I'll give you the numbers for the month, because I started tracking all that now. So yesterday eval cost 106.76. Okay, so I spent $2,700 this month on evals, and then I took $7,662 in payouts. So that's a net of about $5,000, like $49.50 approximately. Pasha, quick question. You're getting decent profits. Just want to know why did you hold it? You could have entered again, right? Just asking because knowledge is what I thrive from you. You were getting decent profits. Just want to know why did you hold it? Oh, you're talking about this short here this morning? Just in case it started like dumping and breaking lows. So that's kind of like the thing, you know, like some people, they'll take their profits and they'll let it be. But I came into this trade basically being like, I'm targeting the break of the lows. So I'm like, I don't care if it goes up, goes down, whatever. I'm targeting break of the lows. So I came into the trade thinking that. That's why I didn't take profits here. Then I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll take half off because of this hourly bullish fair value, bullish order block from way back here that seemed to be potentially in play. But it didn't get there to take half off. But the market, whichever direction it goes, it does go up and down in a certain direction, or in usually one direction. So like if you're trying to hold for hundreds of points, you're going to get those bounces that you have to sit through. That's the only thing. But yeah, like yesterday, guys. Yesterday was like a very sad day, man. Very, very sad. I'm telling you guys. Literally, up here, I shorted up here, guys, with like 2 micros. And I was targeting this level. 27,230, about 235. So I was targeting basically 270 points to the downside. Sad thing is, I saw the open and it started looking bullish, and I was like, I want to hold short, but based on my back test, this is like a 80% breakout to TP1. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll go long, and then I'll reshort sorry, my bad. I didn't short up here. I shorted up here. Right here. This is where I shorted. 2 micros. And then I saw that it's like pushing up, and then the ES broke the high, and then the orb was turning bullish. It got the 5-minute close for acceptance. So I was like, man, I guess I have to go long. So I set an order to take profit up here on a long, literally for only 30 points, and then reshort here instead of full reverse. And I hit like huge loss on this. It was really sad, man, because like I was so high whatever it's called, conviction on this short here. But I was like, if it goes up 100 points, I don't really want to hit 100 points drawdown. Like I think it's gonna come down. And I don't know. But it was kind of sad, because that would have been about 1K profit, and then on 9 accounts, so it would have been like over 5K payout. But whatever. Who cares? Could this be a pullback for the orb, or is the orb failed at this point? The orb has not failed yet. If it stays above 27,171, then the orb is successful still to the upside.
As part of upgrade
So 171 is the stop loss right here.
On export control.
If it hits that, the orb is failed to the upside. But that's the half orb specifically. Full orb would be, you have to set your stop all the way down here. Like, I'm more comfortable holding shorts here just because oil's 105.
So heads up, Senator's voting on Fed Chair nominee.
Like all this different stuff. We got FOMC. Like I'm way more bearish based on like what's happening right now. Just based on everything I see. That's why I'm not trusting the orb to the upside. Pasha, ever use a L2? L2, I'm not sure what that is. Pasha, how many fundeds are you trading? I'm trading 7 fundeds and 3 evals. You hope the blockade news will work for shorts? Yeah, we'll see. Pasha, are we taking the new 910 long? The 910 long, what? I don't think so. You think Russell's trying to fake out to the downside? Maybe. I mean, the Russell looks pretty dang weak. We'll see, I guess. Man, the Dow bounced pretty heavily, though. Dow's actually bouncing. Bounced 150 points. Then the
Iran's
ES
Deputy
pushing, but
Foreign
the
Minister
NASDAQ looking weak
Garibabadi
now.
says that some neighboring governments cannot be considered neutral.
A lot of weird stuff happening in the market, guys.
As according being cited there by Tasnim News.
Took a short at volume profile with 1 mini, 120 straight up. Bro, Axel, you're taking 1 mini on a 25K account? Oh my goodness. Nice trade, I guess. That's scary. Wonder if there are studies on whether the NQ trends significantly before FMC announcement and what the odds are. Yeah, I'm sure somebody's
Also,
done it.
Garibabadi said, according to Tasnim, he further pointed to the support of some regional nations for the military aggression against Iran by providing territory, facilities, and military installations located in these nations, noting with provision of this support, which has also been documented, some neighboring governments cannot be considered neutral governments.
Playing with fire.
Sporge Fed nomination has
Yeah.
enough committee votes to advance.
Be careful, man. That's how you pass them quick, I guess. Fail them quick, too.
Content facts, Russia says they're going to continue working with partners in OPEC+.
Oh, you're doing it on paper. Okay, okay. Good.
So now Fed Chair
You
nominee
did
Walsh
20
approved by Senate
micros for
Banking
1K
Committee,
in 9
advances
seconds?
to full Senate
Oh my
vote.
goodness, Chris. Well, volume is extremely low today. For how much stuff is going on, volume's pretty dang low.
So according to Punchbowl News reports in regards to Walsh, the vote was along party lines and Senator Walsh's nomination for a floor vote when the Senate returns after its May 4th recess week.
How come oil and NQ are moving in the same direction? I've been having that exact same question for weeks now. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to be holding this trade like almost till FOMC. I'll be forced to close it a couple minutes before FOMC, but I may be holding it till then.
According to IPO filing set here, Musk can only be removed from SpaceX board or officer roles by a vote of the share class he controls. Also seen Germany's 10-year bond yield touching 3.1%, the highest since March 30th, last up around 3.08%, up by 2 basis points of the day.
Why not close and rejoin later? Because even if I were to try to close here and rejoin, I honestly don't think we're going to break out.
That no one can fire Musk from his role as CEO and chairman of the board without the billionaire founder's consent. That's according to an excerpt.
If we do break out, it will probably run for like maybe 50 points at least. If we do break out. But like I like my average here. I'm 2 micros short. I like my risk. I like my reward. Like I don't think I really want to exit and just try to join back in 50 points above. Because I think the odds of it going 50 points up are less than it going like 200 points down. Well, not 200 points, but like 100 points. You think even if we get a sell-off, it's going to have violent bounces? Oh, yeah. 100%. But yeah, I don't have to worry about trailing drawdown or anything. You think we could go way up, especially if oil sells off? I guess. I guess we could. I mean, for that, we could maybe do a Tory line. Maybe we do a Tory line like that, yeah? So what would Tory say? We got 1, 2, 3, 4 touches. Is this established now? You buy Tory's course for 5K? I bought it for 50K. Seems Tradeify is the only instant funded account. Could have sworn there was more. Curious if Trade Day has one. I don't think so, though. Yeah, Funding Ticks had an instant funded account before they went out of business. You overtraded on the last 50K eval. That was it, Pasha. Your start is giving profits only when you're being patient, and even with 1 mini, you're earning decent. Greed killed you that day. Yeah. Bro, looks like or break up. Yeah, I mean, I like. Here's the thing. I'm not against longs here, to be honest, guys. Like
10 minutes ago now to get
the
the Bank of
with the
Canada
orb and
press
everything,
conference with
your
Macklem.
TP
We'll give
one
a
is
video on the feed shortly. And let's
27,265.
get the
There's a
EIA
70
crude oil
over
inventories.
70% chance
Forecast
it
is for
hits
a
there.
draw of 0.19 million
And
compared
guess
to
what?
compared to the prior.
There's a
With a
little
build of
5-minute
1.25 million.
bearish order block up here
Gasoline
too.
inventory is expecting a draw
So
of
maybe it does want to get up
2.785
here.
million. Prior
And
was
you
a
would
draw
also
of
hit your TP1.
4.57 million. Distilled inventory is expecting a draw of 2.15 million. Prior was a draw of 3.427 million. Crude Cushing inventories, prior was a build of 0.806 million.
We're making higher lows and higher
So looking in
highs.
the range
So
of
we
crude oil
get
inventories,
reversal is pretty bullish.
expecting a
Yeah.
range of a build of 3 million to a draw of 2 million.
I've just kind of made up my mind
So
on
around last
these
night
shorts.
with the API data, API crude oil stock change came in at a draw of 1.79 million compared to the expected build of 0.3 million. And the prior of that was a draw of 4.47 million. We have also posted another video for the Bank of Canada on the feed for you as well.
I made up my mind with these shorts, and basically I'm just like, okay, I got like $1,000 drawdown, whatever. I don't think we're heading up here. So at this average, I'm just like, I'm fine with holding this through. If we pop up all the way up to here, if we pop all the way up to here, up to like 27,400, whoops. Dang, I accidentally messed that up. Then I blow like 2 of my funded futures accounts, or like 1 of them. Yes, 395. Gives that.
Hello, my brother.
Hey, what's up, brother?
How you doing?
Not too bad. Pretty much like
Nice.
break even on the day right now. I'm thinking to just hold shorts the whole day.
Yeah, I think you have a good entry. You for sure have a good entry.
Yeah, like if it pops up, I'm gonna let it pop up. I honestly don't think we're gonna go up 150 points. But I mean, it'll be sad, but I'll be okay with 100 points of drawdown if it goes up there. If it goes up for the sweep of overnight highs, like I think I'm okay with that. I just don't really feel like
Yeah.
scalping and all that stuff. Just kind of have the level that I want to target. And other than that, just hold it like all day if it takes me all day. If it ends up being a losing trade, then it's a losing trade.
Yeah, I gotta be patient, but like yeah, you know how it is.
Like right
Well,
now, it kind of
I'm
looks
using
bullish
my
potentially.
okay.
You said you're using your
Yeah,
what?
yeah. I'm using my like router from my phone for the internet, so I won't be trading,
Okay.
and I'll probably be cut out at some point. But
Did
yeah.
your electricity go out too or no?
No, it was I just found out from the like internet company a truck passed through some lines of cable and the
Oh,
ones
dang.
that give me internet you know. And
That
it's
sucks.
heavy rain, you know. It's heavy rain and they cannot go on the post like to like pole that the
Yeah.
energy runs through.
It's probably
Needs to
dangerous
be
when it's raining.
yeah, there's a law that don't allow you to go on a pole to manage those things if it's raining.
Yeah. Probably
And
get
it's
hit by
this like
lightning
it's
or
the right
something.
thing. Yeah, yeah. Water and electricity is not the best thing
Yeah.
to mix. But
There's the power line
uh,
first and then lightning or whatever
yeah,
as well.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I don't know if I told you I
go
was
ahead.
a electrician in the military.
Oh yeah, you told me like you took
Hexstat says
electrician,
defense
but you
budget
worked on
request reflects urgency of the
On
moment.
planes
planes,
or
yeah.
no?
Yeah.
Oh
About
yeah,
5 minutes ago now,
yeah,
do
I
we get the
remember
crude
that.
oil inventories and the Bank of Canada
So I like
forecast?
learned
And after
all the
you started
electrician
working with
stuff.
something,
EIA crude oil inventories
yeah,
forecast is for a draw of
yeah, you understand
0.19
a
million,
lot about
price to
that.
build of
A little
1.925
bit.
million.
But like
Gasoline inventories
I'm actually like
forecast for a
thinking
draw of
now back to
2.785
learning
million.
about
Prior was a
electricity
draw of
and all that.
4.57
Actually,
million. Distillate
I
inventories
wonder if
forecast
it's
for a draw
raining
of
and you go on
2.15
a
million. Prior was a
power
draw of
line,
3.427
like working
million.
on power
And
lines,
crude Cushing
if
inventories
it'd be
prior was a
dangerous or
build
not.
of
I think with lightning
0.806
it
million.
would, but
Also,
if
reminder, we're
it's just
expecting
No,
wet, I'm
you
actually not
are,
sure.
yeah, you are like all protected and everything, but like I think there's a rule
Yeah.
to. It's not even a law. It's like it's the power company that doesn't let those internet companies go on the on the electricity pole
Yeah.
to to
I'm sure there's
manage the
some kind of like
cables.
electrical theory reason. I just don't know what it
Yeah,
is. I'm kind of like why
yeah.
when you
Did you?
said that I started thinking like I wonder because like whenever you go on the pole uh you like I forgot I guess the terminology. You ground yourself to it so that you don't get like any
Yeah,
current going through you. But then if it's wet,
yeah,
I'm like I wonder how it would work.
yeah. Yeah, I also don't know, but like I probably be without the normal internet for a day or two because here when it starts raining, man, like sometimes it rains straight for like 2 weeks. So
Oh, yeah, I remember you telling me that.
yeah,
Man, that
it's those
sucks.
type of cities.
Yeah. Dang. Okay, we got a breakout signal on the NASDAQ here. And we're also halfway to TP1 on the orb to the bull side. Pasha, what are the TPs on the orb like? The different levels? I have my most recent video explains that. But it's basically just risk reward. That's how they're set. So like TP1 is just half of the range going up one above the range. That's all it is. So it's not like a key level or anything like that. But you can kind of align it with key levels if it ends up aligning. Because right here, TP1 is 265. And 265 is this bearish order block up here on the 5-minute. And we're coming up to the Tory line as well. There's the low pop. I think I'll be fine scalping a little bit too for the pullbacks. I can raise my average.
One minute ago now, lead with the EIA crude oil inventories.
Crude oil inventory is about to drop. Pretty big buy orders across the board now. Dow kind of showing weakness. Oh, yes, NASDAQ looking pretty strong. Maybe this is the breakout of the Tory line, guys. Whoever bought the 5K course, they'll be able to make their 5K on this breakout.
I think this is it.
10 seconds.
Okay. Here go the inventories. 5 seconds. See how oil reacts on it.
It's a draw of
Popping off it.
6.234 million, a draw of 6.234 million, compared to the expected draw of 0.19 million. Gasoline inventories, a draw of 6.075 million, compared to the expected draw of 2.785 million. Distillate inventories, a draw 4.494 million, compared to the expected draw of 2.15 million. Crude Cushing inventories, a draw of 0.796 million. So a real bigger than expected draw across the board there.
Oil's popping on that. Let's see if oil breaks out of that high. Looks like it will. NASDAQ giving a nice pullback on that as well. Hopefully we hit our scalp. The scalp is 40 points. Okay, oil broke out. Now we're getting sellers back in.
Morning, morning.
Morning, Mango.
Good morning, my friend.
Morning, Leo. Let's get this day started.
Let's do it. I wouldn't be surprised if we get terrible price action till FOMC. Well, Mango, if you didn't see, oil just popped out, broke the high again.
Yeah, I've been watching. I was on my phone right now. I got
Okay.
lucky because I was short on NQ earlier, around like that 200 area, and it popped down just enough for me to exit out.
Oh,
I was
nice.
on my evals. I was like, oh my god, this is scary. What is NQ doing?
Yeah.
We have posted out the
And
weekly
like even
inventories
right
report
now,
on
it's like,
feel free to read through.
what is going on?
I think you got like a little bit of a pullback here, about 25 points, and then back to buying up.
Yeah, it's just like, what is going on though? I don't get it. It's like it's no sense. Diesel is so expensive right now. Why is the market seeming like it's good? It's like it's not good.
It's people with a lot
Everything's
of money that love to short squeeze the market.
I mean, fair enough, I guess, but man, it makes no sense though.
Dude, the
Okay,
more
so
days that go by with us being at these highs, the more puts that people are buying, bro. And I guess the
okay,
more money that they're like, okay, I guess we gotta keep squeezing it.
but here's the thing though. Interestingly, I don't know if you guys noticed in Southern Cali right now, there's a couple of stores here that we're not getting tomatoes because
Really?
diesel prices are super high. We can't find tomatoes in like Winco. I don't know if you guys have Winco, but over
Yeah,
here
we
in
do.
SoCal, okay, there were barely any tomatoes like there. Ramona tomatoes,
Wow.
I haven't seen Ramona tomatoes even in Walmart.
Bro, maybe that's because a lot of people just been making salsa. No, I'm just
It
kidding.
don't take
I'm
that
just
much
kidding.
tomatoes, believe me.
That's crazy though.
Yeah, it is, and it's
I
like
didn't really notice that up here, but I haven't been to a grocery store for over a week.
me neither because I had to go, and I was even at Sam's. I was like, man, you guys got no tomatoes? They got the little small, little itsy bitsy ones, but I was like, that's nothing.
Interesting. And you think it's because of oil
Yeah.
prices?
Yes, diesel is like $7 here, a gallon.
Because I would think they would just
Crazy.
raise the price of them to keep their profit margin.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, it's like I don't know if it's that or what is there anything else influencing it? No idea.
It's probably the bioengineered ticks.
Maybe. Everything bioengineered now. You know the ice cream that doesn't melt no more, right?
No, I haven't heard of that.
No, like the ice cream bars or whatever now, the sandwiches.
Uh-huh.
So I guess people bought it and they put it in an oven and it don't melt. Like
What
at
the
all.
heck?
Like it doesn't, like it fully doesn't melt like how an ice cream should melt. Like it just
That's
kind of
weird.
mushes. Yeah, that's it. Like a real ice cream melts.
Well, it's not real ice cream. Oh yeah, you're saying
Yeah.
yeah.
Real ice cream really melts.
Yeah, I
But
wonder what they
that,
got in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine the amount of things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's American food, brother.
Yeah, true.
Bro, like fruit
According
is
to the
expensive
EIA,
in the
US
US.
net
Like
imports
Oh,
of
if you go
crude
to buy
oil
like
fell into negative
any
territory
type
in the
of
latest
fruit.
week, the lowest on record.
Man,
Yeah, it
blueberries
is.
and raspberries are even more expensive. Like when you have a
Yeah.
newborn kid, it's like you want to feed them all the nutritional stuff, right?
Mm,
Then you realize it's like, man, you expensive little guy.
yeah, true.
So heads
I
up,
should
Bank
have
of
just bought my
Canada's
dream
Macklem
car.
governor speaking now.
Yeah, bro.
The NASDAQ 100 extending gain to 0.5%.
I was making doing the math. I was at, I think, Publix. I don't know if
Mhm.
Publix is more expensive than the others, but it's
Maybe
like,
a little
bro,
bit, yeah.
5x. Yeah, it's 5x more expensive
Than
Don't break
Brazil.
today's
than
high.
Brazil. Yeah, some
Uh,
types of fruits, like let's say grapes, it's 3 or 4x more expensive.
yeah. Honestly, up here in Washington, I think apples are pretty cheap, and then I think blueberries aren't too bad. But
Yeah,
I
depends what
love
you
getting
guys
like the
produce
frozen.
close.
Yeah, I think we have like blueberries and apples. But I think like the frozen fruits, they're actually pretty well priced up here. They're like $5
Frozen.
a pound, which obviously there's probably other places that's cheaper, but I think $5 a pound isn't bad.
Gosh, are we gonna jump 200 points? Pretty much at this point. Like this is crazy.
Maybe.
Because we're almost at today's high from Asia high.
Yeah.
We're about to break that, and from the bottom, it's almost close to 200 points.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. I'm about to add a short at the sweep of that high.
Me too. I'm looking at something as well.
So
I want a bigger
321
wick
I'm
to the
adding.
upside. I want a big wick to the upside, then I'll probably add. Or should I add now? I'm gonna wait.
That was TPT on the orb, guys. TP2 just hit on the orb. So if you took the orb, good job. Got some good profits. Pasha, what if it never comes down? Then it's GG no re, brother. For the gaming nerds out there, that one's for you.
Watch it pull down now and then. I was about to enter a short too, at like 310.
See, I'm watching the Dow. The Dow's still looking weak.
The Dow? I haven't even
Yeah.
checked the Dow in so long.
Like the Dow's
yeah.
been the one that kind of tightened up a bit. So I'll show on the stream for people to see. So the Dow kind of tightened up a little bit up here. And then it looked like it was about to break out. It broke out above this 4-hour candle, hourly candle, whatever. Came back down, and now this is looking like a bearish failure of this like wedge or bull flag, whatever this is. Like it faked out and then came down. And like right now it looks pretty weak. If we compare this to ES and NASDAQ,
He
pretty
and
different.
NASDAQ look a lot stronger.
Yeah. Like the NASDAQ looks super strong. It's like a higher low being set, George W pattern, you know. ES might get up there. Needs like 15 more points to make that George W. But then you compare it to the Dow's like, it's looking pretty weak. Things
You in
selling.
a short position?
Huh?
You in a short position right now or no?
Yeah. I'm
Alright.
planning on holding a short basically all day.
I'm going short as well at 301 2 minis. This is on a Apex funded. I only have like 1,000 drawdown left on this sucker.
Okay. Oh, but yeah, speaking of food and whatnot, like, dude, we try to eat like we're really blessed, and we try to eat like super healthy, like
Mhm.
staying away from all the
All the
garbage
ingredients.
food. It's
Yeah.
expensive, man.
Yeah. Eating healthy now is more expensive than ever.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So it's like it's expensive, but yeah, we kind of take the bite the bullet on it, I guess,
Mhm.
because overall,
Better that one.
long term, less health issues, less doctors, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's expensive, man. Like most people, they're not able to eat
Afford
stuff
it,
that's
yeah.
not gonna ruin their body because they just can't afford it.
Alright, gotta stop that out.
Intel's pumping like crazy.
So the US withdrew a withdrawal of crude oil
That's
from
the
the
craziest,
SPR rose in the
like
latest
one of
week,
the
the
craziest
biggest
things about
since
the US
October
that always gets me
2022,
like
according to the EIA.
uh how much like processed food is cheap and real food is expensive in the
Yeah.
US, Like like here is the opposite. Like there's some type of processed foods that are very very cheap, but overall if you let's say you go for a McDonald's and a meal, Mac meal,
Hmm.
it's cheaper to buy real food and cook than a Mac meal.
You say
See
in
over here,
Brazil?
Overall. Yeah, in Brazil.
Yeah. To be honest, I
Like you
guess it
can
also
buy
depends where you're going in the US because fast food did get pretty expensive too.
yeah.
yes.
And
Oh
like
yeah,
especially the
like
fast foods that aren't completely garbage, like they're super dude, like well, maybe some people think Five Guys burgers and fries is
Bank of
garbage.
Canada's Mac
I think it's
says energy
pretty
prices stay
it
high for
tastes
longer.
incredible.
There could well be a
But
need
over
to
here,
raise
like
policy rate.
to get a Five Guys meal, like a double burger with fries, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like $15 minimum.
yeah, $15 you get like real food at Whole Foods.
Yeah.
More.
Like I'm pretty sure for $15 you could get two good quality meals.
Bro, $15 you get like I don't know, like almost 2 pounds of food in Whole Foods.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah. If you
Of
go
real
like
food.
straight just meat, you could get 2 pounds of just meat, depending
On
on
the
the
hot
cut, I
bar,
guess. Yeah. Move to Europe,
Alright.
guys. Don't worry about the food. I wish, bro. I would honestly love to live in Sicily.
Brother, yesterday Piotr was telling me about a place he went in Italy, and I
Mm.
was like, bro, I need to visit. I never heard before. It's called Bari. It's on the southern part of Italy. Beautiful, man. Beautiful place.
In Sicily or on the north part?
It's the southern part. It's the hill of the boot, It's the hill of in Puglia. It's not in Sicily, it's in
Oh,
Puglia, but
okay.
it's still beautiful.
Gotcha.
I just saw the pictures and I was like, man, this is too beautiful. And he
Yeah.
says that it's very low key, nobody knows about it, and I really never heard about it.
Yeah, dude. There's a place in Catania in Sicily. It's literally called
Yeah.
Steakhouse. Like that's just the name. And there's like
That's nice.
there's not much anything online. I think they have like one like 15-year-old YouTube video. But bro, it was the best steak I had in my entire life. I've never had a steak as good as that since.
Oh my
It was
god.
crazy, man. Like
Don't
I
talk to me
literally
about
want
steak,
to
man.
fly there just because of that steak. It was like dry
What's the name
aged
of the city?
Catania.
Catania.
Yeah. It's just called Steakhouse Catania. I really hope they're gonna be still open when I end up going back there. Dude, it was actually crazy.
That's
Catania is
crazy state.
southeast. Yeah, it's southeast of Sicily. Yeah.
Yeah, it's southeast of Sicily.
Or like it's southeast on Sicily, in Sicily.
Michael says
Yeah.
AI
In
is not
Sicily.
having
Yeah,
a big
Sicily is
effect
the
on
point of the
people's
boot.
decisions right now.
Mm-hmm. Bro, don't tilt. I'm not tilting.
What? How's your tilting, man? You're talking about food, bro.
Go to
Oh
Syracuse.
my god.
I think I've been to Syracuse, yeah.
And great push up.
Yeah, it pushed up. Might lose this apex, but I'm fine. Got
I'm off
500
the
left on
coast.
drawdown, so I thought it was gonna dump there at least a little bit more, but nothing.
Yep, it's the mixed squeezer before the FOMC. But look at the Dow, bro. Dow got
Yeah,
acceptance,
Dow's
and it's still
dumping.
dumping.
ES is dumping a little bit more than NQ though, that's for sure.
Yeah, NQ just squeezed up.
Oil pushing even up, even higher now. It's at 105.08.
Yeah.
Brother, this is classic NQ, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, to just
According to
run
Hearst, US
like
has
this
spent
without, like,
$25
reason,
billion
man.
on the Iran war so far.
Yeah, let's see the fear and greed index today. Greed, market momentum, extreme
Says
greed.
Pentagon comp
Strike price
controller
strength
Jules Hurst
neutral.
testifying the
Breadth
Iran war.
greed.
Again, they say that US has
Put to
spent
call
$25
options
billion
have started
on the
coming
Iran war
up a
so
little
far.
bit. Well, on the 20th, we were at the lowest put to call option ratio. But it's indicating fear right now. Neutral market volatility, extreme greed safe haven. So we're not at extreme greed yet. When we get to extreme greed, we could probably be pretty confident that the market's going to dump at some point. Right now, we're just at greed. We're at extreme greed on some of the factors. I'm surprised the oil's this high up, though. This is actually crazy. Like, bro, whenever oil got up to this level last month, we were dumping, bro. We were dumping so hard. Now we're up at these levels. And we're just doing little squeezes to the upside.
Dump NQ dump. Come on. This is your moment. This is oil still pushing up, man. I don't get it.
Yeah. It failed to sweep that overnight high. I've got my
Failed
order
s-
there for that sweep.
It's just
I'll
like
take
one
that.
moment,
Yeah. Yeah, but this
one
1 minute is just
opportunity
gonna eat it up.
Can you capture it?
to seize everything you ever wanted. Bro, with the right angle, Pasha looks like a little bit like Marshall Matters. In the right angle. Like if you tuck the cap down.
Yeah. Just
Bro,
because
there's
I'm a white
yeah.
guy with the hat on.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically that. You know, like on the cam, you don't get much of a feature.
Yeah.
We need NQ to break below the 280s and stay below to confirm like it's an actual pullback, but this is just kind of going sideways here.
By the way, is this on gold, is this a bullish order block? Bullish daily order block? That it just tested? I don't know if this counts. check the 4-hour.
Macklem says there is no timeline set for possible raising rates.
Yeah, the Amalfi Coast is
Again,
like
Macklem
Italy
says
overall,
there's
man.
no
It's
set
beautiful. There's
timeline
too
for
many
possibly
beautiful
raising
places in
rates.
Italy.
Yeah.
Someone said in the chat like they love the Amalfi Coast. Sardine is beautiful.
Bro, I want to do like a month-long tour in Europe. You know what I mean? Like get all the visas and permits ready, and then just go
Yeah,
for
you
like a
gotta
whole
do it,
month.
bro.
That would be fun. Yeah.
You're single,
Europe
right?
has a
Bro,
yeah, not really, but
You're not married though with kids, right?
no, no
Yeah, so
kids.
it'd be easy for you, bro.
Yeah, kids.
There's like there's things called hostels over there. You can pay like
Yeah.
20 euro to stay the night. You just share
It's
a
not that
room.
bad. Yeah.
They're like all over the place there.
yeah, just hold your belongings like real tight.
Yeah, I actually don't have
I'm
experience with
gonna
the
go find my
hostels.
local firearms dealer in Europe. I'm gonna be like, hey, so you got any miniguns lying around here?
Yeah.
That's me though. I can't help it. I'm too used to
Oh man.
having
Pasha,
it
I
on
watched
me.
that movie Hostel and I'm not the same. Yeah, I guess that movie definitely put a negative connotation on that word for sure. For anybody that saw it.
It's a hostile.
Be careful with
Bro, I
bed
feel-
bugs in hostel. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I've never spent the night in a hostel before. But like if you're going like budget to travel Europe,
Yeah.
dude, that's the way to go, bro. You're gonna pay like
Yeah,
less
because
than
like
50 euro a day to survive out there.
yeah,
Oh,
if you're
terrible.
single, that's like if you're single and have some friends that like, bro, let's travel. It's the best thing. Like
Yeah, like
because it's
literally you
cheap.
take the
You can do it.
Flixbus, I think it's called. It's like I don't know, 5 euro, 10 euro to go from city to
Yeah.
city. You don't even have to rent
Oh,
a
yeah.
car.
Yeah, I asked the same thing to Piotr. I was like, bro, but how you go from one city to another? And he's like, the commute, man. Like, what you're talking about?
Yeah. You take the train, take a Flixbus.
Yeah.
Like the
Bank of
taking the
Canada's
train is
Rogers
cheaper.
says, over longer
Flixbus is
term,
a little more
trade tensions
expensive, but it'll
are a
get
bigger
you more
threat to the
pinpoint
economy than
spots.
higher oil prices.
Okay.
Pasha will know this because like when you're single, bro, if you find like a rock in a clear space, you use the rock as like a place to rest your head and you sleep, you know. There's not much. But when you're married, especially I guess that especially with kids, like your wife don't like there's a minimum level that your like
Yeah.
my wife accepts. Like below that she's not going, you know. So
They
it
bougie.
automatically gets more expensive. It doesn't need to be like fancy or anything, but that's a minimum.
Macklem
There's a
says
minimum
there is no
like
risk-free
level
Yeah.
for
of
policy
struggle
interest
that
rate.
she puts up with. So it gets more expensive instantly, like at least 5x more expensive.
Yeah, true.
Yes. That's fine.
Because she's not eating like the same thing that I would eat. She's not staying at the same place that I would stay. She's not visiting
No,
the
yeah,
same place that
definitely
I
not.
would visit. So
Yeah. That's how
you
they
know?
are though. I mean, can't really
Yeah.
blame them. But it's fun though. Sometimes it is fun. Sometimes it's like, come on, man, just
No, it's awesome.
just
My
do it.
bro, my life without my wife would be like
What do
would
I
be a
do?
misery, man. Like there's
Bro,
no way.
speaking of traveling with wives, I'm pretty sure I like broke my back carrying all the bags in
Macklem
Venice,
says,
bro.
if we raise the rate now
Oh my
and oil
God.
prices have then gone down,
I was like
by
too
the time the
cheap
rate was
to
impacting the
take one of the
economy, we'd
boats
wish we
from
had
the
raised
train
the rate.
station, and I was carrying
Mm-hmm.
2 huge bags in a huge backpack, and it's like full cobblestone there, bro. It's like uneven walk space.
Lord.
Dude, I was straight up slipped a disc doing that. It was like, I don't know, at least 100 pounds of stuff I was carrying for like probably 1.5 miles or something on cobblestone.
Oh my God.
I was like,
Bro,
man,
those streets are
if
not
I was
made.
traveling alone, I would just have one backpack with like 2 outfits and some
Yeah.
water. That's it.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah, with the traveling with the wife, it's like, you actually have to dress up.
Yes.
She got all her stuff.
Yeah. That's the thing. I'm like, I don't want to dress up. Let me just go in my raggedy t-shirt.
Yeah.
I'll be fine. Nobody's
You
gonna
wear
care.
the
I'm on
same
vacation.
outfit for like
Malcolm
5 days
says, "Have
straight.
some slack in the
Yup.
economy, so we
I'm
don't think
down.
higher energy prices
I
will
got no
rapidly
problems with
be
that.
passed
Yeah.
through to goods and services."
I'll be like, I'm
Piotr,
ready to
you
rock
got to
and roll.
disagree or going to Italy with the backpack and your girl? No, I mean it depends on the woman. Some women are like super low maintenance. You could probably do 2 backpacks. But it's like it's harder. And then like when you have kids, oh yeah, you're gonna have to have a
Yeah, there's
bunch
no
of
way, man.
you need a lot of luggage. If you have
Yeah,
a
there's no
baby,
way.
oh, hunker down, brother. If it's like a 10-year-old, that's pretty easy.
They talk
They
like
have their own
kids that can
backpack.
walk. Yeah, they're fine.
Yeah.
Fit
We were at
Trading
the swap
says
meet
recent
and one
dollar
of the
strength could
nephews was like,
unwind
I'm tired.
if
I was
oil
like,
prices fall
you
back.
bottled that stuff, bro. You carrying it now. Like next time, don't buy it. And then the next time, he didn't buy as much. I was like,
Yeah.
exactly. Or be smarter.
Yeah,
Bring your
everything's a learning.
little basket. Yeah, exactly. I was like,
Mark,
what
you
do I
guys
look like?
did just backpack each and carry on? Nice. That's honestly the way to go, man. Especially when you're
Yeah,
like
100%.
if you're going on like a vacation where you're staying somewhere for, a long period of time, then, take the luggage. But if you're like traveling like across Europe, stopping many places, man, having a bunch of luggage, dude.
Yeah,
It's not
that's
like
not
the
the way to
wives are
go.
gonna be carrying it. It's all you.
Yeah, yeah,
That's rough.
100%.
Always make sure you're not gonna carry the stuff. That's all that matters.
I mean, you can pay like people to carry like a lot of the tourist places in Europe.
Mhm.
You pay to have the luggage transported. But like,
That's smart.
some places you'll probably get scammed.
Yeah.
Bro,
That's
in
why I didn't
France,
do it in Venice.
there was a famous streamer that covers Counter-Strike in Brazil, and
Mhm.
he sent like his team to cover like the CS major, and they had all of the like cameras, all of those type of things that you need, man, like microphones, everything. Like he said, it was
Yeah.
more like than $10,000 worth of things,
Mhm.
and from the transfer from the airport to the hotel, someone that handled their luggage swapped the luggage. Like was all black
Dang.
luggage.
Wow.
He don't know if it's the Uber or the guys from the hotel or someone at some point got hold of one luggage and stopped to talk to them, or and swapped on one of the luggages. But when they opened the luggage at the hotel, one was supposed to have like all of the equipment, and it has like empty things, like just
That's
to give like
crazy.
a little bit of weight. And
Bro,
they
that's
don't
sad.
like, I guess, to be honest, I guess
Malcolm
it's
says that
probably like a scam
we
between
wouldn't characterize today's
the
comments
Uber
as
and the
fraud
guys from the
guidance.
hotel.
Maybe,
Someone
yeah.
pretends to be a hotel worker and they just swap the bags.
Yeah. I could see that.
In France, bro. In France, imagine that.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful around even any tourist spots. Like I'm always telling buddy of mine, he's going to Tokyo. I'm like, just be careful, man. He's been there before, but he's always like, you gotta be careful around people.
What, in Tokyo?
Yeah, Tokyo.
Really?
Like certain parts of Tokyo, yeah, you gotta be like, okay, keep your eye out.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've never been to
Japan.
mainland Japan.
So Japan is cool, but they never show you the bad parts of course. But Japan is really good at their propaganda to where they show Japan as a very, very awesome country. It is awesome, don't get me wrong.
Mhm.
But there are bad parts though, you know what I mean? You are gonna if you don't know what you're
Like
doing, you
I
can
mean,
run
they
into
have
a
the
bad alley.
Yakuza there and everything. But I was in Okinawa. It was like I didn't see even one negative thing there.
Malcolm says it is useful to convey
It was
how
like
we
it
would
was
handle
crazy,
various
bro.
potential
Like
outcomes.
you'd be out in the middle of the night, like all over the place.
Mhm.
There's like people walking freely. There's like young girls walking freely, like they're not worried about anything, Like if you compare that to some most
Oh,
other countries, it's
Yeah.
not going to be the case. But I saw like nothing dangerous there at all. But that was Okinawa. That's basically like the Hawaii of Japan.
Oh,
I
so
haven't been
yeah.
to mainland, so I don't know how it is there.
Yeah, but it's like that on like the majority of Japan. I have like 4 or 5 good friends that live there. Like they are Japanese descent
Yeah.
and they live there. Like they're Brazilians but live there. Like let's say Tokyo has a little bit bad neighborhoods because of the Yakuza things and everything. They still have some of that. But you'll never get like robbed at gunpoint or at knife point or something like that. You're gonna get scammed. They're gonna get you into some like nightclub, and you're going to order like a beer, and your tab is going to be like $1,000, and they're
Oh,
gonna
okay.
gonna hold
If
you
if
until you
there's
pay
scams
it.
like that, I guess I could see that, yeah. I didn't see that in
Yeah,
Okinawa,
those
but
type of
yeah,
scams
that would make sense.
yeah, they have that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Pasha
but
ES
like
is
if you
down.
don't go to those places, it's safe overall. Like
Yeah.
Surf Dude just said, it's clean. Like it's crazy clean, bro. It's crazy clean. That's the he always says that, bro. It's crazy clean everywhere.
That's good though. I want to go to Japanese 7-Eleven though. See if I can find some Indians. Ding ding ding. That's fine.
Bro, there's a famous picture that everyone takes, and if this friend of mine took on a 7-Eleven that is just like the background of the 7-Eleven is the Mount Fuji, you know?
Oh, that's
So
Oh, that
sick.
is nice.
Yeah.
there's a picture that everybody takes that it's like you're in front of the 7-Eleven with some car, and the background is the whole Mount Fuji.
Oh, that's cool though.
Like you can Google that, probably has like a million pictures of it.
Bro, I
BRB.
need this NQ to fall already. Like, holy moly. Like, ES just dropped a big. Dow. ES kind of dropped a little bit better now. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Come on, keep. No. Go down. I'm relying on these 2 minis I've been holding. My entry's at 291 this time. Should have kept it up there. I'm gonna be sad if this retraces all the way back. This 1 minute candle is big, but it's like, it's just stuck now. Bull flag? Yeah, somebody
Yeah,
in the
man.
chat said bull flag. What do you think, Leo? ES falling more. You think NQ falls at least 100 points here or 50 points?
Let me see on Pasha stream. I'm not with my
Oh,
trading
okay,
view
okay, okay.
open.
Yeah.
Not trading view, Tradeovate open.
Oh, Dow just
Yeah,
had
but
a
it
big.
seems like all the markets like the yes and the Dow seems like they want to go down even more. Just NQ was like overreacted to the upside, I think.
Bro, NQ still overreacting. Come on. It's
Dow's
crazy
looking
right
like
now.
it's gonna break its lows of the day.
Yeah. ES
Yeah.
is dropping more than the NQ at all, like this whole time. And it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy that the NASDAQ's up 0.5%. ES down, Russell down,
0.09.
Dow
Yeah.
down, Dow Jones down, gold down, everything's down.
Gold still, no, I mean, oil's still at 105.10.
Yeah. It's
Bro,
crazy.
NQ is just killing me right now, man.
I think NQ might
There
make an
we go.
IFVG right now. Let's
There
see.
we go. Now we're going somewhere. All right, now I'm breaking even.
You
I
still
should just.
holding, Killa? Yes, I am.
Can I just get 1,000? That's all I want. That's all I need. I need to go down to like 266.
I'm gonna
If
need
it
this
does
to
that, I'm
drop to
happy.
27K to get 1,000.
Oh, nice. Oh no. Almost came to my break even. I don't need that.
Because of MAG earnings today, it's possible, yeah. Like, I could see Microsoft maybe rocketing on earnings. Because Microsoft's been beaten down already. Let's see, what earnings do we have again? We got Microsoft, we got Qualcomm, Amazon. Amazon's at all-time highs. So I could see Amazon pull back on earnings.
Yeah.
Google's also at all-time highs. Google maybe
Bank of
makes a
Canada's Reuters
push.
says there's no single
And
inflation
Meta.
number where we would completely change our view.
Meta may make a push. We'll see.
Breaking even at $90, but still holding this short. I needed to drop below, like, okay, there we go, 280, and I needed to stay below there though.
Okay, I'm gonna swap to the 5-minute chart now.
Oh, it's a new 5-minute candle here too though. Let's see if will it wick up or.
Such a crazy hourly candle on the NASDAQ, bro. That big red candle popped all the way up, made a hammer, and then big green candle to the upside. Crazy.
I'm just slowly trailing this. Okay, I gotta stop that. $200. So well, profit is profit at this point. Now, do we go up?
I would like one more sweep up so I could add on to the short. It failed to sweep the overnight high.
Maybe this was the pullback, but I don't know.
I'm just sideways already for about 30 minutes.
Is there news coming out or something?
There's gonna be a bunch today, yeah. We got
Besides
FOMC
FOMC?
The
in
day's
3
full of
hours.
news today.
Okay.
3 hours till FOMC. Then I guess Trump's gonna be greeting astronauts. Then Powell's
that's
gonna
cool.
be speaking in 3.5 hours. And then we have literally 5 mega cap stocks reporting
Okay.
earnings. Dude, like, if somebody's planning on trading after hours
concludes
today, it's
conference
going
from
to be
Bank of Canada's Macro.
massive.
I might stick around for that. Just
Dude,
to
like, it's
see
going to
what
be
it does.
absolutely massive.
Pasha, you down to stick around for like 10-15 minutes just to see what
So to
happens? or what?
summarize,
Yeah,
nothing
I
of
think I'm
significant
down.
importance
Yeah.
from Macklem.
Okay, somebody's asking, hey guys, who has the best deal for now for 50K accounts? What do you think, Pasha? 50K accounts, evals.
Best deal.
Best deal.
Best deal overall is Apex right now, or Take
Yeah.
Profit Trader, or
Is it
my
still
funded futures. They are
$69
two-
activation?
I don't think so. Yeah, if it's not, then I think my funded futures. There's that account on my funded futures.
The builder?
Yeah, the builder
True.
account of my funded futures is probably the best one.
I have Top Step, but I bought it for 95 each, so I don't know. 50K evals on Top Step though. I don't know if you like that platform or not.
Yeah.
If you want the cheapest alternative up front is Apex. If you want to pay like the
Yeah.
full price because you believe in yourself, I think
Yeah, the
it's a
builder is
timing, like,
$91.8. $91.80.
Yeah, so my funded futures is probably best.
That
Because
or
you have to
Lucid.
take in account the rules.
How much is Lucid?
You have to
I
take
think 78 or $80
Oh,
right now
okay.
for the 50K.
But yeah, how Leo says, you gotta take into account the rules 100%.
Wow, this would have hit my target.
This
That's
builder,
crazy.
there's my funded future builder rule is, I think it's the easiest way for you to get a payout
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah, the builder
Remember?
across all the firms that I'm partnered with, it's the most forgiving. It's end of day on the eval and funded. And yeah, no, I don't think it has consistency or anything like that. But if you are like a super scalper, my funded futures commissions are a little higher than the other firms. I'm actually curious, how much does anybody know how much Lucid charges for commissions?
I have no idea. I have them, but I
Okay.
don't know how much. I don't think it's much though. Shouldn't be that much.
Yeah. Because I know there are people that they scalp a lot, like 5-10 points at a time. And dude,
Mhm.
you do not want to be on like $1 commission per micro trading like that.
No. Yeah.
You're literally giving away 10% in commissions or more.
It's crazy.
So like that literally means that you're going to have to be 10% more profitable to be in profit.
This is new 5-minute candle. Let's see what it does.
Wait, Axel, you do 5-point stop loss and take profit? Okay. Yeah, like as far as I know, TPT is the lowest commissions out of all of them. So doing like 5-point scalps, TPT is the absolute best. Lucid is very good for scalpers. Okay.
Might dump here a lot more now.
Yeah.
Could, but I don't
So
know.
Dow kind of forecasted this, I guess, because Dow was looking super weak. NASDAQ and ES were looking super strong. And then they're possibly going to join the Dow now.
Traders boost Bank of England bets, price 3 quarter-point hikes in 2026.
Okay, I'm going to remove that add-on up there. I tried to add on at like 319, 320. Didn't get it.
I went long at 256 and I accidentally went too long too long minis.
Oh, dang.
That did not work out. Yeah. Oh well. This would have made my account. Oh my god. Alright. That account's done for. Now to evals.
Okay, this is an IFVG on the 15-minute. It's got 3 minutes till it closes. But it pretty much just needs to close below 270 or 268 and it's an IFVG. Dude, and then if ES breaks yesterday's lows, we going. Okay, Dow just broke lows.
It's about to actually. It hasn't. It's about to break lows.
Axel, was thinking we're gonna go for looser TPT Pasha for daily payout if I make around 200 per account. Can I extract that so a total for 2 will be around 400? Yes, you can. The only thing is you have to get above the buffer first. Once you're above the buffer, yeah, daily payouts.
And if only I had kept that short. Oh well.
Yeah, bro, I've been holding this short for like 14
Forever.
hours.
Oh wow.
Oh my god.
Moly. You are crazy.
Yeah, I opened up, initial was like 240 or something, and then I doubled up at like 290, something like that
Okay.
last night, and then just been holding for 14 hours. That'd be nasty if this is just a higher low. It's possible, I guess. Yeah. Gotta watch the other indices, I guess, for clues. This ES is going back to test yesterday's lows, and yesterday's lows seem to be a really good support. It's basically that 71.50 on ES.
Yeah, that oil pumping, oil's still pumping.
Yeah. Okay, this new 15-minute candle. This is now an IFVG on the 15-minute.
According to Interfax, open fire at Russia's Twaps oil refinery extinguished.
Oil's pushing more. I'm basically looking for bare minimum 250 points downside. I'd love to take 400 points downside. That's kind of my like all the way target, but I don't know if we'll get there. We could just turn bullish on the day, who knows? Bears incoming, you called it. Be careful soon, shortly. Okay.
UK 2-year gilt yield rises to highest since March 27th at 4.58% at 13 basis points on the day.
A lot
That's
of
a 30
buyers.
yeah, 30-point jump pretty much already. Oil dropping a little though. Maybe dropped like 40 cents so far. That's about it. All right, going short at 255. See what it gives me.
According to OIS curve, investors priced 73 base points of Bank of England rate
I
hikes
exited out. I
in
didn't want to risk that
2026
no more.
compared to just 63
Just
base
got
points.
60 out of it.
J-Rod, I am stubbornly holding my short, yes. Been holding it for like 14 hours, 12 hours, whatever. 14 hours, I think. Gonna hold it for another 6. Why not?
I'm going short again at 258. I'll try and do 260, but never mind.
Matthew, I don't even know my own style, brother. Because some days I switch it up.
We just be YOLOing it, bro.
I guess. Gonna try to take a short here on the pop-up.
Order filled.
Okay, just added one at 270.
261 is my average.
Dow's kind of holding that 49K level. It swept the low and just trying to hold 49K. It looks super weak.
I want to see if this drops at least a little, though.
Yeah. You always ask yourself this, will I in 5 years have done this same trade and be happy with it? I don't know, I still like shorts here when looking on the hourly chart and whatnot. With all the
Matthew
stuff coming up
Barron.
today.
Yeah. And I'm not surprised there was a bounce right here, you know what I mean? But it looks more of like a choppy bounce at this point.
Pasha, add in a EWO and it will help. EWO. I'm not sure what that is. ES feels like it wants to rebound from the order block. Yeah, maybe. Medium buys
Whoa.
across the board here. Oh, Elliott wave oscillator. All have it. Elliott wave oscillator. Let's just see what it looks like.
Let's see if this next 5-minute candle goes bust down or bust up.
Oh, this. Okay. Yeah. Feel like I don't really want it. Is that the indicator that Chosen uses? I don't know. Once again, asking for NVIDIA squeeze. Yeah, what is NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA's kind of down. NVIDIA honestly looks kind of weak, but looks to be a little support area. 210's trying to hold.
It tried pushing down, but it just doesn't have the strength to. All the sellers are already out. It was just a buyer's market now.
On NVIDIA?
No, on NQ at this point. It's
Oh.
like, man, they just.
Yeah, if you look at NVIDIA, it looks like bearish consolidation right now. It's like NVIDIA, if NVIDIA makes a next leg down, I mean, NQ's going to drop quite heavily.
Let me check it out. Oh yeah, true.
Looks
true.
like bearish consolidation, but obviously if you go to the hourly, it's made like higher lows. But it looks like this huge head and shoulders pattern. Where it had that big push up and now it's curling down.
Yeah, this is not good. I think this whole 15-minute candle down might just get retraced, to be honest.
Maybe, yeah. There's quite a lot of buys on that first green 5-minute candle.
All right, my average is at 264 now. So let's see.
Google could pump it here too. Google had a really nice pullback. Catching some support here. Microsoft
There we
looking
go.
kind of weak
Come on.
though.
Ooh, that was a
Yeah, we're kind of mixed all over the place.
yeah. I don't know what that was, but that just dipped. That dipped down real quick though.
Yeah.
Let's go, NQ.
But yeah, I think it's interesting that the dollar's like showing some strength and the
UK
NASDAQ
10-year
hasn't really
gilt yield
pulled
on
back.
track for the highest close since July of 2008.
That's like a
20 and 30-year yields on track for the highest close since 1998.
weird thing that's happened. Because the dollar weakened, which really added to this huge squeeze we've seen the past several weeks.
Mhm.
But about a week and a half ago, so on the 16th or 17th, I guess, the dollar kind of bottomed out and is now pushing back up. But the NASDAQ has not really pulled back at all since then.
So, okay, so if dollar goes up, that means NASDAQ goes down. But if dollar goes
Yeah, when you
up,
have strength in the
wait.
dollar, indices will be weak.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Gotcha. It's crazy how some things correlate so much.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, whoa. What was that? Oil pushed up. Wonder if US is going to push down or is it going to push up at this point?
Let's see.
Any news?
Mert, Pasha, any advice on buying the dip too early? Lol, get good. J-Rod, guessing market finds equilibrium now for FOMC. Yeah, I'd like to see some sideways consolidation maybe in here.
This is very strong buys. ES doesn't have like a lot of strong buying though. Like not as much as NQ. NQ's probably just gonna break its high and be done with it today.
He used to raise funding target for EU bonds for January to June by 10 billion euros.
Dow falling back down. You selling that short, Pasha? Or
Mhm.
no?
Yeah, I'm gonna be holding.
Okay.
Like, yeah. I'm gonna be holding basically. Like, as long as this doesn't come up to 27,400, I want to stay short.
Oh wow, you're staying short, really?
Yeah. Because yesterday's selling,
Oh,
like, to me, just looks like, well, not even yesterday, the day before that. And then also yesterday and the night before yesterday. Like that just showed me that like we do have sellers that would like to take it down, and those are big sellers, and I'm thinking that they defend their positions in here.
Mm.
And just a lot of other stuff looks weak. So I'm like,
news? Am I hearing? Is there news?
no.
What is going on here?
What,
Bro, I
oil
am
just
gonna.
spiked up a little bit or what?
Yeah, oil spiked up, but then NQ just dumped.
Yeah, there's just some
Whatever that
sellers
dump
entering
was.
there. I mean, there's a 5-minute
Yeah.
bearish order
So
block
EU
up here.
raises January to June EU bonds funding target to
I'm gonna
100
just put
billion
my
euros from 90 billion
my
euros.
trade at break even because it like every time I move it down just a little bit, like $100, it touches it, like it barely touches it, and it doesn't
Mm.
even feel. I'm like, no.
Apple's kind of dumping, Nvidia's kind of pumping, Meta's kind of pumping, Amazon is too.
Does somebody find out about their profits and targets?
Ooh, Dow's
Never know.
Dow's super heavy.
Yeah,
Whoa.
ES hasn't really dumped yet at all either. ES and
Yeah.
NASDAQ still holding though.
Yeah.
Crazy. Is there a thing where I've been hearing, I don't know if it's true or not, but where one of the OPEC contributors is trying to break away from them, like, or something?
No
Is that a
idea.
true rumor? Like they want to be independent or something like that. I don't know, something similar to
I
that.
haven't heard anything.
Alright.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Was that last night?
believe so. I'm not sure
Here,
though.
I'll tell you. I'll find it on Financial Juice. I know what you're talking about now. Let me see here.
Because that's what I'm thinking. Like, if it's them trying to bust out, is that what's raising the price of this oil? Bro, is this gonna keep pushing? What is going on?
Man, I'm trying to find it. Oh, here we go. UAE decides to exit OPEC and OPEC Plus. That's what it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
so
thought
that
an
was
OPEC country was trying to
yesterday.
exit or something.
Yeah, so oil dropped really fast and then instantly recovered off that news.
Okay.
And the UAE to boost oil production gradually. That was the
All
news.
right, that makes more sense.
And they're leaving as of May 1st.
Oh wow. 5-minute chart on NASDAQ is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely a bit of divergence.
I think we bought back almost all of that last 15-minute bearish candle that we had earlier. That red candle going all the way down. Dow still falling, kind of. ES, well, very bearish. The ES doesn't look too strong though. Kind of, but oil still rising, and yeah. This is, if this 5-minute candle goes green on NASDAQ, it's gonna be the 6th green 5-minute candle.
No,
And then
5th.
Fifth, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 5th. My bad. Yeah, 5th. Look at ES's 5-minute candles compared to NQ. It's like
Mhm.
ES is struggling to make wider bodies while NQ is just kind of perfectly making those, like, just going straight up kind of bodies. Unless we get a big pullback. Come on, do it. My entry is at 267.
That was still dumping.
Yeah, ES looking a lot more bearish now.
Yeah, I wonder how low Dow goes. Seeing here on the daily, it should be able to drop another 200 points on the Dow. 48,750 would probably be a key level on the Dow.
Yeah. As long as it stays below 275, I'm happy on the NASDAQ. That's pretty much like, I'll just eat up my profits, but at least I'll
Yeah.
have a break even for the day.
Extremis, if we break yesterday's lows, which target would you be targeting? Pretty much the first target after a break of yesterday's low would be 26,850. That would be where I want to take profits. After that, like, I don't know how low it could go if it does get down there.
Pasha, if I break even right now, I guarantee you it'll go lower. And if I don't, it goes up. I already know it. It's like, come on, make up your mind.
Chris, Pasha, are you still taking Asia orbs? Haven't seen your stream beyond in a while. Yeah, I'm. If I have time, I'm basically run the stream for it. But I did try to take some, yes. Which it's kind of a big reason why I was so red yesterday and hit my max loss limit was because I took an Asia orb trade and I went against like what I was thinking in the market. So it was a little unfortunate. But yes, I am still taking the Asia orb trades.
Come on, NQ.
According to
Just a
Israel's Channel
little
12
down. Come
News,
on.
Trump speaking to them saying, I will
Stay below
not lift the
270
naval
for me.
blockade without a deal that includes a nuclear program.
Pasha, this trade you're in has cost you a lot in opportunity cost.
So they're
Basically tied your
citing
hands all
Access
morning.
reporter Ravid.
There's been some nice moves you would have taken. Yeah. I definitely know that. The reason why I wanted to just take one trade and just hold it for a while today is just because I hit max loss limit yesterday, and I'd rather just slow hold position for the day instead of constantly trying to scalp and trade a range or whatever.
Oil's still pushing up though. Crazy.
Yeah.
Scanner said Israel Channel 12 News on their X. Just adding Ravid. Again, Trump turned 12
Come on,
News. I will
NASDAQ, I
not lift
believe
the
in
naval
you.
blockade without a deal that includes nuclear
I'll
program.
give you a kiss, market maker. Just dump.
Again, just to correct that is an article from Ravid.
See, I'm scared to break even because I know the moment I break even, it dumps. But if I don't break even, then it goes the opposite way of me.
Don't get scared out then.
No, I won't. But I'm gonna set a stop this time. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah, but I wonder like what the heck's happening with the oil. Like how
Yeah, I
high
have no
can it
idea.
actually go?
I don't need it higher. I need it lower, Pasha. I don't got that much money.
This is N12
Oh, yeah,
News
true.
citing an interview with them today.
I'm in California. It's even
He
worse for
intends
me over
to
here.
leave the naval
Yeah.
It gets
blockade on
worse and
Iranian
worse.
place until the regime agrees to do a
They
deal
the
that will address
politicians there,
U.S.
they see
concerns
the oil
about
go
its
up
nuclear
higher.
program.
They're like, add tax. They're like, more
Yep.
tax. I was like, no, we don't need this.
Yeah, because it was I forgot the term, but basically the actual price people are paying for oil.
Mm-hmm.
It's like earlier this month we heard some tankers literally getting oil for like $140 a barrel.
Oh,
It's like so
wow.
crazy. Like that was like the actual
Seriously?
price they were paying. You know, so
Holy
the futures
moly.
price was some people on X were pretty much thinking that the futures price is getting manipulated because like true prices that people are paying are like $120, $140, $150 a barrel.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Man, I wouldn't be surprised to be honest, but that's
But that was
crazy.
like
Oh, that's
weeks
messed up.
ago too. So I don't know how it
Oh,
is right
that's when
now.
so
But the
I
futures price
wonder.
never got to that price, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Killer Slug thinks top of oil would be around 120. Yeah.
I hope so.
It's like I wonder how it goes. Does it just like slowly trend up?
Like otherwise we're gonna all have to start rucking to work at this point.
Like I wonder if there's some certain level where oil just ends up squeezing.
We have put out that article on feed for you to read through.
It needs to squeeze now. Squeeze down. NASDAQ go up. But I need oil cheaper. But yeah, I don't even think it's part of like the war that's affecting it so much. You know what I mean? It's more or less like how the markets are they're like greedy in a way. That's what I feel like it is, mainly.
Like why the
The
indices are
greed in the
up or what?
market, yeah, the greed in the market is so high that people are like, hey, we can squeeze oil, make it go higher. You know what I mean? Even though there's abundance, yeah, it shouldn't be more than $100 a barrel. I mean,
Well,
oh
I
no,
thought
we're
there's
going.
not an abundance right now.
I thought there was, because they're all coming to the U.S. for oil, but then somehow oil just got more and more expensive though, which is crazy though.
Because of the shortage of it.
Yeah, but
No?
I thought all of that oil was getting transferred from Russia. Russia's selling cheaper oil because they lifted a bunch of the sanctions on them,
Hmm.
surprisingly. So, and I was like, okay, maybe that might, you know what I mean? But I guess not then. Man, this just reversed again.
There is an abundance, but much of it isn't flowing in Hormuz.
Watch oil dump now and everything pops up all of a sudden. That's a crazy 1 minute candle though.
What, on oil or on NASDAQ?
No, on NQ.
Oh.
Oh yeah, you had the 5 minute or 1 minute?
I check all of them.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, my funded futures account's pretty bad on the drawdown. Guess kind of across the board. Yeah, Ninja agreed. That's what I was saying. Like, but I'm also saying like the oil futures are probably not a true representation of what people are actually paying for oil right now. What accounts are currently being traded on the left? All of them. 5 my funded futures, 5 TPT. Yeah,
Is it gonna try
ES
to
doesn't
reverse
have
this?
much lower to go before it starts breaking a lot of key levels.
Come on, NQ, just drop for me, please. I've been holding this 30 micro short for like an hour now.
Yeah.
I need it to drop. Okay, you know what, NQ, just break me even $5. How about that? Pretty please.
Yeah, for this short on NQ, if you're looking at the 5-minute time frame, the stop loss is like 302.
Okay, yeah. I almost hit it.
And your take profit would be 250.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. See, that hasn't even
Like
gone to 250. That's
251.
where buying. Yeah, that's where my target profit is though,
Yeah.
but it hasn't even went down there. It's just been oscillating through this whole area this whole time, and then bouncing off of that around that 70-ish area. It needs to break that 70, and then try to attempt a lower. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But the
Lower
risk to
high, but
reward on this trade is like crazy good. It's
yeah.
14 points of risk for like 37 points reward. It's 1 to 3. I'm actually gonna enter that there just to take it with you. Gonna try to enter at 288.25
Roger.
just so you don't feel alone.
No, that's fine. I'll be alone. It's all right.
They got 302. 302 is the stop loss on that trade.
See, now Dow is pushing up a lot better though, but it's barely pushing up though.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, this is a new. Oh, we've been in this 15-minute candle for the last 6 minutes.
Yes, kind of looking like it wants to break out. Let's see.
Yeah, it just might.
Ooh, there we go,
let's
baby.
go.
There we
Let's
go.
go. Woo. I'm happy. I'm up
Hey,
1,300.
hey,
on
look at
3
that.
accounts.
It popped right to the profit target. Nice
Oh,
job, man.
oh, what happened? You know what? Thank you.
No
Mwah.
problem.
There you go, market maker. I'm happy.
No problem. I made the market for you,
Oh,
bro.
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
brother.
Pasha. You helped me out. I'm like, oh my god.
My Ninja Trader literally threw an error code on that.
Oh wow.
That was funny, but it took the profit. So that was a 37 point, but it went a little bit lower into that bullish order block.
Okay, okay.
But see, it's stuff like that is why I want to be short, bro. It's stuff like that. Like, do you see how quick that was, bro?
Hexeth
That was a
says Pentagon will
50
form
point
a
drop
command
in
for
1
drone
second.
warfare.
Like, I don't
Let's
want to
see.
be long if there's stuff like that potentially coming in.
In 1 second, it did drop from 285 to 255. Holy moly!
I'm
in 1
seeing
second,
245 on the MNQ.
Pasha. Okay, 240. I'm on the 1 second, not the 1 tick.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
1
so
second.
did it not fill an order there or something?
Yeah, you went
But
to
then this,
245.
then the
Yeah.
next second went down to 244 for me over here.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Anyways, that was pretty crazy.
Let's
Let's see.
crazy.
So reported by
ES
N12
broke
News
that
earlier, by the
low.
way.
Let's see what happens,
Trump
guys.
rejects Iran's offer, says blockade stay. So again, just as I said, we have the N12 News from the
News
same
candle?
reporter from Ravid,
I am
now just
so
being put out
hungry
by
now.
Axios. So it's
I
the
need
same
me
story
a-
just coming out.
Give me a big
But
old
just
sandwich.
as a fair warning, you did see a little bit of downside movement, very tiny.
Trump
SP
rejects
500,
Iran's
SP 500.
proposal. Yeah.
Again, very small.
That makes sense.
Same thing just coming through. And Axios just added
Guys,
further
like, we
detail that
don't
CENTCOM has
get those
prepared for
kind of
short wave
movements to
strikes
the
on
upside.
Iran.
We get those kind of movements to the downside. That's why I'm like kind of scared to be longing. And
So the
that's
only
like
new bit
after,
from
yesterday
from
and the day
Axios
before.
from the N12 News report is that CENTCOM has
Yeah,
prepared
fair
for short
enough.
wave of strikes on Iran.
I'm short at
I'm seeing
244.
a tiny bit of movement
Okay.
towards
My other
upside
lucid
on the
funded. I
Dixie.
want to see where this
Very
goes.
small.
Good
A
luck.
little bit of
I'm
further
taking
downside
the
movement
other
towards
Thank
the
you.
other
300.
trade off at
WTI, so a
202
little bit of
and then
further
my
movement towards the
big
upside.
main
Again,
position.
quite small at the moment.
All right.
Taking it way
But,
way
as said,
further.
All right.
reported by
Yep.
N12
Took
News
200.
earlier on,
That's it.
added
This
part
lucid
that
account
CENTCOM
is
has
getting
prepared shortwave strikes on
locked
Iran.
out, boys.
Nice. Here we go. Time for some dumpage. Oil
There it
rocketing. Let's get it, baby. Come on.
Holy mo-
And also
Let's
from
go.
Axios that Trump would consider military action
We
if
took
Iran
off
won't
one.
act.
We got 2 micro runners, baby.
Nice. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, now I'll calculate this real quick.
Alright, going short again at 216. See what it gives me. Something.
Okay. 26,905. Okay.
So we have posted out the article in the
I
feed
basically am
Q3
going to try to
from
hold this for a
Axios, adding detail from the
375
Inventories
point
article,
banger,
which Trump would
guys.
consider military action if Iran does
Roger.
not act.
375 points.
And as I said, did see some
Our
downside
average
movement
is
on the S&P
incredible here.
500, little bit more now. Did see a little bit of movement towards the upside.
Guys, just do me a
and
favor.
WTI continue to rise.
If I hit
again, on the back of those,
375 points on this
that
short,
Axios piece.
don't call me a dumb meanie head anymore, okay? Just please don't,
not?
because it hurts my feelers.
Oh my gosh. Bro, I needed $6 more and it won't give me $6 more. Now it's gone the opposite way. That's messed up.
You're a nice meanie head. Thanks, man.
That's all he needed to hear.
It's not much to give a guy a compliment, you know.
I know, right? Okay, now I need $8 to micro short at 220.
His treasury slide,
I'm on the
2 yields
5-second
rising
chart
7
now,
basis
boys.
points for the day to about 3.9%. Emerging market FX
You on the-
index
you're
hit
on
low
the
for
That's
day on
Crazy
report that
chart
Trump
now, bro.
rejects Iran's offer
I know.
and would consider military action if Iran
I think I
won't
need,
act.
no, I need $7.50. That's what I need. I should stop doing this stuff sometimes. I'm like, oh my gosh. There we go. Okay, now I
Axel,
need
let me know if
$2.
there's
Oil
any
prices
scalping
extend
time rule in
gains. Brent
TPT.
crude
Yeah,
prices
there's
rise
no
now above
rule.
$119
So you're
a
free to
barrel.
scalp as fast as you want. The only thing that they don't allow is algorithmic trading. So if you're going to use like a trading bot, just be aware that you could get banned for that. But if you're manually scalping, 3, 5 seconds, 1 second, no issues with TPT. They're
We're good,
more
boss.
worried about like algo, very fast trades, like multiple trades a second and
A high
whatnot.
frequency trader things.
Yeah.
So also keeping an eye on WTI up around about 7.5% now.
So that was a nice break on the ES. Nice push down on the Dow. Waiting for NASDAQ to break its intraday lows. Let's see. Yeah, and ES broke yesterday's lows, dude. This is all looking pretty good. It's just the NASDAQ wants to hold. It's looking pretty decent so far.
You know, that jumped up pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah, like look at the NASDAQ versus the ES on the 15-minute chart, bro. On the ES, it's a straight up like full cup, dude. And then on the NASDAQ, it just
Oh,
like
yeah.
blip, just popped up there.
Nice, yeah. That push down helped us both. I know it helped me out. I'm happy.
Yeah. Man, oil's ripping, bro. 107.
This ain't gonna work out now. I'm gonna go fill up my gas tank right now.
Don't worry, they already priced in 2 days worth
Oh,
of
yeah.
ripping.
Right.
Bro, could you imagine a world where oil was so expensive that they would actually have like a futures chart indicating live what the price is, and they like charge you a spread to buy oil.
It's further from the
Imagine.
article then from Axios,
Do you
which is
imagine
at
how
the
crazy that would be,
333.
bro?
CENTCOM has
Like
said
like
already
the same way
has
how like
prepared
if
a
you go
plan
to
for
try to
short and
sell
alpha wave
gold,
strikes on
they have like
Iran
the same
in
type of
hopes
setup.
breaking the negotiating deadlock, according to three sources with knowledge said. After the strikes, which will likely include infrastructure targets, the US would press the regime to come back to the negotiating table and show more flexibility.
Oh my goodness,
And Trump
Nathan.
also told Axios that he saw the blockade as somewhat more effective than bombing. And the sources said he had yet ordered any kinetic
It's not my
action as
birthday.
of Tuesday night.
Nathan
He
does
did
this like
post
every day
AI
now for a
recording
week.
himself holding a gun with a warning to Iran and
He's
tagline,
gonna
"No
do it
more
for
Mr.
like
Nice
the
Guy."
whole year to find out which day my birthday is. I'll give you a hint, Nathan. You'll be doing that for another several months.
August.
I'm not gonna say correct or incorrect.
Bro,
January,
looking at
February, March,
looking at
April, May.
Pasha's is a November type of guy. Like like it looks like a November type of guy.
Leo, you look like a September kind of guy.
Yeah, close, very close.
I'm trying to lose $7 but I keep making him back.
Okay, oil popping down a little bit. Leo, what do you think the odds are that I get 375 points on this short? If you say anything over
11.
10%, you're... Wow, you said 11? Okay. I was
11%
gonna say
chance.
if you say anything over 10%, then you're just what's the Gen Z word? Glazing
I'm capping. I'm capping.
or capping, yeah.
Capping, brother.
No cap.
Dang,
Well,
some
like
people in the chat
statistical
saying
wise,
0.01%. I'm surprised by
no.
that. It's
Calm down,
actually
guys.
not that low.
Like there's, bro. Let me ask you something. What's the? Like, I'm gonna ask you in the chat another
I'll be
question.
back.
What is the chances that today we get some type of very bad news over the day? Like along the session, we get some type of very bad news. It's 0.1%? I don't think so.
That's like
It's
pretty
maybe
high
like a
nowadays.
11% chance. Maybe like a 11% chance that we get a very, very bad news.
Yeah, like 6.7, something like that.
6.7, yeah. So if there's at least a 10% chance that we get a very bad news, you will like, be able to feel that trade. But I don't think like markets like there's no reason to drop that amount
Yeah.
without a new factor to step in, you know.
No Name said hysterical. We're all unprofitable, but sit here pretending something's going to randomly change out of nowhere. It is, brother. We are gonna be profitable. I mean, this is my first profitable month. I'm definitely happy about that. Well, first profitable month in a while. It actually, yeah, covered multiple months of evals. Pasha on 4PF, you're cheesing right now. Don't let me catch you lacking, or I'm upping pull on you, Crow. I don't even know what that means.
Bye, bro. He just 6'7" you.
I guess I got 670. FOMC will be dovish because Jay Powell is leaving. I would actually be surprised if it's dovish. Broccolini, new Fed chair, has always seen a 10% correction the following year. Really? I haven't seen any data like that, but that's interesting.
That's interesting.
M pattern on 5 minutes retesting. We'll go for days low. Keep shorting Pasha. Yeah, let's see. I'm still gonna hold it. I believe.
Brother, yesterday, like, we have to settle at this at some moment, like any moment. Like yesterday, Tracion was creating this conspiracy that you're not actually bald, bro. You just chooses to be bald. You know?
That I'm not actually
So-
bald?
Yeah. So this was the major conspiracy yesterday.
Trayson, is that true? Trayson, you
Yeah,
gotta
so
know
it
I'm literally related to Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, like it was 100% Tracion that started that rumor.
It's a bald cap. Ah, dude.
Yeah,
if
he's
you're
bald capping
Slavic,
us.
you're like 100% going bald by like 30 years old. It's like the Slavic genetics, dude.
it's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that would be like the major, like how they say, the major like plot twist.
Yeah, Vladimir Putin's my uncle.
Yeah. People are trying to bet on poly market if you're actually or you just chooses to be bought. People are going crazy, man. Like NQ is not enough anymore.
Okay, I'm about to go put a 100, like all of my life savings on the one that's correct.
Bro, did you watch a clip of a guy that bet that I don't know what his bet, like the
The weather would go super warm.
yeah, something like that. And he went to the like the meteorological thing, and he lit a flame on the measure, the thing that on the negócio that the thing that measures, and he got like $40,000 on poly market because of that.
Yeah, I saw that. It's freaking crazy, bro.
Man, the world is like, I don't know what was even thinking, man.
Yeah. It's literally crazy, bro. But that dude was using 110% of his brain with that one.
Yeah, yeah, he was on that limitless build type of thing.
Yeah. Could you imagine though, legitimately, he like goes, puts like everything he has in the bank on a bet that his city is gonna go over like 30 Celsius or something. And
Yeah,
he's like the
on the
only
winter.
one that bet, and then everybody else is like, oh, it's not gonna go over this or that. And then he just takes everybody's money. It's crazy.
Bro, financials just sent a message that I actually think it's like a 110% use of his brain message. 'Cause the short squeeze song is always making the market go down, bro.
Yeah, true.
Like something happened to the song. I think we have to test it
All
out at
right.
some point.
I think this is a perfect time. Trade Titans.
Yeah.
We're looking
I'm actually,
so bullish right now. It's time to squeeze those shorts, including myself. It's time for
I'm
this thing to
sacrificing.
rocket up to the moon, up to 27,400, which is my 100% stop out. Let's Go! Please don't squeeze me out, though. For real, for real. BRB.
Candles climbing on the chart, coffee shaking in my hand. Level 2 is flashing red and green. I got my finger on the plan. Every tick feels louder, every pullback feels like fate. Margin calling out my name, but I'm holding through the weight. Oh yeah, they said it's over, that it's priced in, but I see volume rolling in. It's the final short squeeze, bids are breaking through the wall. It's the final short squeeze, watch those borrow shares dissolve. Trapped on the wrong side, they're begging for a halt, please, but the tape keeps screaming. It's the final short squeeze. It's the final short squeeze. Stops are popping one by one, chat is screaming, lock it in. But my cursor starts to hesitate. I want the win, can know the win. Halt hit, hard skips, clock stop, frozen on the screen. When it opens, gap to heaven, every bear becomes a meme. Hey! They try to lean on every rip, now they're slipping on this rip. It's the final short squeeze, bids are breaking through the wall. It's the final short squeeze, watch those borrow shares dissolve. Trapped on the wrong side, they're begging for a halt, please, but the tape keeps screaming. It's the final short squeeze. Bag holders turning into legends, paper hands turn into stone. Limit orders line like soldiers as the price runs on its own. Do I sell or let it ride? Ride this rocket through the sky. Either way, this one green candle gonna live inside my mind. It's the final short squeeze, bids are breaking through the wall. It's the final short squeeze, watch those borrow shares dissolve. Trapped on the wrong side, they're begging for a halt, please, but the tape keeps screaming. It's the final short squeeze. It's the final short squeeze.
S&P says that WTI and Brent crude oil price assumptions 2028 and beyond are unchanged. In our view, both prices will need to rise further or remain elevated for a prolonged period to curtail demand and
Yes.
improve market balances.
The final short squeeze. ES has made lower highs again and again and again. NASDAQ as well. ES has come down a lot more, though. But it's looking interesting, guys. It's looking interesting. Swept yesterday's low on ES. Popping back up. Bearish moving averages. Maybe something's cooking. Oil actually holding very well above 106. Wow. And basically, I would like to see a drop all the way down here. Yeah, ES and YM look very bearish compared to NASDAQ. 100%. Yeah, the 15-minute orb today on the NASDAQ played out extremely well. The first push hit TP1. Then on the pullback, it didn't hit the top of the range. But on the pullback, went back up to TP1. And then this pullback hit the top of the range. Guess what? Popped back up to TP1. Pretty crazy. You traded YM the other day because it was much cleaner. Yeah, today it's pretty dang clean. Just straight downside.
S&P says even if the Strait of Hormuz fully reopens, oil flows are likely to recover only gradually.
Okay, I gotta make sure that I close this position before FOMC, by the way. Because if I do not, that means I blow pretty much all of my funded accounts, which would not be cool. So right before FOMC, I need to close these, whether
I think it's
red
like
or
5
green.
minutes or 1 minute before.
1 minute before, yeah.
Oh man.
So I'll probably do like 2 minutes before. I'm
It's
hoping
2
to
hour,
see
1
like a
hour and
huge
45
risk
minutes.
off before, but you know, as always, it's waiting for Powell to speak. That's where you usually get more movement. Yeah, exactly. It's only the announcement. It's for TPT for
Powell.
sure. For my funded futures, I'm actually not 100% sure, but I'll do it anyways just to, because I didn't read through all the rules for them. But yeah, for Powell, you can trade.
Isn't Powell almost out of office? Shouldn't be like he shouldn't be out of office by now.
I guess this might be his last meeting. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Oh brother, I took a shot at 255 and only got like 10 points, man. Oh my god.
That's still a good short.
Yeah.
Pasha, kindly reply, Axel. Let's see what you say. I didn't see what you said, Axel. I'm scrolling up. I don't see it. What were you asking? Oh, Pasha, do you recommend Lucid or TPT? Your friends can also contribute, asking them too. For Lucid Flex 25K versus TPT 25K. So I'm always going to say TPT because I'm not affiliated with Lucid. So since I'm not affiliated with Lucid, I have no idea. Like, I haven't gone through and read on their website and checked all their stuff, all their rules. Like, before I affiliate, I make sure that the prop firm is, like, competitive and legit. And that's like how I'll know, you know, their rules and everything. Like, with Lucid, I have no idea. Like, quite honestly. Like, we have a lot of people in the Discord that love Lucid. I just don't know anything about them. Yo, Pasha, why play the short squeeze song when we want the lemon to dry out? Just because somebody said that every time I play it, we go down, so we did it as a joke.
And it's working. By the
Yeah.
way.
Lucid has no news trading rules as far as I know. I know for TPT, and I'm pretty sure for all the other evals, there are no rules against trading through news. So on evals, you're good to go. But as far as fundeds, TPT only doesn't allow a couple news events per month, and it's only that 2-minute time block where you can't have any orders. J Mark, can you adopt me? I have too many kids
Bro,
to watch over already.
I was telling people like send emails to Lucid asking for you to be affiliated with them because
Oh,
they
okay.
just I don't know what like people wanted to use the code with Lucid, but there's like it doesn't work, I think.
Yeah. I sent the application. They put me on the wait list. So yeah, maybe some emails would help push it through. Who knows?
Yeah, see, like for you guys that really use Lucid, bro, send an email saying, bro, get affiliated with Pasha, send his channel and everything.
Yeah.
They'll probably listen. But it's a lot of work.
Yeah, the song did work for getting it to go down. You're a good cook. You can cook for me, Dad. Okay, fine. If you're a good cook, then maybe. I'll have to get a bedroom set up for you. You still in that same short trade? Yes, sir. I took a couple short scalps too, in addition to that, so it got my average up to 280. Adopt YouTube chat. Short squeeze is low-key a banger. Oh, you haven't heard the real banger though. We haven't really got today, so the real banger is when they get you.
Yeah, bro, I just got max limit on one of the accounts, so I kind of
Oh,
got
dang.
you know,
What's your max loss limit set?
1K.
Oh, 1K, dang. Is that on the eval or funded?
One of the funded, the other two are okay. It's on the apexes. One is I hit the max loss limit, 1K, and the other two are green.
Okay. Dang, sorry, man.
Yeah, I wasn't going to trade, and I was like, I just want trade, and
Yeah,
you know how that goes. But the other two I'm green, so it's okay.
nice. Yeah, honestly, on the NASDAQ, the price action after the orb, not the best. If you're not catching the tops or bottoms here, you're getting chopped up.
I'm back.
Welcome back, bro. Pasha up 140 bucks in the new my funded futures pro account. Nice, Samuel. Very nice. Garziga need $57 to pass 2 stage. 57 bucks. Okay. Should be able to easily get that. Yeah, wait for a setup and then take the trade. You got it. FOMC in 37 minutes? No, I think it's 1 hour and 37 minutes. Yeah, so we have an hour and a half till FOMC. So still got some time. Yeah, man, hindsight, I could have taken profit like at the open and then re-entered way better average. But I did not expect it to push out that much, and by the time I was up here, it was already not worth it for me to do it. But yeah, like this is the This is the kind of trading, honestly, that will make sure that you're not in the statistic of like only 5% of traders are profitable. You know what I mean? If you legitimately like the market opens, you see what the market does, you look at the higher time frames and all that, and you
Apple
legitimately
slated to
take
announce the
one
updates
position
to
in one
WWDC
direction,
event in June.
targeting
Apple
one
plans Siri
level
camera
or
mode
whatever,
and upgraded visual AI in iOS 27. Did see
you're not
a little
gonna
bit of
you're
movement
not
to the
gonna be in
upside
this
on Apple off
statistic.
the back of the headline.
If you start over trading with the market chop and just the waves the market makes up and down all over the place, if you keep getting in and out of different trades, it's a lot easier to get emotional and make a bunch of bad trades. Also, it's, you could get in a bunch of good trades and catch a bunch of points as well. So that's possible too, but the majority of people, they end up just losing points throughout the day. So like legitimately, the 15-minute orb is like the best thing ever for the one trade and done. Or, you have some sort of bias, whatever it is. You just open up your trade at whatever you think a good price is at to open it, and then you just hold it all day. It's like, what do you have to lose? It's like the maximum you could lose is if it goes against you and closes like way against you. That's your max loss. But like if it doesn't hit your target and it still closes green, that's what you end the day with. It's like the biggest reason why I hit my max loss limit yesterday is because I had my trade idea, but then I started like second guessing myself. I kept being like, okay, maybe I need to flip flop here, blah, blah, blah. And then I ended up being like, okay, I got to go this direction because of this and this and this. And ultimately what happened was my original trade idea played out. It played out even more than expected because I was targeting 27,250 on a short that I opened up at 27 like 490. It's just absolutely crazy. Like I flipped long here and it got 10 points and then full reversed.
Yeah, you flipped long just because of the orb trade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I flipped long because of the orb trade, and like I legitimately was like, man, I shouldn't trust this because like there's too much risk holding long. But I was like, you know what? I'll take 35 points because I think that was like TP1 or something. I was like, okay, it's 80% chance of, but like the thing is, like what I completely forgot or like talked myself out of like remembering is the fact that the risk to the downside is way bigger than to the upside. So like opening
Yeah.
up short there, I was literally opening up short at a previous high, right under all-time high. After it showed some weakness, I was opening up a short. My potential risk is like 100 or 200 points to the upside. So it's like I had 2 micros. So it's like my max loss is probably around $400 per account. But my profit was like over 1K to the downside.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know what the heck I was thinking, man. And like I said, that was just me targeting 250. That I was targeting 250. I ended up going way more. It ended up going a whole 500 points. That's 2K for the 2 micros. Obviously,
Yeah,
that
man.
doesn't happen often or anything, but like I had such high conviction in the short, and I just like talked myself out of it.
Yeah, one thing that I try to do that it helps me a lot when I am able to do that is people that watch me trade probably see that all the time. I'm always calling out to myself out loud what does invalidate my trade. And
Mhm.
I'm only getting out of the trade there, you know? Because if I don't know clearly in my head what invalidates my trade, I'll be afraid of and be flip-flopping up and down, you know?
Yeah.
So after I enter a trade, I'm always looking, like if I'm taking a trade based off the 21 EMA, like if it's trading below the 21 EMA and I'm short, and I set to myself, I'm only getting out if price breaks the 21 EMA and closes above it, bro, it can go sideways forever. If it don't close above the 21, I'm not getting out, you know, because that's
Yeah.
what invalidates my trade. So that keeps us with, or because the original thought, the original idea, like you said, is usually the right one. That idea of a trade that just comes to mind, easy and quick, is probably the right one. The one that you are like thinking about a lot is your mind trying to protect yourself from hurting on the trade that you are in, you know?
Yeah, it's like so hard to get out of that mindset too.
Yeah, so
Or
like
get out of
a
like
good
thinking like
behavior
that.
is a good behavior, like for everyone that is struggling, not like you know about it, you know that, but like for a lot of people that are starting, yeah, every time you enter a trade, have clear in your mind what does invalidate the trade that you're in, and only get out there. And you know,
Yeah.
so it's a market structure shift, is a green candle against you, is a break of view up of structure of the 90 EMA, whatever it is. Have that clear in your head. And don't be afraid if it's not doing that, don't be afraid of the trade.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why I
You
kind
have
of
a nice
reverted back
profit.
to my original strategy of like holding for like, 50 points, 100 points. It's like so much less
Yeah.
stressful. You have a lot more wiggle room because like your invalidation ends up being, 25, 30 points. You don't get chopped up as easily.
Ooh. Max Squeezert.
Man, our short squeeze song actually called the top there. That was perfect.
Yeah, bro. Like financials gave, like he used 110% of his brain right there.
Yeah. Okay, ES is about to break lows. Seeing some really big sell orders on ES. I'm kind of sort of tempted to close at 27, like 110. Because I think it probably has retracement there.
Continues Channel 12 says that Netanyahu will speak with Trump by phone in the coming hour.
Like we are below the third. There's a nice statistics for you right there. Every time we break the third retracement of like the Fibonacci retracement, like we're doing right now, let's say
Yeah.
from bottom to up, to like every time we break the third, we usually break the lower end of the movement like 80% of the time.
Okay. Oh, yeah,
Like
that's
so
what
from the
that's what I'm saying. Is I'm like right now I'm thinking maybe I take profit right when that low of day breaks on NASDAQ.
yeah, so from low of day of New York session to high of New York session, if you put a retracement there, we're breaking the third retracement. So every time we
Okay.
do that, 80% of the time we go for the lows, you know? So that would be like us going for the lows, going for the inversion of the 15-minute orb. There's too many confluences, you know, now.
Yeah, because
to
I have
push us
my
to the downside.
profit target down at 26,906. So it's like it's another 250 points to the downside.
Yeah, and if it breaks that to the downside, the target is 27,050, brother. If it breaks New York open,
Yeah,
like New
yeah.
York low,
Yesterday's low. Yeah.
no, like today, New York's low, if it breaks that, it's 27,005. Like if
Yeah,
if
next
you use
target.
only New York session today, yeah. like how I see targets, it's probably there, and it probably has some other levels.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it almost matches the low from yesterday.
Oh, I thought you were just mentioning yesterday's low. Yeah, because yesterday's low is
No, like
exactly 005.
Yeah, if you use like we were talking about, the Fibonacci extensions to the downside using New York session range,
Uh-huh.
uh, it's 27,005 if it
Interesting.
breaks down. But I would, man, I would you know me, I would probably take one micro out, like actually right now,
You know
just
me,
to
man.
preserve like
I'm going for the full,
things.
baby.
And I know you, bro. You get those 200 points. Uh,
Yeah, I was at like 120 there. That was the most obvious short of the year. I guess. A lot of people didn't short it, though. A lot of people are trying to long up there. All the people that paid for the Tory course for trend lines, they probably all longed on that. The problem is the trailing drawdown, unless you trail your profit. Yeah, I don't really have to worry about trailing drawdown right now because I hit a big drawdown yesterday. So I don't have any trail. Tory
yeah, I
course
would take
5K
out a
changed my
contract.
life. You take a
Yeah,
contract where?
you're capping, man. Uh, because this last 5-minute candle, the volume were so much bigger that sometimes you see a pullback after those types of candles with that type of volume.
Oh, yeah.
Or sometimes it just rips down, man. That's, you know,
Yeah, let's see if the NASDAQ successfully breaks the lows here.
I ended up buying an Apex 50K intraday drawdown,
Nice.
and I am
that's
short
good.
5 minis at 166.
Bro. Yo,
What?
yo, Mango. So, remember I was saying go short up there?
Yeah.
What? How many
But
points
see, I
did you
didn't.
take?
Oh man, I don't even know. Like 40, 50 points right there when it
Okay,
dropped.
good, good.
Yeah, I did. This is the.
We're
This is
at
on the Apex
125
though.
right now, bro.
Oh wow.
Actually,
Man, that's
yeah,
nice. Then.
120 right now. Going for 375, brother.
Oh wow.
I may get scared to
No,
but
I think you got this. I think you got this. Pasha, I still don't get intraday trail down. It's like I'm in profit, but my max drawdown is getting less and less.
because
I
you
don't.
let your profit get high. Once you get to your profit target or your buffer, you don't
Mhm.
have to worry about it. It's only a problem like
Ah.
while you're working on your buffer. That's it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But on the evals, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, it's
You
just
get
like.
trailing drawdown until you pass it. But on a
Yeah.
funded, after you're above 2K on a 50K, it becomes a static account. Becomes
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
basically a
Okay.
cash account.
Yeah, I get you. Well, that's yeah. It's like on the eval. It's like now I only have 300 drawdown left on this 400. But I was up 600. I'm minus 600 now. I don't
Yeah.
know.
So
It's
that's
confusing.
$1,200 of drawdown now. If you were up 600 and then lost the 600 profit and then lost another 600, that's $1,200 of drawdown from your max
Ah,
profit.
okay. I think I would have to see a video to really kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the intraday thing is best if you trade small or if you hit scalps if very
Yeah.
like
Okay.
if you don't let price go back. You don't let like you
Mm.
went like 10
Yeah.
points, get the 10 points. You went like 12 points, get the 12 points.
Okay. Okay. I see what you mean.
If you're trading big, you know. If you're trading small, then you have room. Like if you're trading 1, 2, 3 micros, you have room
Yeah, which
to
may
let it
go like
run,
your
to go
trading
back.
style. like intraday drawdown shouldn't be too big of an issue for you because you're like in and out of trades pretty quick. So you're gonna
Yeah,
have
but
to
then
have like a streak of losses to blow the account with the sizing you have.
I don't know. I still don't get it though because it's like I don't know.
You can't be
It's like-
going for runners with the sizing that you use on intraday.
So
Yeah.
okay, so
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
but it's
take
too
the
big.
You just
sell
5
gotta
right
minutes
take
then.
your
is too
10
big.
points or however much you usually take and not try
Okay,
to
okay,
hold runners.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. That's
Because if it goes
alright.
back against you, that's you're hitting drawdown.
Oh, so it loses the moment it goes negative in a way.
Yes. So if you're
Oh
like
wow.
plus 500 and you haven't closed the trade yet, and it goes
Yeah.
back and hits your break even, you just hit $500 of trailing drawdown.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it trails from the max profit that you ever had on the account.
See, now that makes so much more sense. I am dumb. I need sleep. That's what I need.
You get me?
I'm sorry, guys. Chat's like, man, Mingo dumb. I was like, guys,
Nah.
sleep deprivation is somewhat real.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
and that's probably what you were confused with because you're like, what do you mean, like, from max profit? But yeah, it's max
Okay, so you
unrealized
can't.
profit.
So
So
you
even if
can't
you
let it
don't
go
realize it,
negative at all.
I mean, you
Pretty much. If
can.
you
Like, it's
can,
just
but
like if you end up letting it go in negative a bunch, it's gonna work against you.
okay, it's gonna eat up all the.
Yeah. But
Okay,
like
I
if
see
you
what
have a 70% win rate, like you're not gonna blow the account. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Like some of your trades will go negative, right? But then your next trade is a
Mhm.
win, you're gonna be back at max drawdown. It just you
Yeah,
can't
I
you
can.
can't go down 2K from the top, that's all.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
it's
but
really easy if you trade well.
like keep in mind that like Pasha is right, but if you're trading 5 minis, that's just pure luck. Like there's no
Yeah,
way
yeah.
to really manage that.
Yeah, with 5
Like 5 minis
minis you're kind of
there's no way to
yeah.
manage that. It's pure luck. You enter the trade, if it instant goes your way, you're good. But if it goes like
Mhm.
5 points in your way
Mhm.
and 5 points against you, you lost $1,000 of drawdown already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
by going 5 points in your favor and 5 points against you, you just lost $1,000
Oh. Okay.
of
Okay.
drawdown.
Yeah, even if you have like an 80% win rate, if you're doing like 5 minis, like you're gonna have a decent chance of blowing the account. Most of us are not at 80% win rate. So
Oh, I see what it does. Okay. Okay, I see what it does. Now that makes a lot more sense to me.
yeah, so if you're like consistent and you're not sizing really high, like it's easy pass.
Okay. Okay. I see what you
Like if you're bad at trading or just making a lot of trades that lose, just get unlucky, like you blow the account. But it's like,
Okay.
it really does not give you that much more advantage over an end of day account. Or an end of day account doesn't give you that much more advantage over it unless you size bigger. If you size small, there's like almost no advantage.
All right. All right. So now, okay. So 202 is my 2000 buffer right there. But I need to keep going above it to really make good. Keep going above the buffer in a way. For
Well,
me.
you can't go over 2K. If it's intraday 2K drawdown, you can't go
Mhm.
over 2K.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
2K
Okay.
is
I
just
see
the
what you mean.
max. So you just got to make
All
sure
right.
you never lose 2K until you pass the account.
All right.
That's it.
Perfect. Because I'm long 197 5 minis right now. I
Oh my goodness, bro.
just love giving you a heart attack, huh? Like, what is wrong with this
Oh
kid?
man.
All that explaining. I don't know what
Bro.
happened.
Oh no.
Don't you love me?
Mega, I hope it pops like a quick 5 points for you, bro.
I hope it pops like a quick.
Okay, 10 points, 20 points. Just let him pass the account.
I needed to go
Oh
up to
man.
227. Go up to 227. Thank you.
Okay, go up for Mango. Come on. I'm in a short position here, but I hope Mango gets it. There's also a 5-minute bearish bearish order block at 210 that just now rejected. Oh, good luck, Mango.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, bro, I'm not trading anymore. I shouldn't even be trading today. Like, my
Yeah,
internet is not good. I'm using like the router from the phone.
yeah, that's sketchy.
Okay, I took 800 right there. Okay, my drawdown is at 1900 now, so that's good.
Okay, nice job, Mango. Good profit taking.
Thank you.
But yeah, Leo,
Now,
sorry
5
you
minute
hit
short.
your max loss limit on that account. That sucks.
Yeah, it's bad. Like I had a max loss limit on this
We're in
account.
oil minister
I
being
think
cited by
last
Arabia
week
that
I
there are no
recovered
internal
1K
concerns
exactly,
that's
and I
carrying
lost
into
the 1K
and
today again,
distributing fuel.
Man,
Man,
bro.
that's
yeah,
tough.
it's hard.
But it's okay. It's okay. The other
Yeah.
accounts are getting built.
Honestly, I'm kind of down. I'm kind of down to just like take profits on the sweep of the low and just wait and slowly grind up because I got my profit target down here basically for 1.5K on the trade. I think that's
Yeah,
1.5K there. 375 points on two micros.
yeah, yeah. That take profit is a hopium,
Oh
but
yeah,
like it can go. It can go.
100%.
Like imagine if it just goes. But a reasonable take profit would be the sweep of the low.
Yeah. Like that's what I'm
Like
thinking I
after a
do because
man,
there's the hourly bullish. It didn't really play yesterday, but I saved it from last week. And that's a spot where I probably want to close. Its previous highs up here and all that. It's like a perfect spot to bounce to, because if this ends up, even if this is bearish consolidation on the NASDAQ, this would be like a perfect spot to make that higher low and then coming up to make a lower high or even a higher high and like making that big bear flag on like the 4-hour chart, you know? So like really hoping for a break of this previous low from yesterday is some hopium. It may not happen. The only way it happens is if today's FOMC is like really crazy. Like something really crazy happens.
yeah. Like another thing is that whenever I have a losing day, like today I had a real red day on one of the accounts. Like yesterday you had a real red day. We all been through that.
Yeah.
Like I think my honest opinion, the right thing to have as in a mindset is is like the next day I just want to be green. I don't want to even think about how much I lost. If today like I lost 1K today on that account. Tomorrow if I make $200, I'm happy. And then I'm going for the next day and I make $200 again. And because like I don't like every time I go to the next day thinking about how much I lost the previous day and trying to get that back, it's always end up worse.
Yeah, true.
It's
Agreed.
always end up worse.
Yeah, especially when you start leveraging up to
Oh yeah.
because like right
if
right
you're
now, but
like
instead of leveraging up, I'm just like I'll put my take profit down here to basically make back yesterday's loss and make some profit. But like the good thing I'm doing here is I'm like at very small very small size. So
yeah,
it's like the
100%.
hopium level, but at least, you know. But
Yeah.
before I would be
That's
like,
why
man, I gotta go 10 micros, 20 micros short for like 20 points to make
yeah,
back. That's not good.
if you were trading like 10 micros and I was like I would have private message you already, bro.
Yeah.
Like maybe I would have not called you out on the stream. Maybe I would have, I don't know, but
No,
I would
feel
have
free
private
to
message
if I
saying
do, yeah.
say for you to stop because like then it would be like, bro, like you're not in the right mindset. But if you're trading
Yeah.
1 or 2 micros, it's okay. Like you it's okay. You're not going to uh like irrational, really irrational decision is to leverage up, because then you just every trade that you take, you're just risking losing the account, you know,
Yeah.
basically. And I've done that several times. Like I'm guilty of that.
Oh, did you ban that spammer in Discord already?
Ooh. Today I didn't
Oh,
ban
never
anyone,
mind.
but yesterday I
I
banned
just tried to
some.
ban a spammer or scammer or whatever. He just disappeared. So I guess somebody got
Oh
him
yeah.
before me. By the way, I saw that 7-Eleven. That looks incredible, bro.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Like there's a lot of sick pictures with people with JDMs on
Yeah,
like on the front of that 7-Eleven.
man. Yeah, I remember flying next to Mount Fiji one time. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah, there was a friend that lives like close to me in the same city. He
Hmm.
went to Japan, like his father is Japanese. He went to Japan just to visit. He never went there. And he went to the Mount Fuji, the same place, same picture of that 7-Eleven, and it was cloudy on the day that he
Aw,
went. Like
that
he did,
sucks.
like he couldn't see he could see like the pictures like the 7-Eleven, like in like 5-10 meters, and you couldn't see anything more because it was like foggy and cloudy.
Yeah.
Like he was so sad, man. Like from Brazil to Japan is like 30 hours flight traveling, you know.
Oh, wow.
There's no way he's going back
What
again.
time of the year did he go?
He went, what time it was? I think it was hot, I think. It was like the start of the year.
Okay.
It was like December or January, something like that.
Hmm.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong, if it's hot or not, but it was just before I went to New York. I remember
For
he
Japan, it's
arrived.
probably cold at that time.
Japan is probably cool. Bro, so it must have been like January or February, something like that. Because I remember it was just like before I went to New York.
Okay. Because this picture, it looks like... I wonder if they have snow there year-round on the peak.
Like it seems like it's like the tip top of the mountain is always like with snow.
Is it? That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, because it's high. It doesn't seem that high, but I think it's very high. Like
Yeah.
Mount Fuji.
It feels
Uh,
like this picture is probably like November or something.
uh, it's almost 13,000 feet.
Yeah, that's nuts. Let's go
That's
climb it,
very
bro.
high. So yeah, 100%. You're not gonna see me even close to that, bro. I'm afraid of those things.
Yeah. I definitely have not done anything like that.
Bro, Brazilian dude just died on the I think Kilimanjaro. What it was?
Oh, really? A
One
climber?
of those, like on Himalaya or something. On one
Oh,
of those, like he
dang.
fell from the trail, and like the he fell from the trail. I think he broke his leg or something, and they like the helicopters didn't came fast enough, wasn't able to land, was kind of like he died like in 12 or 13 hours. He was dead, you know.
Dang. Yeah, that
And
would be
I'm
scary,
afraid of
bro.
those things, bro.
Yeah. Day trading at 13,000 feet. That would be
Yeah, imagine
crazy.
that.
I'm about to
Yeah, I
post something
go ahead.
on Discord. The highest thing I've climbed.
Let's see.
Trying to find the
Yeah,
picture.
like I try as much as I can to not put myself in like situations where I can't die, you know. Bungee
Yeah.
jump, not going to see me do that. Like parachute, not going to see me do that. Like sketchy, like roller coaster mountains, things you're not going to see me do that.
Oh, I have a couple actually. I won't share it. The mountain on Iwo Jima, the volcano. I have like one picture. I look like such a straight nerd, dude.
Ooh, Killer Slug sent a picture that he took.
Oh, dang, from Tokyo Tower. That looks awesome. Wow.
Hakone, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, Japan is a must go, man.
Hmm. I'm like trying to find the picture. I can't.
Hakone, I never heard of this town, Killer Slug, but I'm going to write it down 100%.
Oh, okay, I found it. Trade Titan photos. Okay, I shared one.
Whoa, where's that man?
That's Den uh Norway.
Norway. Ooh,
Yeah, it's on the north part of
nice place,
Norway.
man.
That was probably the highest I've ever
You're
climbed.
like where you were seated is like those type of photos that like it seems like it's dangerous, but it's actually not, or it's like
No, it's like it was
actually
straight
dangerous.
down. Yeah. I was like
Ooh,
leaning
you're
back
crazy.
because I was like scared. I was like, get
Oh
this
my
picture
god.
real quick. Yeah, it was like straight down. There was like nothing catching you down there.
Oh my god, man. But it's like imagine that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, the world's too beautiful, man. Yeah, in Rio, there's a very, very high mountain that like you can do like a similar picture,
Mm.
but the angle tells you that is very dangerous, but there's a little bit of room for you to fall if you fall.
Oh, that like
But it's
catch
kind of
you?
like that's why I asked. Yeah, that's why I asked.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, as far as I remember, I'm pretty sure there was like nothing under. There's like if you can see on the picture, there's like a little bit over to the side, but I don't think that's under me. I remember that spot, it was like coming out and there was like it was just straight down. I don't know how
No,
many
bro,
thousand
like
feet.
it's like he's sitting at the edge of like like I don't even know, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. It like came out like that, and then it was just like the mountain went in a little bit and it just straight down. It was, dude, it was scary. Like before I sat down like that, I was like on my hands and feet coming up to the edge to look down. It was like right when you see the drop, it's like your
No, bro.
goes to the ground.
There is no way. I will never do that. That's some Tom Cruise type of thing. I never do that.
You gotta do it.
No
Live
way,
the
bro.
dream.
Yeah, I'm like remembering the feeling, and it was like, yeah, instant adrenaline, bro.
Yeah, like bro, when I'm flying, like I'm not afraid of airplanes. Like I'm very cool with airplanes, but
Mhm.
when I'm flying, I always think about, brother, like I'm sitting here, there's a little bit of metal below me, and it's like 35,000 feet down. Like you
Wait, you think
forget
about
where
that?
you
I
are,
like
bro.
never think about that.
Yeah, you liked?
You like actually think about that normally when you're on a plane?
Yeah, yeah, when like I thought about that once, and now every time I'm a flying, I'm thinking like, bro, like I'm really in a round tube of metal flying like
Uh,
600 miles an hour at like 35,000 feet. Like I'm actually at this spot in Earth, you know, I'm at that spot in Earth, 35,000 feet up, flying 600 miles an hour in a round tube metal thing that flies.
yeah, it's
Like,
kind of scary.
it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
When you
think I've
think where
ever
you
thought of
are,
that even once.
yeah. I thought about that one time, and I always think about it. Doesn't get me scary. It's like it's kind of interesting, I think.
Yeah, or that, yeah.
Like let's say when you lean on the walls of the plane. I don't know,
Mhm.
like it's not a wall, but like when you lean on the fuselage of the plane or
Mhm.
the window of the plane,
Mhm.
bro, it's like I don't know, 20 centimeters between you and an empty space, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's freezing cold outside, which is the crazy part.
And it's like minus like 40 degrees or something. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's insane.
I've like had that like I guess I didn't really have that thought, but I like felt that height whenever I was like on a military plane, and we were doing like I don't know what they're called, but like evasive maneuvers,
Yeah.
and we were like we weren't high up, but we were in the middle of the ocean, and I think we're like only a couple hundred feet above the water. But when the plane went sideways, I wasn't strapped in or anything, by the way. I was just like walking around the plane. But we're like going completely sideways, bro. And I remember the wingtip looked like it's about to touch the water. And like at
Yeah.
that point, I was like, man, we're in the middle of nowhere. We're probably a couple hundred feet above the water right now. And if like anything happens, we're just going in and dying.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like it's there was only one time that I was in a really like in a situation that it was like, man, this could have gone south real bad. Like we were fishing. I think I told that story. We were fishing, and we were like 5 hours down the river
Mhm.
to civilization, and there's no like helicopters or planes or anything. Like it's 5 hours on a boat down a river. If you're going up a river, it's 7 hours. Like it's two
So I
hours
see
more.
Brent crude
Man.
rising above
A friend, like
$119.50.
it's not well,
How
like
much
a
fuel did you
That was
guys
the
bring with you?
first time since June of
bro, it's gallons and
2022.
gallons, and you have like tubes of like those big gallons of like not gallons, like big things
Yeah.
that you put on. You take more fuel with you than
Like how
than
many
it is in the
liters?
tank, you know. I think for each fuel tank will be like 120 liters for
Oh
each fuel
wow.
tank. We probably took like 4 or 5 because you have to take more than you
Yeah, more than you
like.
expect.
Yeah, the only thing that they do is like they have a satellite thing that if you're not back by 6 p.m., they
Mhm.
try to satellite phone you to see if you're okay. And if you're not back like for at like past like midnight,
Mhm.
they go to find you. They
That's
go to
very
search for you.
smart. That's very smart to do
Yeah,
that.
they have like it's known like if you go five hours down the river, and if you're not 6 p.m. if you're not back, they satellite phone you to see if you're okay. And if you're
Mhm.
not back by midnight, it's a search rescue thing because they know something went wrong. And
Yeah.
like we were sleeping, and one of us woke up. There was like a snake, bro.
Dang.
I don't think you guys have that one in the US. You was not a rattlesnake. It's called bico de jaca. Is the one that like if she bites your feet, probably in 45 to an hour you lose your feet, and in 4 hours you're dead. You're dead. You know.
Wow.
So, bro, one of us woke up with one like lane, like my, but like, bro, like an inch, 2 inch from one of the guys that was sleeping. That guy would be dead if that spider, like, if that snake bit him, because there's no way you're doing nothing. Like, it's 7 hours upriver or 5 hours upriver at maximum speed. You know, he would be dead. Like, that was the only time that I was like, bro, that could be me lying there, and if he got beaten by the snake, he was a Long Gun Johnson situation.
Man. Cause I
And
wonder if
I
you
never
were
did
able
that.
to buy antivenom for things like that.
You probably should, to be honest, take
Yeah.
and like the thing with you. You probably should.
Are those snakes aggressive at all? Do you
Yeah,
know?
no, they're not aggressive.
Okay.
They look for heat, you know,
Yeah.
like almost all snakes look for heat. So there was like 5 adults lying on the ground. It
Yeah.
was just a big hit spot for her, and she was like lying there.
Man, that's nuts.
Yeah, that was the only time that I was like, yeah, we did something very dumb over here. It was like 10 years, or I wasn't married, so it was like what's 10 years ago, probably 2015, 2016.
Man. Yeah, it's scary. I don't think I've ever had a situation like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the closest thing is like when I was a kid, I was like fishing on a river. And this was in Washington State. For those that know about Washington State, these kinds of things, what I'm gonna say is like very uncommon. I didn't even know it was a thing. But I was like throwing rocks at some dirt. And it was like dirt going up like a little hill. So every time I would throw, like pieces of dirt would fall off. And a piece fell off and a scorpion was hiding under there. So
Ooh.
it right away it fell down like next to my feet, and then it right away like woke up, and it like it looked like it was like getting aggressive. I started like running, uh and then I didn't know where it went. I like ran like couple meters, like 10 feet, looked
Oh
back, and
my God.
I didn't know where it was. And then like after a little while I kept fishing there.
Yeah, bro.
But like it's probably not
Oh my
deadly or
God.
anything.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, it causes you problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's crazy. Yeah, it's real normal for like. There's a friend of mine that he's a doctor, and he works like in a little bit of a, not a big center, like it's I don't know how to say, like inner cities, like on a state. And bro,
Hmm.
every single day someone comes in with a scorpion or a snake or another like type of insect that got bitten, and for him to do the, like, you know, the anti-venom thing.
Yeah.
But I remember that because like I think for like there's different types of antivenoms, but for different types of uh snake bites. So that's why the like the doctors ask you for you to bring the snake that bit you. And that there was one time that the guy
That's
brought the
crazy.
snake. The guy brought the snake alive, bro. Like he was showing like he took a picture and he sent to us on the private chat. Like, bro, the guy took like, the guy got bitten by the snake and he brought the snake alive. Like usually you bring the snake dead, you know. But like I
It's
guess he
actually
did the right thing.
pretty hard to kill snakes. Have you ever tried to kill one?
No, I never. Like I think that the right thing is not to kill the snake. The snake was just doing snake
Well,
things. You
yeah.
were the one in the wrong place. But I told him I was actually glad that the snake didn't die, bro. But I never tried to kill a snake, no.
Because there's a river here called Snake River, and I would fish there too as when I was younger. And they're like the name suggests, it doesn't mean that there's a lot of snakes there. It's just like shaped like a snake, the river. But they do also have like a lot of snakes. And I remember there was a snake that scared me when I was younger. I threw some rocks at it and I tried to kill it. It did not die. I did like everything possible.
Yeah, yeah, it's hard. I like thinking it may be hard. Like the indigenous people, bro, they just have like machetes and they just like rip the head off.
Yeah, if you chop the head off, it'll just die. Yeah. But like the body, the spasms, it'll stay probably. I don't know for how long.
Oh yeah.
Your chart is just like a snake.
Bro, another one that people die like a lot over here is like not over here where I live, but like on the Amazon region is like the electric eels. You guys have that, I think, electric eels.
Well,
Well,
I'm not
in
by
the
the
in
ocean, but yeah. But
yeah, you
I know
guys,
what
I
you're
say you
talking
guys have
about.
that like probably somewhere in the US you have that,
Probably, yeah.
I think.
Probably in
But
like Florida or
the
something,
ones
I would guess.
yeah, the ones they in the Amazon, some of them look, bro, are like, let's say 1 meter is 3 feet, almost 6 feet, you know?
Oh wow.
And people go swimming on the river, they just never come back, and you usually judge that is electric use.
Bro, that's scary. Yeah, because I watched the video not too long ago, a guy just like touching I think he was touching the water in a tank that had an electric eel, and he was like getting shocked really hard.
Yeah, it's for real, not a joke.
Yeah.
Not a joke at all.
It's like a freaking battery, dude. Like taking a car battery and putting both of your hands on it.
Yeah, I don't even know how like a fish can create that amount of electricity.
Yeah, it's crazy. I remember that video. They were showing how many volts and amps it was putting out, and it was like a lot. I forgot the number.
Yeah,
It was pretty high.
It's enough to give you a heart attack.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's very high.
So yeah, because people
And then if
usually
you
don't
touch
die
it, it's like way
This is Israel
worse.
Channel 12 on
That
Trump
was just
says
like
he
touching
asked
the
Israel's
water.
PM Netanyahu to operate in Lebanon with greater caution and to avoid
Like
demolishing
touching the water
buildings,
close
as
to
that
it.
harms Israel's image.
But then touching it itself, it's like way higher.
I thought there was a gator in Florida tried to eat at
So
one.
again, it's coming
I
from
think I
Israel's
saw a
Channel
video
12 being
of a
cited by Al
gator
Jazeera.
trying to chew an electric wheel once.
Oh, really?
Electric eel.
Nowadays, it's like so hard to tell whether or not something's AI whenever it's like some crazy animal video.
Yeah, I only trust things that I saw like a lot of years ago, like at least 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, now
And
I'll
say
see a
things
crazy
wrong.
animal video. I'm just like, I don't know if this is AI or if this is real, but this is cool.
Yeah. Florida gators.
Yeah. Henrietta's saying now let's change the topic to talk about cute animals. My favorite animal is a sloth, by the way. I think sloths are so cute.
Oh yeah. There's there's one that rise to the top, like it's the capybara over the last few years. Like in the capybaras where I live, they are like it's infested by them, and we don't like them very much. But in the world, they are like seemed like very cute thing.
Aren't they
And they are cute,
huge?
but yeah, they are huge, brother. One
They
time
get up to like 100 kilograms or no?
Probably the bigger ones, like the moms that survive and gets very like this. There's a conservation area like I live by the end of that conservation area. My building is one of the first buildings like on the city that I live in. On that conservation area, the ecosystem, like it's capybaras, alligators, a lot of smaller I don't know the names in English, but birds and everything. So but the bigger animals are the capybaras and the alligators.
Yeah.
And the alligators control the population of capybaras. So
Yeah, I
that's the
saw a
sad
video
part.
of a capybara being eaten by a gator. It's kind of
Yeah.
cool.
And there's a cool video of one floating above a gator, like on the top of a gator, and the gator is floating around, and the capybara is above the gator. But I first saw that, and I was like, bro, people don't even know what's about to happen with the capybara because, you know.
Yeah.
But but they're cute, but they bring like a lot of uh, uh, diseases, Brand. The problems with the capybara is the diseases, especially for pets, like for dogs, cats.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's the
They
same
are
thing for
cute.
sloths.
Sloths, yeah, 100%.
I think their
Capybaras.
claws have venom on them, right?
Yeah, capybaras taste amazing. JCV is probably South American. If he ate, like, oh, bro, there's a very cool video. Like, I'm going to send on the general. There's a
Sounds
guy that I
good.
follow on YouTube. It's called Forrest Galante, and he went to Brazil and visit an institute that conserves jaguars. Bro, was one of the nicest videos I ever saw.
Hmm.
It's kind of a big video. It's for you to if someone is like eating or at night for you to watch. I'm going to send on the general chat. Or do I send another place?
Man,
It's general
Killer
chat.
Slug sent those pictures of food. Well, I'm getting hungry, bro. Said this is Seoul, Korea. Oh, Korea, Seoul, and Busan. Seoul or Busan. That seafood looks interesting. There's got some abalone there. Some clams. And something else. Bro, I'm starving. That looks good, man. Oh. Still
Yep.
waiting for the NASDAQ to keep dumping and break that low.
It's
I'll
going
be
to
back.
happen, man. You gotta believe. Trading pennies, don't you have a number of poisonous colorful frogs like the blue poison dart frog in Brazil? Bro, yeah. Like in the Amazon, to this day, there's a lot of species of frogs or a lot of species of everything that we don't even know what it is. Like it's not cataloged. But the frog ones, there's some small frogs that can kill you very, very quickly. And guess how they found out that those frogs can kill, brother?
And I wonder what downside target we could get for ES. On my cash account, I took a short as well, but I'm trying to hold it through FOMC. On the ES, I'm up 10 points. Got some random buyers
The
right there.
Kremlin aide, Yushakov, condemned attempts against assassinations on Trump. Putin and Trump discussed Iran, says the Putin-Trump call lasted an hour and a half. Proposed ideas on Iran nuclear program. Putin voiced backing for Trump decision to extend the Iran ceasefire. And in this, Trump believes a deal to settle the Ukraine conflict is close, a Kremlin aide says after his call with Putin.
So I guess those Ukraine and Russia stuff might be potentially getting resolved.
All right, I'm back again.
Welcome back, bro.
Those apexes I lost, so, but I got
Dang.
I forgot I ended up buying an extra top step account, so I've been just trading that right now, real quick. I'm up 430 on it now.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can do intraday trail down. I can do end of day trail down all day long,
Yeah.
because
It's
for
it's your
me,
sizing. Yeah.
that too, yeah. For me, I feel like with the end of day drawdown, it adds to your buffer already. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for me, that helps out a lot more.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's sizing as
100%.
well. So, and it's just like, okay, that I can manage.
Yeah, it's 100% more easier to pass end of day trading
Yeah.
account. It's easier,
That's what, yeah.
100%.
That's why you, like they just said in chat, it's, I mean, Apex is cheap, like 20, 30 bucks. You know what I mean? I'm not worried
Yeah.
about that for 2 evals, just to have fun, see if it makes it, if it doesn't, it doesn't.
Yeah. Chanel said I like static drawdown 1-day grind and then full tilt.
No. Remember, guys, I'm on the 1 second chart, so keep that in mind. I'll be YOLOing this stuff.
Keep that in mind. Design this right. Oh my god, I have to run to the bank, I think.
Oh, okay, Kremlin talks.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hold through
Wait, when does FOMC start? Or Powell?
it's in 37 minutes. And then
Oh,
Powell's
okay.
speaking 30 minutes after that.
Right.
So I'm hoping before the FOMC statement, we get some more risk off. Is that your PC? No, that's mine. That's me setting my bracket orders on the cash account. Which honestly, I think I'll just mute it. That is kind of annoying.
All right, then I'll be back for FOMC then.
Okay. Yep. Pasha, how do you get those volume candles to be two-tone? It's the bulls versus bears indicator on the community indicators section. So do explore community indicators, just search bulls versus bears. When you think about it, this is about to be bittersweet. Last press conference in Powell. It's like the last day of school. Yeah, I like Powell.
Yeah, bro. 8 years of hearing those words, Jerome Powell,
Yeah,
hearing him speak. I'm going to miss him.
yeah, 100%. Do you think with FOMC, do we dump?
I don't even know, but I'm going to root for the dump page, man.
Oh, wow. The Dow bounced perfectly on a 1 hour bullish order block from the 16th of April or 17th of April. That's crazy. Literally, the bottom tick tapped into it. On the ES short, I'm targeting 71.10. And then on the NASDAQ, I'm targeting 27.020. On the cash account, on the prop accounts, I'm just going to take off at 119. So if it sweeps today's low, I'll just take there. Because we're getting very close to the FOMC statement, and I have to be out of positions. And then if this does pop after the after the FOMC statement, I will re-enter short before Powell speaks. Will I hold 1 micro? So I have to be out of all positions on the prop accounts, but I will be holding short on a cash account. That's what I was saying, either Monday or Friday, that I deposited cash into a cash futures account on Webull, because I do want to start, anytime we see big pops, I want to start opening shorts on a cash account, so I just hold them through. You had to go 30 deep in that? Oh, man. Your cash account, you're in SOXS and in the water. Is that the short of Soxel? SOXS? Oh, yeah, okay.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, my friend.
Mark, did you take any trades today?
Yeah, I've had a decent day. I'm up 360 or so on the day.
Nice.
Got wicked out of the ES orb to the upside and then just jumped back in and
Okay.
was able to get a good trade out of it.
Yeah, whenever I was seeing that happen, I was like, "Where's Mark? We gotta know if the volume profile is working."
Yeah,
So
it was
you
funny.
got
I mean,
you
it
got the
was
volume saying
So
to
just to
go
keep
along
users
there.
updated, we are half an hour away now from the top of the hour, where we get the US interest rate decision, where both market pricing and median analyst estimates see the Fed leaving rates
sure.
unchanged
Yeah,
at
no, it
3.75%
got me
at
into
this
the
meeting.
long trade. It was
Also
a
worth
really
noting, this
short
is
candle.
slated to be,
Yeah.
if all
So I got
goes to
stopped out right
schedule,
away. But
Powell's
then
last FOMC
volume
meeting
really
as
spiked
chairman of
right
the
after
Federal
that, so I just
Reserve.
jumped
So
back in.
going into this, we're going to
Okay.
look at a note from Deutsche
So
Bank, where
technically,
they
it was
note
a
that the Fed is
fail,
expected
but
to keep
I was able to get
rates
TP1
remained
out of it and
unchanged
cut
at
my
this
losses on
meeting,
Oh,
with policy
nice.
still seen
Okay.
as positioned
That's
to
not
deal with
bad.
risks to the outlook. The main focus
Yeah,
will
it
be
turned out
on
okay.
whether the statement or Powell's press conference starts to sound more balanced on the risks, though the base case is still that any more meaningful shift in guidance waits until
Leo, as soon
June.
as I left you
The risk
yesterday,
for
I missed the
markets is
move I
that the
was looking for
communication
all
leans
day.
a bit more hawkish before then.
Ooh,
Deutsche Bank note that the only limited
It was a
changes
good
are
move up
expected in the
yesterday afternoon.
statement, with recent data still
yeah, it was
fitting the
moving
Fed's
up.
view of solid growth,
Like
low
I
job
think,
gains,
yeah,
and little
after you
change in
you got
unemployment,
out, it
and
started
somewhat
going up.
elevated inflation. They note that Powell is
Yeah, I
likely
think
to focus on the
immediately
Middle
after I
East
walked away, it
conflict
started
and
going
stress
up.
that uncertainty remains
Dang.
high, while
Yeah, I think
also
I
warning
longed
that
yesterday
the
at like
longer oil
68 or
prices
like
stay
78,
elevated,
something like
the
that,
greater the risk that
for
inflation
150
pressures
points.
become more persistent.
But that was just on an eval. Yeah,
How are you
yesterday
guys
it
doing
was
today?
kind of like not much of anything. Like big pop, big drop, and then big pop back up, and that's it. If you're on the wrong side, you
OPEC
get
Plus likely
hit.
to agree to an oil output quota hike at their Sunday meeting without the UAE, according to sources. So OPEC Plus are likely to hike quotas by 206,000 barrels per day,
Oil
minus
dropped there
the
just
UAE share
slightly.
of 18,000 barrels per day. Again, according to sources, did lead to a little bit of weakness in WTI crude there. As again, OPEC are likely to agree to an oil output quota hike at their Sunday meeting without the UAE.
The dollar is still staying strong right now. It's pushing more. We'll see how it reacts off of FOMC today.
The dollar gets a good tailwind from oil being higher too.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah, since all that's acted in dollars, it just creates a natural updraft for it.
Yeah, I thought it would be the opposite, but I guess not.
No, because it's a demand thing, right? So if you're any non-dollar transactors, since oil is all transacted in dollars, they have to convert over.
That makes sense. Huh. Is that why the dollar started strengthening then?
Well, and the expectation that rates are higher.
Yeah, I guess. Because it bottomed out on the 17th. Let's see what oil was doing then. The 17th oil bottomed out. Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess it's moving like with the dollar. I didn't even realize that. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, any rise in commodity prices is going to be positive for the dollar.
Even gold?
Yep.
Huh.
No,
Or gold might be an exception, right?
Yeah, non-industrial metals are more so than gold.
Yeah, like
because gold
copper or
is kind
something.
of- yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I was about to add gold, I guess, has like the little bit of the risk off too. So it's like if the dollar weakens, but it's not exactly risk on in the market, then gold would go up.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, for commodities, it's like any commodities are sort of delivery commodities.
Okay.
Gold trades for the sake of trading.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I remember I took I forgot what it was. I think it was a gold trade like 6 months ago. And I remember it was close to expiration of the contract. It was on the cash account. And I remember they sent me a message. They're like, hey, just so you know, for gold, we don't do physical delivery. It's cash settled.
Right.
But I'm sure there are some that are physical delivery. I don't know
So
which
back in the
which
day,
firms that
yeah,
would be.
back in the day, I used to help clear retail accounts for a futures firm.
Oh, really?
And yeah, we had a guy who went home long lumber contracts from the CME, and lumber contracts have to settle physical. So unless you close the contract out at the end, you're taking delivery of a rail car full of lumber. And we were scrambling around trying to find this guy to figure out, where he was, and ended up he took delivery, and we had to then figure out how to get rid of a rail car full of lumber.
It's
Oh
hilarious.
my god.
I mean, we were literally like calling lumber yards, seeing if they wanted it.
Yeah. By the way, since I don't know much about that for physical delivery, how did the delivery costs work? Is it the person that created the contract that is responsible for delivery?
Yes. Yeah, it's
Okay.
embedded in the contract.
That's cool.
So it's you literally for that case, there was a location that the rail car had to be delivered to, and that's where the new owner had to take delivery of it.
Because I'm like thinking from the perspective, man, like if you have something like a rail car of lumber, your delivery costs could vary widely depending on where that person is.
Oh, without a doubt. Well, and that was part of it too, was so now he gets delivery of this car at wherever it was. I mean, part of him getting rid of it is he's now got to move it to where somebody else wants it. It was a pain in the neck.
Yeah.
And not
That
cheap.
happened by mistake or something that was just unfortunate?
No, it happened by mistake. He didn't
Oh.
realize he went on vacation and didn't realize
Voice
he
news
had
disconnected.
a contract open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
you
why you
basically
do
just
the
need to
rollover.
sell it, or I guess roll over, yeah, before the settlement date.
Yeah, and everything else at the CME, then you could opt, right? You could, at settlement, you could say, oh, I want to do cash, or I want to roll it to the next contract, or whatever. Lumber was just one of those weird ones that you couldn't.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Oh, so there are other contracts that you have other ways around it than to receive the real thing.
Yeah, almost everything else you can choose to just cash settle.
Yeah, if you trade with somebody like Webull or like Robinhood, I'm pretty sure they're gonna auto set for you to get cash for every contract or whatever contracts
Yeah,
they have. They probably set it
that's probably
automatically
best.
Yeah, I agree.
because they already know like pretty much every person on there, they want cash settlement.
Yeah, because I remember that this settlement thing was one of the reasons that oil went negative, I think 2020.
Oh,
Yep. Yeah,
Because
Contango.
yeah, everyone that was holding oil, like they were paying for people to take it.
That's crazy.
Because storage costs got all out of whack.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would lose more money on storage cost than on the oil itself. So it was worth to pay for people to take it. So that drove the futures price to the negative side.
Wow. See, now that's making sense to me why it went negative, because it's like people actually had to sell their contracts, or else they would have to get delivery of the oil.
Yeah, imagine that like when you buy a contract of oil, you buying that contract from, but you don't have oil and you buying from someone that has it. So on settlement day, what happened was that all the people that had the oil didn't have someone to buy from them.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to keep the oil. So oil they store oil in tankers and all of those things. So imagine what it cost
Yeah,
to
that's
store
crazy.
that oil to have
Yeah,
it,
we
and
used
no
to-
one is buying from you.
We used to do that trade when I was, again, back in banking days, where you'd buy spot oil and you'd store it on a tanker and you would sell a future and just park the tanker in the North Sea waiting for the future to expire.
That's awesome.
Yeah, those type of trades is next level thing, man.
Yeah.
So you work on banking. Like the P Trader name on YouTube is not just a name.
Yeah, Mark's the real deal.
Yeah, he's the next level, bro.
Nah, I just have good stories.
Ooh, that's nice. You go feeding the stories drip by drip, day by day, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't use them up all at once.
Take notes, Pasha. Are you full porting FOMC or no? Definitely not, brother. Most definitely not. But I will be taking a trade after the FOMC statement. So I'm really hoping that this sells off here ASAP so I can close this position, wait for the FOMC statement, and then re-enter. But yeah, I don't want to be going crazy today. Because yeah, I'm trading 7 funded accounts. Only 2 are, or 3 of them are evals. I could probably, trade if I wanted to through those evals, but I don't really want to. I'd rather just copy trade all 10. Okay, 17 minutes. Technically less than 16 minutes till we got to be out of all fundeds for TPT users. So, bracing myself here.
Yeah. And if the volatility doesn't come in the switch of the hour, maybe it's 30 minutes after on the Powell interview, not interview, but a statement and interview. So the last FOMC we had zero vol on the news coming out, but the volatility when he started speaking was crazy.
Leo, did you say something to me, by the way? I stepped away.
Oh no, I was talking mostly to the chat.
Okay.
To the chat that maybe like the huge volatility is when Powell speaks, not when the
Yeah.
news drop.
Yeah, that's true. Last time, that's exactly what happened. We got like almost nothing on the FOMC statement. You'd look for an exit sooner, Henrietta? Yeah, this could be a higher low forming on NASDAQ. Yeah, maybe. Low volume pump coming up. Maybe some volume comes in and squeezes it to the upside. That's possible. I think if it comes up to like 250, I'll stop myself out. I'm waiting for another retracement, but this 5-minute candle here with this big buying volume, this possibly is bullish. Or not possibly, probably is bullish. Just unfortunate that the NASDAQ didn't sweep that intraday low like the ES did. Yeah, Henrietta, I'm getting pretty close to closing this. Okay, I'm gonna close.
Order filled.
I'm staying with my short exposure on my cash account, but getting out on the prop firm accounts. We got 10 minutes now till the FOMC statement, and then I could look again for shorts. This might pop up a bit. There it goes.
Washington Post reporting that the Pentagon is going to send the Ford carrier home from the Middle East. A little bit of a strength in the S&P 500, a weakness in the dollar and WTI, as again, Washington Post citing the Pentagon as going to send the Ford carrier home from the Middle East. So the Washington Post is citing multiple US officials on the Ford carrier return.
Yeah, it's a nice green day, man. Like,
Yeah, not bad.
for you, like
Yeah, if I don't get like a trade setup that I'm comfortable with, I may just lock in this.
So looking into the article then, the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford will depart the Middle East and begin to sail for home in the coming days. That's according to multiple US officials. An expected relief for roughly 4,500 sailors who have been deployed for 10 months, but a loss of a significant firepower as peace talks between the US and Iran stagnate.
There's a breakout signal right now. I'm actually going to take this.
So that now brings us 10 minutes away from the top of the
Bracket
hour, where we're
orders.
expecting the US interest rate decision after the FOMC concludes their
Less than 10
April
minutes
meeting.
left.
So median forecast sees the rate remaining unchanged at 3.75%. Market pricing agrees with this as well. Keep in mind as well, this is due to be Powell's last FOMC meeting as chair of the Federal Reserve, as long as everything goes to schedule with Warsh's signing in. So again, before we go into this, just going to look at a note from Wells Fargo. They say that the Fed's dual mandate remains in tension, with PCE inflation still expected to stay around 3%, and the Middle East energy shock likely to push headline inflation higher in the near term, while the labor market continues to lose momentum. Against that backdrop, Wells Fargo say that the Fed is expected to stay patient and leave rates unchanged at this meeting. The statement
8
is
minutes
likely to
left.
stress optionality, with the Fed expected to acknowledge higher costs in energy and soften its forward guidance by shifting to more open-ended language around future policy moves. Powell is also likely to emphasize that policy is well positioned to wait for more data, while highlighting that the added uncertainty from the Iran conflict, and repeating that the committee stands ready to adjust policy as needed. Wells Fargo also note that 225 basis point cuts are still expected this year in September and December. So for those interested as well, on the previous headline, we have posted the Washington Post article on the feed for those interested.
Okay, in the next 7 minutes, I need this to push 30 more points to the upside so I could take this long off. That'd be a sweep of this previous high. Thanks, Henrietta. Take it now. It's only 10 points. Targeting 40. Can you trade FOMC with Apex evals? Yes, you can. Henrietta thinks 40 is funny. Hey, watch, we're gonna get 40. Why would I only take 10, you know? I'm mostly taking this long because of the breakout signal. This 5-minute candle needs to close above 235. If it rejects there, then we'll need to close. FOMC makes you nervous enough to take 10? Yeah. Okay, 30 seconds till the candle closes. Needs to close green. If it doesn't close green, I'll just close this trade.
So ahead of the Fed meeting, just seeing commentary from Deutsche Bank's chief economist Lazzetti says that the Fed could adopt a more balanced language.
4 seconds. Did not close
So
green.
brings us now
All
5
right.
minutes away from the top of the hour, where we're expecting the US interest rate decision and the rate statement. So for the rate, the forecast is to remain unchanged at 3.75% for Powell's last meeting as Fed chair. So keep in mind also at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be meeting with the Artemis 2 astronauts at the
So
White
I'll
House
close
as
for
well.
4 points
So we've
here.
got the video for
Since
that. It's on the feed
5 minute
for those
candle did not
interested.
close green. I don't want to be holding it. Want to get out now before the FOMC statement. Medium sellers coming in. Tighten my stop. Okay, we're out. FOMC statement coming up. If you are in fundeds that do not allow news trading, make sure you close out of your position. Pasha likes the thrill. Nah, there wasn't much thrill there. It was breaking out here, so I took the long just in case it's a quick one. But it's I would still be holding here if FOMC wouldn't be coming in. Anyways, I'll be right back. Yeah, guys, it's possible that FOMC and Jerome Powell speaking don't even move the market that much because the market could be just waiting for the huge earnings in after hours. So we could even just stay in this daily range that we have today. The real movement's probably going to be when earnings comes, right when the market closes. And it's going to be huge.
1 minute remaining. I'll be leading with the US rate decision.
Alrighty. Pasha, is there a way to make a stop on Tradebit if you enter in naked, or is there a way to drag your stop around in Tradebit like in Ninja Trader? Yeah, you're able to, yeah. Like set up a stop. Yeah, you can. And yeah, you can drag it around and all of that. What earnings? All the big ones. Meta, Google, Amazon, Qualcomm, Microsoft, and Ford and eBay. But First 5 are the big ones.
10 seconds.
Am I getting payout today? No.
No change, no change. Rate remains unchanged at 3.75% as expected. So the Fed voted 8-4 to hold the benchmark rate at 3.75%. Myron dissents in
8 to
favor of a
4.
rate cut.
Interesting.
Hamak, Kashkari, and Logan voted against the easing bias, and they noted Middle East developments adding a high level of uncertainty. So looking through the rate statement now then, Fed say that developments in the Middle East are contributing to a high level of uncertainty about the economic outlook. The Fed characterizes inflation as elevated versus somewhat elevated in the previous statement, citing the global energy prices. Fed note that the committee is attentive to risks on both sides of the mandate. Developments in the Middle East are contributing to a high level of uncertainty about the economic outlook. So, in considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the Fed funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. So, the vote in favor of policy was again 8-4, with Myron dissenting in favor of a 0.25 percentage point cut, Hamak, Kashkari, and Logan dissenting against inclusion of the easing bias in the statement. So the Fed voted in favor again, 8-4.
Sounds a little bit more
So short-term
bearish
US
than
interest
bullish.
rate futures continue to price in little chance of a rate cut this year after the Fed leaves policy rates on hold.
Okay, I'm gonna re-enter my short position,
Treasuries are steady after
but I would
4
like to
dissents
enter
from the
back
Fed
up
rate
here.
decision. To the markets, nothing really holding here. Did see a whipsaw in the dollar, small reaction in the S&P as well. Nothing noteworthy there.
So at 276, I'm going to re-enter short. Zahid, aren't these fundeds? Yes, 7 of them are, but yesterday I hit a pretty big loss. That's why I took the day off. I have to grind back up to the to get above the buffer. So I won't be taking a payout for a while. When can funded start trading again? As of right now, you're good to trade if you're on TPT. It is now 2.5 minutes after the drop of the news, so you can start trading now. Do you mind asking how big? It was 1,000 per account. So it was a pretty big loss. 1 minute after starts or ends, both. So 1 minute before, 1 minute after is when you can't have orders. You think there will be bad income news after market? Is this why you're shorting that much? No, not really because of that. I honestly would not like to be in any trades after market. When the market closes, I do not want to really trade it, to be honest, unless I see like something really obvious in the price action. I don't really want to trade it because it's probably going to go both ways. A huge amount of points, like 200 plus. That's what I would assume. Like at least 200 points one way and the other.
Oh
The
shit!
dollar pairs
I'm
gains
late.
against
I'm
the
late
yen,
to the
last
game.
down spot 4%. The euro extended losses against the
missed it.
dollar following the
What
decision
happened?
as well.
It's no change, but it sounded a little bearish because there were three members that basically were like against easing rates.
Oh.
So it was 8 versus 4 to keep rates the same, and then 3 of them said that they actually do not want to proceed with an easing mindset, basically.
Okay. Okay.
The dot plot is what matters. Yeah. Did the buffers change per type of account? Yeah. Yeah, Mark. So I'm trading 50K accounts. So the buffer is 2K. 25K accounts, the buffer is like 1500. And then like when you go higher, like a 150K account, the buffer is like 4500 or 4000. Pasha, you have daily payouts funded accounts with TPT? Yes. Yeah, I have the funded accounts with TPT, and I can take daily payouts on them if I have the profit available.
You're still adding to your buffer, aren't you, Pasha? Right?
Yeah, because I had that max
Okay.
loss. I have to build my buffer back up.
Okay. How much is your buffer now for the 50Ks?
It's different across the accounts, but the main one's TPT. It's about 1300 right now.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, so you're building it back up.
Yeah. So I need
Gotcha,
700 more
gotcha.
to get the buffer. And then everything above that, start building that buffer.
Gotcha. So for the Lucid, you know how it's the 20% consistency thing?
Mm-hmm.
So so today I ended up making 413 on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now it says right now it's consistency is 100%, but now it says I have $1,650 left to meet consistency, kind of.
Okay.
So then I can get a payout. So I guess they don't go by the day. I guess they just go by consistency, like that.
Hmm.
It's something.
Yeah. Mark, you got me wanting to figure out how to do this. I start learning while on paternity leave. Just be careful, brother.
JP Morgan's Michelle with
If
some
you want to
commentary
get
says
into
the Fed is
this
clearly
kind of
moving
stuff,
toward a symmetrical
just be
policy.
aware that the odds are stacked against you. Odds are stacked against you, and majority of people lose money doing this. What's my favorite
JP
prop
Morgan's
firm?
Michelle adds that the Fed is
Take
telling us
Profit Trader,
increasingly
baby.
they're concerned on the price level. Tasnim news agency
They're gonna
says
send
6
me some
Iranian crew
swag,
members
so
of the
that's why I love them
Iranian-flagged
the
container
most.
ship Tuska freed after the seizure by the US. 22 Iranians are still being held, though.
Vaganza, please watch the language, but you said you closed position and NQ drop. I had to close my position. So I'm not sure what you're referring to there, but I had to close my position because I cannot trade through the FOMC statement, or else the accounts get blown. It's against the rules of TPT.
I don't know if that was good news or bad news.
Yeah, I have no idea. ES is going for that break of the low of day.
I'm gonna take a short here. Let's see what it gives me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy I got a short exposure on my cash account right now.
Oh, that took it right away. Took 120 right there, real quick. This is on a top step eval, boys, if you guys don't know.
Okay, ES, huge sell orders. And there it
ES
goes.
broke its low, yeah. I don't think we broke NQ's low all day, to be honest.
Yeah, we haven't yet. But it kind of looks like it might be... Oh, that's breakdown signal. Dang. Okay, I have to enter the short on the breakdown signal.
Yeah, I entered late. I entered
189.
at 179, 5 macros.
Okay.
$5
Yeah, I entered
only
176
risk.
just now, so I'm very late.
Okay, only risking like 42 bucks on this, 45 bucks on this trade. See if it See if it hits. If it goes below 170, then I'll break even or something. Bring the loss lower. Actually, let's for $60. That was a good choice. Otherwise, it
The
would
S&P
have would have
500
wicked me out
extends
right
declines.
there.
Last down around 0.4%
I was like, oh
following
man,
the
I
Fed
moved
rate
it
decision.
just in time. Okay, risking only $7 on this. 5 micros, boys. Let's
Nice.
go. There we go. There we go.
Pretty heavy.
Yeah.
NASDAQ's
really.
sketchy because, like, watch it make a higher low here, bro.
I know, and I'm just kind of okay. I'm taking 120.
Like, don't do it. Just break through.
ES pulled back really violently right there. That's why I didn't like it. I just took it.
Dude, I'm closing this short.
Order filled.
I don't like that the NASDAQ's just holding like that, man.
Yeah. Look at the ES though. I mean, it just wicked up right there real quick.
I mean,
too.
the ES waking up, but like, look at the ES overall. It's a nice descending
yeah.
channel. It's like super obvious bearish. Obviously, it might pop up a little bit and whatever, but
yeah.
it's like way more bearish than the NASDAQ. NASDAQ keeps holding here.
We didn't even break that 153 level from the previous low that we were trying to go for.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna do a Tory line for my short entry. I don't think if this stays bearish, I don't think it's gonna pop up here to give me my ideal entry. So let's set 250 for the short entry if it does get up there.
So what you're saying is go long. That's fine. That's fine.
I mean, it looks like it is, yeah. I mean, I'll take a long, honestly, here. Let's do it.
I'll take 1 micro long. How about that from right here? Just to see what if it would play out till even like 220 area. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Didn't fill my order. Should I force fill it? Okay, we're filled.
JP Morgan's Michelle says the Fed has shifted to more hawkish.
I'm gonna set another buy around 170. If it does drop, just another micro. If it does drop down there, my entry's at 188.
Okay, mine's 183. Hey, Pasha, when you gonna buy Tori's trading course? Already did, bro. I'm watching it every day. Giving myself motivation to trade. Trying to target 40 points on this long. And then I re-short up there. I feel like I could take more than 40 points, though. Oh, whatever. I'll take 40. JC Trading found take profit through my content. Already using the funded account. Nice, man.
Nice. That's good. That's good.
Appreciate you, bro.
So Trump
good stuff.
is now speaking at the live event. So we do have a video on the feed for those interested.
Need Leo and Pasha trading course. I mean, no joke. We may have something in the works at some point, but it's not gonna be anything like the 5K guru courses. It's not gonna be anything like that. Like at some point, we will have something in the works.
Who has $5,000 to pay like that, man?
Well, Tori offers financing.
Oh my god. Oh my
What's the one
god.
in America? The Affirm financing or something like
Yeah,
that?
bro.
Bro, we
The
can't do
traders
like
now
a
see as much as a
leasing course,
25%
you
chance
pay
of a
every
Fed rate
month and
hike
after
by
3 years you
April
get a new one.
2027, which is up from 20% before the
Bro,
Fed
you just
decision.
gotta take a mortgage out.
Oh
I don't want this
man.
finance stuff. Take some equity out of your house.
Yeah. I don't know if it was like a joke on X, but it was like something like, oh, if your credit score is above 600, like you can buy the course or something like that. I was like, what?
Oh my god.
That's
There's no
crazy.
way.
Just make a subscription model for it. I mean, it's possible, yeah. But like, honestly, like Leo and I have talked about it, and it's probably going to be like, we basically want the course to have a lot of valuable information. First of all, specifically for people that already are not beginners anymore. So the people that already know a little bit of what they're doing, and put in like as much valuable information on there that would take like a regular person
So Trump just confirmed
dozens,
he
if
did
not
speak with
hundreds of
Putin
hours
today.
to figure out on themselves or
He talked about
research,
Ukraine and Iran.
and offer that and basically be like, you know, if you're fine paying like $2 per hour saved of your own research,
Trump
then
says
it's
we had
worth
a
it.
very good conversation.
Took profit.
That's kind of
Pasha.
how we're looking at it. I'm about to. It's almost hit.
Took 62
Nice,
bucks on
nice
that one
long.
micro.
Nice. Come on, give me my 40 points.
Took about 30 points.
There we go.
Let's take it.
Not bad.
Pretty much retraced the whole FOMC almost, or more than halfway.
Yeah. Dang, now with this profit, I actually want to be safe. I'm gonna only
a
have
nice day, man.
bracket orders.
Bro, 2 more days and you're above buffer again.
Yeah.
There's no rushing.
Trump says,
There's
I
no
told
need to
Putin
rush.
I'd rather you help end the war in Ukraine.
Okay, I'm only going to get one micro short at 27,275. So that would be a sweep
Trump
of
says
that
Iran
previous
has a small
5-minute candle
percentage of its
and a
missile-making
fake out
facilities.
breakout. That's basically my idea here. That if this comes up here and sweeps, I want to be short here just in case this is a sweep for a breakout, or a fake breakout to a continuation down. Just because looking at all the other indices and whatnot, like we're looking bearish, but then the NASDAQ's doing it
Trump
something.
on Putin talk says, I think he might announce a ceasefire.
Oh, everything's going to the subscription
Trump
model.
says Putin
Yeah.
might announce a little ceasefire soon.
People see a lower recurring number and much happier to spend it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the subscription models, like, honestly, it's kind of crazy how well they work. But yeah, but we probably won't have anything like that. The only subscription model we have is basically the Trade Titan. Trade Titan membership. But yeah, Leo already knows, like whenever we do, because like it's gonna take us dozens, if not hundreds of hours to like make something that's actually quality, good product for people. And like we want it to be something that legitimately saves people hundreds of hours. So it's like, you know, if you buy it and you save 100 or 200 hours of doing your own research, creating a system, whatever it is, if you save that much time, like how much would you pay for that basically? And if we price it at like, you know, like $1 or $2 for however much time we think that we're saving people, I think that's super fair.
Yeah.
What time's FOMC? The statement already finished, but Jerome Powell is going to be speaking in 11 minutes.
Yeah, yesterday was interesting. Yesterday there was a guy from Brazil that showed up. I think his Nives Gama, his name. and he knows the guy
And
that
Trump
I
here is
learned
just
how to
suggesting
trade
that the
from.
Ukraine war
And
could
he
end
just
Oh,
he
that's
before
asked
cool.
me
the
that,
Iran war.
and he when I answered, he was like, "Oh, I know the guy," and now he's very famous. But in 2017, when I just found he had his second class
Mm.
In
of
10 minutes time now, at
students.
the
He had the
bottom of the
first
hour,
one in
we see the
2016,
FOMC press conference with
and I
Fed
was part
Chair
of the
Powell.
second class.
This is
Now
due
it's
to be
on
his
the
last
10th,
press
or
conference
I don't
as
even know if he
chairman of the
teaches
Federal
anymore
Reserve.
like that. But bro, it was a
So we've got a
full
live
year
video attached in the
of
calendar.
classes.
We'll
I
get it on the
watched
feed as well.
probably more than 1,000 hours of, bro. It was basically
Dang.
graduation, bro.
Oil
Basically
futures
a
extending
graduation.
gains, Brent crude
That's
rising
crazy.
to the highest
Was
since
the whole
June
year
of
of
2022 in
2017.
intraday trading.
And at that time, I paid probably around $400 of.
Trump, when
If it was
specifically
on
asked for
today's
which
money,
war ends
was probably
first,
around
says maybe
$400 for
similar
a full
timetables.
year of learning.
Yeah.
And I was 1 year in trading, but that 2017 year, bro, my learning curve skyrocketed, and I learned everything. And I just like I chose what it worked for me. So since 2017, I use like Fibonacci. I learned from him the EMAs, how to properly read EMAs, market structure, all of those things. I still use what I've learned in 2017.
That's awesome. By the way, June Girl throwing out a recommendation for us. So she's saying, make a course that would be for baby Pasha in the future, but teach baby Pasha, not adult Pasha Jr. In other words, make a course like you're teaching a baby for new traders. So I think that
Oh yeah,
would be part of it. And there's potential of that
that's a
being
good idea.
completely free. So like the super, super basics, there's potential of us making that just like free. But then like the more advanced, we go to, you know, making a paid thing. Because it would take,
Oh, nível
like I
exame.
said, many,
Yeah,
many
that would that.
hours.
Yeah, some things like there's nothing. Like let me be like very very clear. There is nothing that I can teach you that that you wouldn't be able to find on the internet. But
Mhm.
the main thing is that you would have a very like you go left and right and up and down. If you have a nice clear pathway to follow to learn, it's easy. It's saving you a lot of hours. And if you had like the right way to teach you, you will learn faster. You know, so there's all of that.
Yeah. And
So
6 foot
all
2
of the
saying
things
not
that
just baby traders, make a course that my kid could digest around age 10.
yeah, that's who.
Yeah, I think that's like all the stuff that we'll have to take into consideration basically. And then Linda's saying it's all about psychology. So yeah, like that's the other thing. Like once you actually have a strategy, once you like have an understanding of the markets and everything, after that, it's all psychology. It's all you. Like you're the one that
Yeah.
makes or breaks your own your own success trading. Like just like I said, when I took that max loss limit, I it was like completely stupid of me to do what I did. But I did it anyways. I've done that many times before. But like when you have all of the stuff you need to trade and you know it all, it still doesn't make you profitable until you have the psychological factor in check. That's what makes you profitable. But
Yeah,
either
and
way,
I
like we'll
like
make something. Go ahead,
yeah,
Leo, sorry.
at some point. Yeah, at some point we'll make something. Because like first of all, people are asking for it. People send me DMs. Can you teach me? Can you this and that? People are ready to try to pay me something to teach them, but like it's not the right way to do it, man. Like I'm not going to just that's not how it's going to be done, I think. That's not the proper way to do it.
Yeah.
Because I don't even know who's asking me also though.
Yeah.
Like,
It's not gonna be like
that's not the right way
realistic
to do it.
for like Leo to have a one-on-one with everybody individually, you know? to like answer different questions and all of that.
Yeah, it's the time. Like Pasha always said that, man, the amount of time that I spend on the stream, this and that. So, but now I see, bro, like it takes a lot of your of time of your day to do
Yeah.
the stream. It's already your full-time job, you know.
In 5 minutes time now at the
Everything
bottom
you
of the
do
hour,
after
we've
it's
seen the
it's
start of the
overtime.
FOMC press conference with
It's
Yeah.
overtime.
Chair Powell.
Yeah.
We have got the live
Takes
video
away
on
from
the
your
feed for
family,
those
takes away
interested.
from taking care of your health, takes away from being able to like you have to do extra thing you have to have extra discipline to like to go to the gym, to eat healthy, because after sometime like yesterday I finished the stream, bro. I don't know how Pasha can do that every day, like the
Yeah, Leo
full day of
covered me
streaming.
full day yesterday, but you did London session too.
Yeah,
So
so
you're
it
up
was a little
3
bit more.
or 2 hours earlier than me.
Was 10 hours of stream at on total
Hmm.
from the London to the end of New York session. But when I finished yesterday New York session, I just wanted to lay down on the couch, and bro, that's it. It was basically what I did. I lay down on the couch, then I lay down on bed, and I went to sleep, bro. It was basically that.
Yeah, it's
That's the
exhausting.
life I need.
Yeah,
That's the life
that's the life. So, but in other days, I would be like, oh, I'm going to the
JP
gym.
Morgan's
I'm going
Michelle
to
says
like
the next
do
meeting will be
like a
more
nice
two-way
meal for
debates
me
on
to eat
rates.
healthy and this and that. I would spend time with my wife. I'm going to the, I don't know, shopping or something. But after you just,
So
it's like
traders
a
add to
normal
bets on Fed rate
working day
hikes
job, you know?
in
Just
2027.
different.
They're now seeing a 45% chance based on CME Fed Watch
Yeah, I mean,
data.
But it's
I would
awesome.
love
Like,
to
don't get me
like
wrong.
someday in the future. Like I want to be here for everybody on the stream all day. And like Leo, he's like trying to be here for everybody on the stream every day. But like at a certain point, we're probably not gonna be on this long.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like
at some
so
point,
much.
like maybe, it's a lot. I think nobody does this, to be honest. A
Yeah.
full day, nobody does that.
Like someday in the future, I think it'll be like we got Leo for London, Pasha for New York Open, and then Sasha for the final 3 hours of New York or something, you know?
Like for power hour, I realized that some people they close the stream and reopen. So they do like first 1 hour and a half in New York, close. Then
Yep.
they come back for power hour or something like that. But I don't know if I don't like that very much, but I understand people who do that,
Yeah.
who does that.
Because honestly, most of the days, yeah, you don't get that good of price action between power hour and like the first 2 hours of the market. Some days you do get really good moves, but
Yeah.
you know, a lot of days you don't. So it's like you're just sitting watching nothing happen on the screen or potentially getting chopped up.
Yeah, now we yapped our way into JP hour, like Metalloid said.
Trump on the
Yeah, we got
UAE
2
leaving
minutes
OPEC
left.
says it's great.
Okay, I'm gonna get the live stream up. Uh-oh. Do not get... Oh my goodness. I don't know if that was royalty-free music playing on the Associated Press. Better not get demonetized.
Trump says the UAE OPEC exit is great for getting gasoline and oil down.
Okay, whenever Powell says good afternoon, we get a huge spike up
Trump
to
says it's a good time
275.
to lower rates.
We top tick, enter a short, and then
So
it
it brings us
dumps
now
from
1 minute
there.
away from the bottom of the hour,
Easy.
where we're expecting Powell's press conference.
Easy.
So again, shortly expecting the press conference from Fed's Powell.
Maybe I think it pops up to like 280. Top tick entry. $70-point bounce, 300-point drop. Let's see it. You got a lot of ideas. I think if you make a video showing the mistakes you've made in the past, what you would have done differently would be helpful. Okay. Yeah, June girl, you've made now a couple video suggestions before. I think I've only successfully made one video so far from your suggestion. He always says good afternoon. Yeah, pretty much. JC Trading, hey Pasha, quick question. I'm in Brazil. Until what time can I keep trading before the market
Trump
closes?
on Hormuz blockade says has been genius and foolproof.
The market closes in 1.5 hours.
Crude June futures settle at $106.
1 hour, 30 minutes from now, the market closes.
$6.95 or 6.95%. NYMEX gasoline May
Then
futures
for
settle
1
at
hour
around
after that, it's after hours
$3.74
trading.
a gallon. NYMEX diesel May futures settle at around $3.74
Anyways,
a gallon.
we got Mr. Jerome coming up here
And NYMEX
any
natural
minute.
gas June futures settle at around $2.64.
Alrighty.
Trump on Iran says
It's
all
a
Iran has to
pushdown?
do is cry uncle. Iran has a dead economy.
It may do the quick sweeper and then the sweeper to the upside, and then we go down. Call on it. Okay, be right back before Jerome comes on.
Trump says we're doing talks by phone. And Trump further adding that on Iran, we're having talks with Iran right now. Fed Chair Powell is going to speak now. Reminder videos on the feed for those interested. Powell says inflation elevated, in part reflecting energy price increase.
Good afternoon.
Trump says Iran has come a long way, and the question is whether they will go far
achieving our
enough.
dual
Powell says
mandate
current
goals
policy
of
stance
maximum
is
employment
appropriate.
and stable prices for the benefit
Powell
of
says
the
promotes
American people.
progress towards goals.
The U.S. economy has been expanding at a solid pace. While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has been
Powell
little
says relief
changed in
events
recent months.
contribute to uncertainty.
Inflation has moved
and
up
that there
and
are
is
risks to
elevated
both
in
sides
part
of the
reflecting
mandate.
the recent increase in global energy prices. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. We see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward
Powell
our
says
maximum
consumer
employment
spending is
and
resilient.
2% inflation goals. Developments in the Middle East are contributing to a high level of uncertainty about the economic outlook, and we will remain attentive to risks to both sides of our dual mandate.
Powell says
I'll
the
have more to
UE
say
rate
about
has
monetary
changed
policy
little.
after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. Consumer spending has been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand at a brisk pace. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak. In the labor market, the unemployment rate was 4.3% in March and has changed little in recent months. Job gains have remained low. A good part of the slowing in the pace of the job growth over the past year reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including job openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, generally show little change in recent months. Inflation has moved up recently and is elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 3.5% over the 12 months ending in March, boosted by the significant rise in global oil prices that has resulted from the conflict in the Middle East. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.2% over the 12 months ending in March. This relatively high rate largely reflects the effects of tariffs on prices in the goods sector. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have risen this year, likely because of the substantial rise in oil prices. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5 to 3.75%. The economic outlook remains highly uncertain, and the conflict in the Middle East has added to this uncertainty. In the near term, higher energy prices will push up overall inflation. Beyond that, the scope and duration of potential effects on the economy remain unclear, as does the future course of the conflict itself. We will continue to monitor the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. We are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. This is my last press conference as chair, and I will close with a few thoughts. First, I want to congratulate Kevin Warsh on his advancement out of the Senate Banking Committee this morning. This is an important step forward, and I wish him well as that process continues. The Federal Reserve exists for one fundamental purpose: to foster the economic conditions in which American families and businesses can thrive. Stable prices, a strong job market, and a financial system they can depend on. Every decision we make, whether about interest rates or regulatory and supervisory matters or other issues, is made in service of that purpose. Our decisions reflect the collective judgment of the Board of Governors and the Federal Open Market Committee, colleagues who demonstrate analytical rigor, principled judgment, and a genuine commitment to the public interest. Our collaborative and deliberative process has long reflected a shared commitment to finding common ground in service to our mission. This institution is resilient, capable, and staffed by professionals of extraordinary talent and exceptional dedication. It has been a privilege to serve alongside so many great public servants at the Board of Governors and around the Federal Reserve System. The Fed's work is only as effective as the public's understanding of it, and you, the press, are essential to keeping the public informed about what we do and why. The people we serve benefit from your careful reporting. I welcomed the announcement last Friday by the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia that she had closed the criminal investigation. She also noted, however, that she would not hesitate to restart the investigation. Over the weekend, the Department of Justice provided assurances that they will not reopen the investigation unless there's a criminal referral from the Fed's Inspector General. And, absent such a referral, if they do appeal the recent court decision, they would not seek, as part of that appeal, to restart the investigation or send new subpoenas. I've said that I will not leave the board until this investigation is well and truly over, with transparency and finality, and I stand by that. I'm encouraged by recent developments, and I'm watching the remaining steps in this process carefully. My decisions on these matters will continue to be guided entirely by what I believe is in the best interest of the institution and the people we serve. After my term as chair ends on May 15, I will continue to serve as a governor for a period of time to be determined. I plan to keep a low profile as a governor. There's only ever one chair of the Federal Reserve Board. When Kevin Warsh is confirmed and sworn in, he will be that chair. Once sworn in as board chair, his new colleagues will elect him to chair the FOMC as well. As I regularly point out from this podium, our success in delivering our goals matters for all Americans. I'm confident that the Fed will continue to do its work with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the kind words about the press. Often doesn't come from the podium in different places, but appreciate that. Can you talk about what is gone into your decision to remain on the board? What kind of criteria are you weighing, and how long might you stay? Thank you.
Sure. So, my concern is really about the series of legal attacks on the Fed, which threaten our ability to conduct monetary policy without considering political factors. And I want to note here, this has nothing whatever to do with verbal criticism by elected officials. I've never suggested that such verbal criticism is a problem, and neither has anyone else here. But these legal actions by the administration are unprecedented in our 113-year history, and there are ongoing threats of additional such actions. I worry that these attacks are battering the institution and putting at risk the thing that really matters to the public, which is the ability to conduct monetary policy without taking into consideration political factors. It is so important for our economy, for the people that we serve, that they can depend over time on a central bank that operates that way, free of political influence. It's part of the absolute foundation of this amazing economy that we have. It's just one of the many reasons why the U.S. economy is the envy of the world. That piece of institutional architecture separates successful countries from unsuccessful countries. It is extremely important, not for the people who work at the Fed at any given time, but for the people that we serve, that the Fed remain able to conduct monetary policy in a way that doesn't get pulled into politics, trying to help or hurt any particular politician or political party. It's critical for the people that we serve. In terms of when I would leave, I will leave when I think it's appropriate to do so. Was that all your questions, or was that?
Well, I just have a follow-up, which is, what would you say to the criticism that by remaining on the board, you're actually taking a political act and denying President Trump the majority of the board, which as president he would have if you left?
I don't see that at all. As I mentioned, you know, I'm literally staying because of the actions that have been taken. I had long planned to be retiring, and you know, the things that have happened in the last 3 months have I think, left me no choice but to stay until I see them through at least that long. You know, in addition, I don't see how this will interfere. My intention is not to interfere. You know, I was a governor for almost 6 years, and the tradition is at the Fed that governors who understand how difficult the role of chair is, and as a soon-to-be former chair, I do understand how hard it is to get consensus with 19 strong-minded people. You work with the chair. You try to be heard, but also collaborate with the chair and try to support the chair when you can. When you can't, you can't. And I think that's the attitude that people generally take, and that's the attitude that I'll take.
Nick.
Chair Powell, if I could ask about the inflation outlook. In March, you described the standard practice of looking through energy shocks as conditional on inflation expectations staying anchored. Since that meeting, there has been very little progress reopening key energy trade corridors. Can you help us understand how the inflation outlook has changed in the intermeeting period, beginning with the prospects for tariff pass-through resolving on the timeline that you had outlined in March, before getting to the energy shock that is now on top?
So, you know, I would look at it this way. For a long time, we've been working on the hypothesis, really, that tariffs would lead to a one-time price increase and that would go away over time. In other words, that there would be no further change, so measured inflation wouldn't reflect that higher level going up more and more. And it's time for that to happen. You know, we really do expect that to be happening in the next 2 quarters. So we'll be watching very carefully to see that what we've thought all along would happen. That's the kind of critical part of the forecast. We need to really see that. With energy, it's so hard to say. I mentioned, you know, in sort of the textbook, you would look through an oil shock because they tend to be short-lived and they tend to revert, and monetary policy works with long and variable lags, so you wouldn't necessarily react right away. I think that is all the more true given that we're several years above 2% inflation and that we're already looking through the tariff shock. So I think we're going to be very cautious about that. But the question about looking through energy really is not in front of us right now. It hasn't even peaked yet. And I think we'd want to see the backside of that and progress on tariffs before we even thought about reducing rates.
So if I could follow up, the statement today preserves language that has taken on some meaning as it was socialized when the committee was actively lowering rates. Why is that easing bias still ripe, given how different the inflation outlook is now versus a meeting or two ago? And what more would have to happen for it to get evicted?
So that was, as you will recall, we had a discussion about that at the last meeting, and we talked about it in the press conference after the March meeting. We had the same today. We had quite a vigorous discussion about that very issue and the guidance, and is it still appropriate, and that kind of thing. And I would say that the number of people on the committee who either could support that language changing to a more neutral stance so that a hike is as likely as a cut, that number has increased over the intermeeting period, and it's easy to see why. I mean, it's a good question, right? You see inflation has moved up over the interim a bit. Core inflation's 3.2 now, moving, albeit just a little bit, in the wrong direction. And we know that there will be, that there's headline inflation coming out of the Gulf, and we don't know how much that will be. We're going to need to see. So it makes all the sense in the world that people would look at that and we'd have a vigorous discussion about that. You saw that 3 people dissented over the language. I think all of those people agreed with the rate decision. So the majority of the committee did not want to do that, and I didn't think we needed to do it at this meeting. It really was just a question of why do we need to do that now? We have so much to learn. There's so much uncertainty about the path ahead. There doesn't need to be any rush to make that decision now, because what happens in the next 30, 60 days, even by the next meeting, could really change the picture around that language. So, it's a much closer thing on the committee than it was in March, and that makes all the sense in the world, it seems to me.
Claire. So Claire Jones, Financial Times. Just going back to this issue of the easing bias, we've now got oil approaching $120 a barrel when it comes to the benchmark Brent crude. If it stays around those levels 6 weeks from now, what would be your best guess as to whether the easing bias will still be in the statement? Thank you.
I wouldn't want to guess. Well, first of all, we're going to have new leadership in all likelihood by then, and new leadership's going to have a very important role to play in that. So I won't be standing here at this podium to answer your question. So I don't know. As I mentioned, that's all I can really say is that we had a great discussion about that today. It's gotten to be a better question in the interim period. We had the discussion. A majority are still on the page of not feeling the need to move to that level, and that's where I am. I get it, though. At a certain point, you would move, and that conceivably could come as soon as the next meeting.
Thank you. Just to follow on, the new leadership also seemed rather lukewarm on press conferences and on the dot plots. What would your advice to him be on these communication tools? So
I'm not going to give him any advice through you today here, but I think communications generally is. I think every incoming chair takes a look at communications, and it's a very healthy thing. I mean, communications it's very complex, and you can always be looking at new things, and if that happens, it feels like it's going to happen. That's a completely appropriate thing.
Neil.
Hi, Chair Powell, Neil Irwin with Axios. Can you tell us if you've been in touch with incoming Chairman Warsh? To what extent is this a normal transition process versus all the things swirling around, something unusual, and what can we expect when he takes that podium in a few weeks?
I haven't seen him since seeing him at a dinner in January where I congratulated him and had a nice chat with him. Haven't seen him. I don't know what a normal process is. The last process was with Janet Yellen, with whom I had worked for 6 years, and so it was. We were sitting down the hall from each other, so it was a very different thing. I think this is and will be a very normal, standard kind of a transition process. So that's what I expect. I have every reason to think it will be.
Quick follow-up: is the Supreme Court ruling on Governor Cook a factor in when you may leave as a governor?
I wasn't thinking of it as such, but no, not really. I mean, I'm thinking more of the other things I mentioned.
Chris.
Hi, thanks for taking our question. I wanted to ask a question about your tenure, and Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. During your tenure as chair, you often spoke about how disadvantaged Americans benefited from extended periods of low unemployment. In the new framework the Fed adopted in 2020, some economists say elevated the Fed's employment mandate. Are you worried that the pandemic inflation spike that followed will make future Fed chairs more reluctant to pursue a hot jobs market, and should they be?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, what we experienced in the teens, the mid-teens, was really low levels of unemployment for a long period of time and no reaction from inflation. And we all very much took notice of that. We also noticed that the biggest wage gains were going to people at the bottom end of the income spectrum. And we had many, many reports of, I mean, it felt like a fairly stable equilibrium, and a lot of benefits were flowing to people at the bottom end of the income spectrum, including companies were, setting up in people who were confined and like training them before they got out, and it was a very healthy sort of set of societal dynamics. So of course, I think anybody would love to get back to that. I don't think that anything that happened to create the global pandemic inflation was in any way related to overweighting the employment market. I mean, it was a global shock that happened essentially very, very similarly all over the world. That had to do with closing, reopening, stimulus, and all that. And I mean, you could look at a graph of 10 big economies on the page and not know which was the U.S. and which was Germany, France, and things like that. So I don't think that insight was in any way responsible for the high inflation that we experienced. So, I mean, I think it's always been a balance. You've got to be strong on both of our dual mandates, and for example, now we don't feel that the labor market is at all a source of inflation, so we don't need to be worrying about that. It's been a long time since we have had to worry about that. Well, actually, during the pandemic recovery, the labor market was super overheated and tight, and that's when we had to worry about it, but not now.
Just on the other issue, do you need more assurance from the Justice Department before stepping down? Is that what you're waiting for, or what else?
I'm waiting, for the investigation to be well and truly over with finality and transparency, and I'm waiting for that, and I will leave when I think it's appropriate to do so.
Michael McKee.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'd like to ask you if you could explain a little more or characterize a little more the discussion about the two-sided view and interest rates, because there were some members of the Open Market Committee who've been suggesting that we may need to raise interest rates even absent the war because inflation was not coming down fast enough. Is there any sense that interest rates might have to go up, or was this just a setup to sort of warn people that you're worried about the war impacts?
So nobody, the three dissenters and others who could have supported that, and others who were, who were voters and non-voters who preferred it, they all supported the right decision, right? So people are not saying we need to hike now. It's more a question of, don't we kind of feel that we should be neutral? And what are markets doing? People argue that this is consistent with markets are doing. And again, it's a very fair question, but these changes, it's a form of forward guidance, and you don't want to make them in a way that will be sustained and continue to make sense, and not something you need to take back, fairly quickly. So I think we just a group of us, including me, didn't feel like we needed to be in a hurry on that markets are not confused about our reaction function. We don't have a problem to solve on that. But the other side of the argument is a good argument, too, as I mentioned. It's a perfectly good argument to be having, good discussion to be having. So, and it came out the way it came out.
Well, you've got three dissents in favor of two-sided warning. You've got yourself staying on the board. You've got the criticism that does come from elected officials, and you've got a lot of critics who have faulted the Fed for being too slow 2021 with inflation. Are you worried about Fed credibility under all of this? Is that one reason that you want to stay on?
Not driving my thinking now. I mean, monetary policy is going to get made by, 19 people. There's a lot of stability there. I mean, if you think about it, every new Fed chair has the same situation, which is you've got 18 colleagues on the FOMC, 11 of them vote during any year, and your job is to create consensus. It's to talk to them, understand them, be inside their thinking, and be able to pull them together and get consensus and move. And that's what every Fed chair has to do. And I think Kevin Warsh is actually quite well. He has the capabilities, skills to be very good at that, I would think. So I think I'm not so worried about that process. I think that'll work itself out.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Howard Schneider with Reuters. You mentioned that staying on as a governor, you intend to keep a low profile. I'm just wondering if you could give us a little more detail on what that looks like and how you can... Touche. Walk down the steps. What that looks like, and particularly around the policy discussion, how you're able to have your intervention and not be a shadow chair and not have a kind of an outsized influence over the process.
Yeah, that's just something I would never do. The shadow chair thing. No, I don't know what the exact specifics of it will be, but I'm going back to being a governor. I respect the role of chair. I was a chair. I was a governor for 6 years, and I know what that's like. I know it, and I had a pretty front row seat particularly with Chair Yellen, to whom I was close when I worked with Chairman Bernanke for 2 years, but I was brand new at that time, so I got a sense of what it was, and I had real sympathy for how hard it is to get that group to consensus, and I always felt like I don't want to add to that unnecessarily, and that means try to support the chairs where the direction the chair wants to go in, if you can. If you can't, you can't. And I think that's the way it's always worked there, because the chair only has one vote, plus the ability to develop consensus. And if people won't be, they won't, if they're not flexible at all, then how do you ever do that? And so that's why the authority the chair has really is to develop relationships with people and work with them, and then put something forward that has consensus. And I propose to be a very constructive participant in that process, really out of respect for the office of the chair.
And in your view as a soon-to-be governor, how do you see the risks of oil prices bleeding into core inflation in coming weeks? Because it seems like the commentary that was coming from particularly some of the Reserve Bank presidents, they were elevated concerns about the bleed into core, and here we are with 3 dissents now. What do you see as the prospect of a core inflation?
Those prospects are real. Remember, though, they're real, and the real thing is we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to need to see. And the good news is we think our policy stance is in a very good place for us to wait and see. We're right kind of at the high end of neutral or perhaps mildly restrictive. The labor market shows more and more signs of stability, whereas inflation is kind of misbehaving. And so maybe a little bit of restriction or the high end of neutral is just the right place to be. So we can wait here and see how things work out before we act. And we'll see how much how much does come through into core. You see it already in airfares, of course, but you may see it in many other places. We just don't know yet, and it's so unknowable, because how long will the strait be closed? You can develop any number of scenarios that you want, but we really won't know till we know. So fortunately, we're in a good place to wait and let things develop.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. You started holding post-meeting press conferences for every meeting as opposed to the ones with SEPs. Can you talk about why you see that as a net positive?
So we always said, when we were doing quarterly press conferences, we always said we can move at any meeting, but we only ever moved at the quarterly SEP meetings where we had the press conference. So if you think about it, during the pandemic, we were moving like a lot at every meeting and sometimes between meetings, and doing that without a press conference, I think, would have been quite challenging. It's become the industry norm. It's the standard. I don't know whether that has to remain that way. I don't know. I mean, it's just something people have become used to, and I do think it's quite helpful to, I try to deliver a message on behalf of the committee rather than 18 other people going out and delivering their message, and it's going to be all over the place, because we do, thankfully, have widely disparate views.
Okay, thanks. The other thing I wanted to ask about was the communications review from last year. Could you describe the debate last year, what changes were considered, what you wanted, and what prevented action, any action on those changes?
So yeah, I'm not going to go into the real small specifics, but what we found very quickly was that making really large changes, for example, to the dot plot or the SEP, it didn't have. We couldn't come up with anything that had really broad support on the committee. And so we just moved on. We didn't really do as much on that as we might have. And I was never the world's biggest fan of the dot plot, but you can't beat something with nothing. And we've looked at a bunch of things, and it's something. Like I said, I think every new chair is going to look at our suite of communications, and think about what would be changes. We are the only major central bank that doesn't publish a forecast. And that's because we have a 19-person committee, and you try to do that at the board. That's hard. At the committee, that's hard. It's hard if you do it at the staff. So it works. I think our communications are fine, but looking at doing it in a different and better way is the most natural thing in the world.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. If I could follow up on Mike's question about hikes, are we right to assume that the hawkish outcome for the Fed is still one in which the committee just extends the pause in rate cuts? And to what extent is there a growing sense within the committee that monetary policy really isn't just restrictive at all right now? The economy is holding up relatively well despite this major energy shock. The unemployment rate has ticked lower. Inflation was moving sideways even before the war and is now moving higher. So where is the committee at on that debate?
Where we're at is we think our policy rate is in a good place. If we need to hike, we will certainly signal that, and we will certainly do it. And if we need to cut, then, or if it's appropriate to cut, then we'll signal the opposite. I think because we feel like we're in a good place to move in either direction. Nobody's calling for a hike right now. So it really is going to depend on how things evolve, and that's really where it is. As I mentioned, much closer question this cycle on changing the guidance, but ultimately we didn't.
And as it relates to the war, at what point do you think the risk to growth will be larger than the risk to inflation as this conflict drags on?
You just have to find that out empirically. Given our the fact that we're a big exporter of energy, and that our economy is far less energy intensive, oil intensive than it was during the 70s, the effects on the United States are really substantially less than those of Western Europe or Asia, who are feeling much greater effects from these things. The effects we're feeling in the current situation currently, and in sort of what's priced in, which is a relatively quick outcome. If this goes on for much longer and prices go much higher, then we'll feel that much more. And of course, I'm talking about aggregate inflation numbers. We're very well aware that people are experiencing higher gas prices all over the country now, and that hurts. Those hikes may continue to happen. And other things are going to start to reflect airline fares I mentioned, and other products and services that are dependent upon petroleum and derivatives of petroleum. People are going to start to feel that.
Edward.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So I guess I'll just ask you directly on this. The markets don't see a rate cut at all this year, is what they're predicting. Do you think that we are at the neutral rate? Why or why not?
The neutral rate is we cannot know it with certainty. I think pretty close to the neutral rate. Yeah, I always had it between 3% and 4%. We're a little north of 3.5%, so that's well in the range of what I would consider a reasonable, but at the higher end of the range of what I would consider reasonable neutral rate. I think the labor market is still probably cooling off just a little bit, and I don't think there's much of a case for any case really for policy looking meaningfully restrictive, maybe mildly restrictive or neutral, I would say.
And I want to follow up on some of the other questions about your future a little bit. The first time we've seen 4 dissents now since October of 1992. Are you handing off a divided Fed?
The thing to remember is we have always had vigorous debates, and they're excellent debates. I have to say they've been really good, and we're in an unusually difficult situation. So we've really had 4 supply shocks. You can say more than 4, but at a minimum, we had the pandemic, we had the invasion of Ukraine, we had tariffs, and now we have Iran and the oil the oil spike. So those, every supply shock has the capability of driving inflation up and unemployment up. And what do? The central bank has a really hard time knowing what to do. So the right thing to do is to try to balance the achievement of those two goals, and that's what our framework calls for us to do. But these are really tough, difficult judgments. You've got to have a forecast for each variable. You've got to think how long it's going to take to get back to target. You got to think how restrictive or not is policy. So it's only natural that you have a range of views on the committee. People are going to see it different ways. They're going to have different risk tolerances and that kind of thing. I mean, if everybody agreed, that would be surprising. And I think it's partly a function of the extraordinarily challenging set of supply shocks that we've been dealing with now for 5-6 years.
Thank you so much, Chair Powell. Selena Wayne with ABC News. Are you confident that Kevin Warsh will stand up to political pressure from President Trump?
So he testified very strongly to that effect in his hearing, and I'll take him at his word.
And when it comes to gas, right now it's over $4 a gallon. Inflation just hit a 2-year high. Should Americans expect to be paying higher gas prices for the rest of this year? And in your view, does that take a rate cut off of the table? And secondly, by staying on as Fed governor, what message do you think you're sending to the president?
I don't know what gas prices are going to do for the rest of the year. And it will depend on how long the strait remains closed and how quickly it can be reopened and that kind of thing. But remember, when gas prices go up, that's disposable income coming out of people's pockets, so they're going to spend less on other things. So there will be a hit to GDP. So it's a question whether spending goes down to offset the inflationary effects. So it's not, the answer isn't obvious ex ante whether you should move your rate over because of that. We'll have to see how it evolves.
And the message it sends to President Trump by staying on?
I'll stand on what I said earlier.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. During your tenure, Fed independence has come under pressure in a lot of different ways. And I was just wondering, practically speaking, where do you see Fed independence as coming from? Is it the law? Is it political support from Congress? Is it the actions of the Fed? What sustains Fed independence?
Well, it's to a significant extent, it is the law. And, we've had to go to court to successfully so far to defend it. But the law does create a setting in which the Fed can and is directed to make monetary policy without consideration of political factors. And so part of it is the law. But it goes beyond that, though. There's a set of customs. There's a boundary line between the Fed and the administration, between the Fed and the Treasury Department. And we need to continue to respect those boundaries about what the Fed is responsible for and what the Treasury is responsible for and what the rest of the administration is responsible for. So some of it is legal. In fact, it's all legal at the end of the day, but it's more than just monetary policy. We don't want to use our tools we haven't wanted to use our tools to achieve goals that are really clearly outside our mandate. Every administration looks at our tools and thinks, that would be good to repurpose those to serve other purposes, but that's dragging us into politics and into fiscal policy. So we've resisted that.
Well, and maybe another way of asking it, too, is do you think that Fed independence is as strong now as when you became chair? And if so, why?
Look, I think it's at risk. I mean, I think these legal assaults, if you will, as I mentioned, the institution is being battered over these things. We're having to resort to, the courts to enforce our legal, it's not so much independence. It's really the ability to make monetary policy without political considerations. That's what we're talking about, and we've had to do that, and we've been successful so far. But that's not over. None of that is concluded yet, and it's really important. It's not about people who work at the Fed or the institution. It's about the benefits of a central bank that makes decisions based on analysis and our best thinking, rather than trying to help or hurt politicians. It's, that there's a bright line between central banks who do one and do the other, and successful countries have uniformly, successful advanced economy countries have a really strong set of protections around their central bank just for that reason. So that's what it's all about. I think I am confident, as I said in my remarks, that the Fed will continue to make its decision based on analysis, rigorous analysis, and not on political considerations. But we've had to fight for it, and I'd like to think that I'd like to think we can get out of that era and go back to respecting, what the law says and what custom has been, which is to, let the Fed do our thing. It's an institution full of human beings who work super hard to get things right for the benefit of the public. We're all human. Don't expect perfection, but do expect us to make, decisions without political considerations and the very best analysis we can bring.
Katerina. Katerina Saraiva, Bloomberg News. How would you characterize what you've heard from your colleagues on your decision to stay? Do you have their support? And then have you heard concern from your colleagues about continued legal attacks from the executive branch? Is this something that others have, talked to you about?
So I think that I don't want to report on what my colleagues think. They can speak for themselves, but there are widespread concerns that these things may continue. That's all I'll say, and and that would be a problem. And so.
And then I just also wanted to ask about Governor Waller's speech on the reserve banks. Do you have any thoughts on centralizing some of those functions in the way he described? And then are you concerned that something like that could potentially be a slippery slope to, to consolidate reserve bank functions even more in such a way where the central bank ultimately loses some of that important regional information?
So we try to be good stewards of the public's money and efficient, and Chris Waller is particularly passionate about that. Of course, so are the reserve, so are the presidents, and it's a question of how do you accomplish it. We of course, and Chris said this in his speech, we want 12 strong independent central banks with their own staffs and their own monetary policy views and all that. But there are things that are done in all 12 which could well be done at one much more efficiently and with cost savings. And so there's a back and forth going on that, but everybody's on the same page. The other thing he touched on was the idea of removing reserve bank presidents from office over different views on monetary policy. And I would just agree with him so strongly that would be the beginning of the end of the Fed's ability to make monetary policy independently. If every administration could come in and do that, you're just another cabinet agency at that point. So that's not something that I would support. Chris said the same thing.
Christine. Thanks, Chair Powell. Christine Romans, NBC News. I want to ask about legacy. When the history books are written, how do you think your stewardship at the Fed will be remembered for the past 8 years?
I'm going to just say that that's for someone else to say. I'll give you a mulligan on that.
All right, I'm going to ask you about misbehaving inflation then. You talked about those 4 big shocks, supply shocks over the past 5 years, and inflation still misbehaving. What's your message to American families who feel like inflation has not been under control for them really since the COVID reopening?
We're committed to bring inflation back down to 2% and sustainably. That's our goal, and we'll stick at it until that happens. We keep getting these events keep happening, which keep driving up costs, and the best thing we can do is to use our tools to guide inflation back down to 2%. I think trying to get there really quickly could be very costly in terms of job loss and things like that, but we try to get there over time in a way that does the least damage possible, and our commitment to that is never-ending and unshakable.
How would you describe the economy outside of the misbehaving inflation? I mean, it's still awfully resilient given all of the blows.
I don't know that you can be awfully resilient. So it's actually quite resilient, I would say, because it's a positive thing. If I can have that amendment, yeah, growth is really solid across our economy. Some of that is that consumer spending is hanging in pretty well. The most recent data are good. And some of it is just the apparently insatiable demand for data centers all over the United States. So a lot of business investment going into building data centers, and every reason to think that that continues. So you've got an economy that's growing at 2% or better. PDFP, which is private domestic final purchases, which is really a better signal of a momentum in the economy, is actually higher than that. So that's a positive thing. If you look at the unemployment rate, it's 4.3%. So that's a low rate. That's pretty close to mainstream estimates of the natural rate. We've been there for a long time. So it doesn't feel like a good labor market to some who don't have jobs, because quits are really low, hires are really low, and there's effectively no new net job creation. So that's in a sense, the labor market is in balance. But it's an unusual and uncomfortable kind of a balance where people who don't have jobs will have a hard time breaking in unless somebody quits their job. So that's pretty good. Inflation is the thing we need to work on, and it's partly tariffs, which we think that inflation should subside over the course of this year, because it's kind of a one-time increase. It shouldn't be repeated, and that should start happening pretty soon. The energy inflation that we're getting should go through fairly quickly. And we'll just have to see how that works out. In the meantime, we think our policy stance is in a good place for us to hold and wait developments.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. At the risk of beating the dead horse here, clearly 3 members objected to keeping that easing bias in the statement. And you said that the majority still didn't need to move to new language at this point. So does the majority of the committee still have a bias towards cuts at this point, or has the bias on the committee shifted away from cuts towards holding or hikes if that was needed?
So I think that, the center is moving toward a more neutral place, and that's sort of what markets are saying too. I just think, there's a lot of signaling going on when you change guidance like that. And so we just, I guess a majority of us didn't feel like we needed to send a signal on that right now. But maybe it'll come to that. And the reason is because, we're kind of waiting to see what happens with events in the Middle East and what are the implications of those events for the U.S. economy. So there's a group who feels like we don't need to be in a hurry to do that. We get it. And of course, we will move to a hiking bias if we want to hike, and we'll move to a neutral bias before that. But there was a difference over whether to do it at this meeting, at a meeting at which all but one of us agreed that the rate decision was correct, which was not to move.
And you just said moments ago that you believe Fed independence is at risk. Is it safe to say that you want to stay on as a governor to serve as a check and balance on that?
I want to stay until I will stay until I feel it's appropriate for me to leave. And yes, that is really what is driving this. I'm not looking to be, a high-profile dissident or anything like that. I'm more looking at the other aspects of this and wanting to see that things have calmed down and we're returning to a traditional model of working with the people that you have and bringing them to consensus and respecting that consensus. That's what I'm hoping to see.
Matt Egan.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan with CNN. You've made many tough decisions in your time at the Fed, and as your time as chair comes to a close and you think about your tenure and perhaps your legacy, are there any decisions that stand out as ones that you're particularly proud of? And are there any that, with the benefit of hindsight, you would take a mulligan on?
Yeah, it's hard. I wouldn't want to single out individual things at this point. I'll just say, all of us together have consistently tried to do what we think is best for the American people based on our tools and our objectives that Congress has given us. it's been very challenging because we've been in a situation of supply shocks really for 6 years. And that's just a very different situation than for a very long time. What the Fed and other central banks were doing all the time was demand management. And, and there was always the inflation mandate, but inflation was low for 25 years. So this is a very different world and a much more challenging one where you have to balance the two objectives. And by the way, central banks that have an inflation mandate have to do exactly the same thing because they're balancing economic activity. So that's been challenging, and we've tried to do our very best through these really challenging times, and I'm really proud of the work that I've done, that my colleagues and I have done during these years.
Now, to follow up on some of the discussion around Fed independence, can you explain to the public why this notion of Fed independence, which might sound kind of wonky to some, is so critical? I mean, what are the consequences if either the Supreme Court rules against Lisa Cook or the Fed in the future decides to make decisions more around the political calendar instead of the economic data?
So every major advanced economy in the world has made the same decision the United States has made, and that is that they want to take the making of monetary policy, the setting of interest rates to support the economy, to achieve maximum employment and price stability. They want to take that out of the direct control of elected politicians. And the reason is elected politicians are always running for election, and they'll always want low rates, and that will lead to inflation over time. So after literally centuries of experience with that, the whole world moved to the different model, and it's worked great. I mean, this is the era in which inflation was under control for 40 years. Then we had the pandemic, inflation everywhere in the world, and now we have inflation that had gone pretty much all the way back to target, really close to all the way back to target, and now is being buffeted by the energy shock, and the U.S. buffeted by the tariff shock as well. So, but what I would say to the general public is that's the backstory, is that don't think about an institution being independent. Think about it this way, that you want people to make monetary policy and set interest rates to benefit the general public and to try to achieve economic goals, which are maximum employment and price stability, and focus only on that and ignore political considerations, completely ignore them. This isn't bipartisan, this is nonpartisan. So we want to just work directly for the American people doing these things. We don't think, oh, I want to do this because the president says it's a good idea, or because there's an election coming up and I want to speed up or slow down the economy. I mean, think about that. If that's what we were doing, we'd have no credibility. Markets would lose faith in us, and our ability to control inflation and have any respect would be gone. And let me say, whatever people say, the markets believe in that we will produce 2% inflation. If you look at longer run expectations, markets believe that there's no sense in which our credibility in the markets has weakened. It's just not the case. It's people do get it, that this is our commitment and that we will achieve it, and it's priced in. If you disagree with that, then you can go ahead and bet against the markets, but the markets are pricing in Fed credibility.
Okay, we'll go to Richard for the last question.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Richard Escobedo with CBS News. We've talked a lot about gasoline prices and even you mentioned airline ticket prices, both of which are up dramatically because of the war in Iran. And so I wonder, are you seeing that weigh down consumer spending in other parts of the economy? And if so, how worried are you that that will be a drag on growth?
You don't see it in spending yet. You really don't. I mean, as one of your colleagues said, the economy has been resilient. It really has. Not just this time, but it's been remarkably resilient for some years now. The U.S. economy has just powered through shock after shock, and consumers are still spending, and that's what the banks will tell you, credit card companies will tell you, the retail sales numbers that we got most recently. People are still spending, and how long can that go on in a world where if gas prices were to go up a bunch more, that's taking otherwise spendable money out of people's pockets. But right now, we don't actually see much slowdown yet, certainly none from this, but you think logically you will, because people have a certain amount of money to spend. If they're spending 25% more on gas or something like that, then that's going to come out of other spending. But we don't see it yet.
One last thing. You mentioned those economies in Southeast Asia that are particularly dependent on petroleum. They make a lot of the stuff that American consumers buy. So was there any discussion today about whether or not those costs getting passed along to consumers is a real concern, and whether or not that might push up inflation?
So all of those things are in the models that we use to calculate inflation. So they're just parts. You can ask about anything like that, and they have a place. The staff has a place where they're looking at that and pricing in what will happen with higher prices and that kind of thing. So it's there. The effects are not that big yet. We're a huge economy. The import sector is only 10% of the economy, so we're not like a European country where 50% of the GDP is in the external sector. We're also, as I mentioned, we're an oil exporter, so we're not feeling the same kind of pain, and we're not likely to feel the same kind of pain that economies in Western Europe and certainly in Asia are feeling. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. I won't see you next time.
Well, there we go. Very nice. Let's get our music back on. For some reason, TradeSync kind of messed up a little bit. I've got one more contract on this one account than all the others. Kind of interesting.
I didn't end up taking no trades.
You didn't take any trades?
No, I didn't. It was too risky.
Okay. Yeah, I was like shorting this whole time.
I thought it was gonna be bearish. I mean, NQ hit today's high. Yeah, all-time highs for today. Not all-time highs, but
yeah, intraday highs.
Yeah, intraday highs. There we go.
It popped one tick into the hourly, bearish hourly order block. So I doubled up my short basically right when it popped up in there.
Okay. See, on the hourly, we haven't even hit the 200-day moving average, which is all the way at like 26,900-ish area. And we've been just kind of, man, we've been just YOLOing this economy. At this point.
Yeah, so
moly.
I mean, we're gonna have some huge earnings that come in very, very soon.
Are majority of them
crazy.
right after close, or?
Yep, pretty much all of them.
Nice.
Yeah, Meta, Google, Amazon, Qualcomm right at the close, and then 5 minutes after the close, Microsoft, Ford, and eBay.
I think we only need one micro for that point. At that point.
Pretty much. Yeah, it came up to the spot where basically I want to be max short, which is that 340, 335 area. We'll see if it pushes through. If it pushes through, then shorts may not be in play potentially. But I think shorts are still in play. Just because whenever we made that low yesterday, and then we popped up overnight, and then we pulled back, made that higher low today. Basically, I'm thinking this is possibly like a bear flag forming. And even if it ends up like ultimately pushing out, I think there are too many sellers up at these 300s area, 350. Possibly, maybe it goes up to the 400, I don't know. But I think there's too many sellers up here that are willing to short. So I think that'll cause potentially some sideways consolidation, maybe an ascending wedge, something like that. That's why I think it's like really good to short up here. I feel like it's very low risk to short. I think it's super high risk to try to be longing up here. So some of y'all, I saw y'all in the chat talking about Pasha. Pasha, I think I'm gonna start longing now. You may be longing the top, just so you're aware. I mean, it could just super mega squeeze to the upside, break to all-time highs, but like realistically, probably not. If the results will be good, we will have new all-time high tomorrow. Maybe. Unless the ones that are pretty much close to all-time highs, everybody just starts taking profit on them on good earnings. But yeah, oil's about to break out of the high today. It's pushing for it. By the way,
crazy is
also,
that number?
say again.
I said, just how crazy is that number? I mean, we're pushing 108 up there.
Yeah. I was
heard
watching
financial-
the dollar too during Jerome Powell's speech, and like we had a pretty strong push, and then pulled back a little bit on the dollar, but the dollar's like looking pretty strong.
Well, Fed funds futures moved quite a bit
Did they?
towards a hike by the end of the year.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was because of the three members saying to get away from easing.
Pasha, almost a $9 gain on gas today. Holy
Yeah, it
moly.
is huge.
It's
It's
Yeah, I
about
read
to
a thing
break
on-
108, bro.
I heard a thing on Financial Juice earlier that they were saying the Brent price is the highest it's been in like 3.5 years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, this is a candle that doesn't, like, I think gas will peak 120 for sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's like, this candle is one of those candles where it's like, unless something very big happens, it ain't going down. We need something very big to happen for this candle to really go down.
Are you talking about on the NASDAQ or on what?
No,
on
not
oil?
on oil, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean the fact that it's been just pushing up this strong and didn't have any meaningful pullback is kind of crazy.
In
Because
less than
before,
10
like a couple weeks ago, whenever we would have that push, there'd be some attempts, with news to bring it down. Fake news or whatever news, but there were attempts. We've had now a run for 13 days without any significant pullbacks.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. I mean even oil 10 days and we're up $30 a barrel on it.
Yeah,
Insane.
it's crazy.
I wouldn't mind to see like a flow chart or like a map of like how the oil supply was before
to see a little bit
the
of
war,
strength in WTI
and then
crude,
after, where all
minded
those
headline
tankers are
Iran
really going and
says a
coming,
revenge for
where
the
the
martyred
oil
leader
supply
remains in
is
place, according
bottlenecked
to
pretty
Iranian
much.
TV.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. By the way,
And
oil
why-
blasted through 108.
Oh wow, yeah.
And this short is working out pretty good. I must say so myself right here.
If I don't say so myself, brother, you know what? You're doing a great job. I had to be careful. I was like,
Great
oh
gerb.
no, and a great gerb. Gerber. See, NQ were up. ES were down 0.2%.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think I'm going to close this short at around 225 on NASDAQ.
Man,
So
you're holding it for
another
the long
50
run, huh?
points here.
It's a great short. I was looking at it and I didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah. Yeah, right when we popped up
With
to
the-
that 335, I doubled up my position. Because this is the spot where I was like, this for sure has sellers here. And thankfully it did.
Yeah, that top candle in ES is a divergent candle hitting the second level of the VWAP band. So it just, it's set up perfect for the move down.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I hope whoever was saying I'm going to start longing now, they literally said it when it was above 27,300. Really hope you got out. I honestly think this is going to, like, even if this makes a higher low, looking at the price action overall today, like, this could easily come down to 220. Maybe even 200. Samuel, you recovered your $1,400 loss, up $85 now. Nice job,
Nice.
man.
Let's go.
That is sketchy, bro. You got to be
That's a
careful,
me-
man.
That's a me thing to pull out sometime.
Yeah. Barry's saying I would close the trade, Pasha. But why, though? Why you say that?
Because he said so, bruh.
25 minutes left. I totally forgot about the 330 long. Good thing that wasn't in play.
Oh, I just realized the 30-minute just barely started 6 minutes ago. 5 minutes
Yeah.
ago.
Honestly, I could close here. It's a safe exit.
Look, just put your take profit at 882. 882. Put your take profit at, if it goes down, it goes down. If it
Oh, you're talking about my stop loss?
Yeah, your stop loss. Yeah, just put your just take it at 880, like 2 or 85 or something, and just let it run. See what happens.
Wait, what?
The-
882?
Yeah. So take your. Where is your break even at, anyways?
329.
Oh, 329. Oh, you're up there. Never mind. 320. Oh, you took it from the tip top.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I like doubled up and then the position
Oh,
from
okay,
before I closed.
I was gonna say put your
Gandhi's
take
saying
profit
hold
at
it.
like 285, but never mind. It just passed that right now.
We have SMT divergence in the chat. Some people saying Pasha close it, some people saying Pasha hold it. That's SMT divergence right there. Swooped said there's no chance you close this. Swoop's trying to do that reverse psychology right now, huh? I'm kind of
Sounded like a
tempted to close
challenge.
it. I want to keep holding, but maybe I cut and hold a runner. Hmm.
Yeah, cumulative volume in ES would tell you that we probably have a little bit more risk to the upside as we're still way short on the session. So maybe folks trying to flatten out ahead of earnings.
Yeah.
On ES,
Just we
we're
only
pretty
got
much
like
at
20 minutes till earnings drop.
Yep, and 13 minutes till MLC.
Yeah, it's like sketchy holding either direction with any with too much leverage, you know. It's honestly like not that scary if you just but I would probably maybe go one micro in whatever direction. I would honestly prefer the short. And then hold into earnings, no stop loss. Set your take profit at whatever key level you think the buyers are sitting. And you probably get the order off, to be honest, with the earnings volatility. Because I would assume with the how big of earnings are about to drop, there's going to be two-sided big volatility.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
So who is getting market earnings today? Google, Microsoft, I think.
Meta, Google, Amazon, Qualcomm, Microsoft, Ford, eBay. So it's a lot. Like
Wow.
Ford will have some good consumer numbers. eBay's gonna have some really good consumer numbers. Like people are gonna be all over this stuff. And then obviously the huge tech earnings today as well. Like it's gonna move the market a lot. What we just saw right now with Jerome Powell's speech, this was, I mean, let's just say 200 points, but it's a little less. It's like 150 or 180. This is gonna be a little baby candle compared to what we're gonna see on earnings, I think.
Yeah,
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see a 400-point candle.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, the fact that you have all the data coming out on top of each other, so
Yeah, exactly.
scrambling trying to figure out what it means.
Yeah, they're not even like, it's not even spread out. There's only two companies spread in, or actually one big one, and that's Microsoft 5 minutes after the rest. But yeah,
Man,
it's
these charts are gonna go-
huge news all together pretty much at the same exact time.
I'm gonna have like 6 charts open on TradingView, and all I'm gonna see is big wicks on all 6 of them.
Yeah, bro. No,
It's
it's
gonna
gonna be
be
massive.
crazy.
Honestly, I kind of prefer the downside, but whenever I was looking at these different stocks on their charts, I'm a little bit more sketched, thinking that maybe it does blast us off to sweep all-time highs potentially. Because some of these, like Microsoft, definitely looks primed to push. Google looks primed to push. I don't remember the other ones, but like if we were having like just a straight up, short squeeze on all of these stocks, I would be like, oh, I would definitely play short on earnings, for at least like a
Yeah.
quick take profit of like 200 points. But the thing is, they're all very mixed, and some of them are primed, looking like they will. Like they're at like pretty good value to buy in general, and then if earnings are good, they're gonna rocket. How about some Soxel? I'm not interested myself, but it may. And yeah, Soxel probably rockets if
Pasha, I think
everything's really good. What's up?
a lot of these tech companies, like Nvidia, right? Besides like certain employees and certain like assets, they don't have a lot of overhead though. Like, yeah,
Which
they have,
companies are you
except
talking about?
Amazon. I'm talking about like Microsoft, Google.
No, they have
Meta.
huge overhead.
What is their overhead though?
Oh, you're talking about overhead like their
their
expenses?
Yeah, their expenses.
Oh yeah,
right?
they have crazy good net margins. Yeah, barely
That's what
any
I'm saying,
overhead.
like,
Yeah.
That's so.
It's
even
just
if
their
they miss-
valuations are a bit premium. They're like
No.
2x, historical valuations for companies.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all
Because
about
it's
the
like-
forward guidance.
Yeah.
Even if they miss, they're still making boatloads of money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They don't care. They're like, look, we're still gonna make it up within 3 quarters or something, even if revenue is down a little bit. You know what I mean? They don't have to pay out hundreds of thousands of employees or have a lot of equipment just sitting on a shop floor or something.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, here, I'll just bring up one example. Like, which one of these do you want me to look at? Like Meta, Google, Amazon, Qualcomm, Microsoft.
Meta. Let's look at Meta. Since,
Okay. By the way, I loved Meta when it was at $88 a share, bro.
Yeah, that was my fault. I should
crazy.
have bought it. I should have bought so much of it. I should have got a mortgage.
Okay, so Meta's about 29 price to earnings. So it's at $1.7 trillion market cap, right? Let's just go to its free cash flow. So annual free cash flow. Okay. They dropped on free cash flow. Let's just say that they're at about $50 billion free cash flow. Okay. So that's basically the easy way of saying that is that's the profit they're making, that they're bringing in. If they keep those earnings or that same profitability, based on its current valuation, it will take you 34 years. Am I saying that right? Yeah, it'll take you 34 years to return the amount of cash if they're if they remain the same level of profitability. Obviously, they're growing their cash flow and
Yeah.
everything, but as of like today, right now, return on investment, if they stagnate, it's 34 years.
I see. Yeah. Till then, I guarantee they're not gonna go 34 years of negative. You know what I mean?
See that?
They'll
So
make it
that's
eventually.
the question is not whether or not they will, whether or not they will be able to return your investment
news
over that
disconnected.
time. The question is, do they become obsolete over the like next 10 years?
Yeah, that is
Because
true
like
though,
people
yes.
price in that they're going to probably return their investment in like 10 years. If they're growing the same amount and everything, but what if a competitor comes out from Meta, for example, just like MySpace, bro. MySpace just disappeared overnight. I don't think it's going to happen to Meta, but that's where the risk comes in. So it's
I don't
like
think-
they're probably going to return your investment in 10 years, but if something happens and they end up going obsolete, like, do they have a strong enough competitive advantage to be around for the next 10 years or 20 years or 30 years?
True.
That's where the risk comes in.
Because like right now, like Meta doesn't Meta own WhatsApp?
Yeah.
What
They
else?
have a
Like,
very
no.
big. They have Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook. Yeah, they have a very strong moat. So I honestly think they're going to be around for
I think
quite a while.
that's for a while. Yeah, I mean they're not dumb though because I realized like I was looking into it, like in early 2000s when we were at war in Middle East, right? A
Mhm.
lot of these especially during like when the NSA and all these other agencies were spying on Americans, is like a lot of these bigger companies get a lot of the technology and develop it together though. You know what I mean? Like they're already coming up with the next thing, and then
Mhm.
they make it public. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, look at this new thing we made now. And with this digital age, I think it's gonna be even more and more things they're adding. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this subscription thing. I think they're gonna push it as much as they can, and then eventually it's gonna turn out to be something else though.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe
But think
something,
about OpenAI, for example.
Yeah.
ChatGPT.
But see,
Two
that
years ago, that's like they have the moat of the century. 2
Yeah.
years ago, it's like, dude, these guys are going to be worth trillions. These guys are crazy good. Guess what? Google, Microsoft, blah blah blah. All these guys just created their own language learning model, whatever, LLMs. Dude, now that it's like, dude, ChatGPT doesn't have that big of a moat anymore. That's all they have. That's all OpenAI has. You know what I mean? So it's like, can you even put like a $2 trillion valuation on OpenAI
you
anymore?
can't. It's like like Tesla. They have their own version of Chat GPT now as well, Grok or whatever it's called.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I mean,
And
let's
it's
see
supposedly better than ChatGPT.
exactly.
You have
I was reading-
Copilot, like all these different things. Meta has their own AI.
I was reading a stat the other day, which I thought was fascinating, and it talked about the number of users that ChatGPT has is something like, it's like 900 million weekly users.
Mhm.
The footprint of Meta, of all the users of all of their platforms,
It's like 5 trillion, I think.
3.5 billion.
Or sorry,
daily
billion. You said
Yeah.
3.5?
3.5.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was more even because I could have sworn it was over half of the Earth, basically. But yeah, like
Yeah,
that
it's-
shows
it's-
right there that Meta has
1/3 of the
4x.
global population.
Yeah.
That's just mind-boggling.
So from that perspective of like users that are engaged with their services, some people could look at Meta and be like, dude, this is the craziest competitive advantage. They are definitely worth buying right now. They're going to be a $10 trillion company 10 years from now. And like, I don't hate that outlook either. And I honestly think Meta out of the Mag 7, I think Meta might have one of the strongest competitive advantages.
1 minute remaining.
And I
for the
think their
market on
whole
close imbalance.
metaverse attempt, I think that's going to be in play over the next 10 years. It's just like they were a little too early, you know, with the releasing all that stuff. But like metaverse is definitely the future.
Market on close in 40 seconds, boys.
Uh-oh.
Let's see what happens. I'm 1 micro short.
Uh-oh. Dude, are you
Wait, I
still
think
in that short? Yes, sir. I hope I don't regret it.
All right, let's see. YOLO at 5 mini short. That's fine.
10 seconds.
I want to get out of this and just re-add one.
Market on
3,
close
2, 1.
imbalance.
Okay, I'm out.
S&P 500 sell side 433 million. NASDAQ
Nice.
100 sell side 563 million.
I'm just gonna add
Dow
one
30
for
sell
earnings.
side 43 million. Mag 7 sell side
We are short
387
1
million.
micro across all accounts. There we go.
So reminder at 4 p.m. Eastern time.
We made back
expecting
half of the
earnings.
buffer in
How-
one day,
Q1
just like that.
2026, estimated
That's what I'm
revenue
talking about,
177.21 billion, estimated EPS $1.64. Google Q1 estimated revenue
Alright, this is
91.56
already
billion,
below the
estimated EPS
my 280 is my
$2.62.
entry for that
Meta
1 micro
Q1
short.
estimated revenue
Okay.
I'm risking
$55.51 billion,
$2.
I'm
estimated
targeting
EPS
150 points to the
$6.64.
downside.
Qualcomm Q2
I don't know if I should
2026
target
earnings,
more,
estimated
honestly.
revenue
Stop
10.56
loss or
billion,
no stop
estimated
loss?
EPS
No stop loss.
$2.55.
Ooh, you're risky, mama.
I mean, it's 1 micro. I'm not gonna blow the account, you know,
True. Unless that Iran
because
war
there's
news
gonna be
comes
that
out.
wild volatility that's gonna go both ways. You're gonna get stopped out pretty quick.
True. Remember that 1,000-point day when Trump was like, "All right, peace with Iran." It's like,
Yeah, that was
what?
crazy, bro.
I was working and then I look over him. I'm like, a big candle. I was like, wait, never mind. That's
I think you
5
shorted
15
it that day, didn't you?
Yeah, I shorted. I ended up
Yeah.
making money off of once it was at the top, I ended up shorting it. So yeah, made some mistakes along the way, but hey, I'm still here though. Let's go.
Yeah. I think I don't remember if I was longing or shorting that day. I think I initially started longing and then I started going short. I forgot. But I think I ended up barely green that day.
If I had shorted, no, if I had longed that,
Mhm.
man, I would have been loving it. You know how much money that would have been, Pasha?
Yeah. Oh, that was the Sunday open. I remember now. It started with a gap down,
Yeah.
closed the gap, and then just kept squeezing to the upside. I remember that day. Yeah, that was crazy.
I would have been like, all right, I'm out. I just took 27 bucks off that micro.
Yeah.
Not
Life
million,
is
not
good.
million
You
at
in
all.
payout today? No. Yesterday I hit my max loss limit, so I'm working on building back my buffer. Which, if I hit 200 points here, that will pretty much be the whole buffer built back. And then we could start working on payouts tomorrow. When do they report earnings? In 7.5 minutes. We're going to stay live until earnings drop to capture the market volatility. And man, oh man, get ready, guys. It's going to be scary. It's going to be really scary. Yeah, I'll try to target 200 points downside here. Yeah, scary thing is, if we do get that push up, it's probably going to break all-time highs. It's less than actually, it's about 300 points to the upside, 250, 300. Yes, I'm shorting with earnings, correct. Yeah, man. If it makes a crazy push to the upside, I may just lose what I made today. That's possible.
Financials reacted better to Powell than I thought they would have.
Oh, did they? Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to it. Let's see.
Yeah, they're basically unchanged from where they opened this morning. They're up a little bit, but
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I thought the increase in kind of the tightening bias would have had them down more because it flattens the yield curve out and all that. That's not great for them.
Yeah, if you look at it on the 4-hour chart, I wonder if this on financials, if that's a little dead cat bounce. It continues down maybe the next couple weeks. We'll see, I guess. Because yeah, financials still look kind of weak to me, like on the 4-hour chart.
Right, in 5 minutes' time, we're expecting earnings. Amazon Q1 estimated revenue 177.21 billion, estimated EPS $1.64. Google Q1 estimated revenue
Man, Starbucks is up
91.56 billion,
8% today.
estimated EPS
What the heck?
$2.62. Meta Q1 estimated revenue 55.51 billion, estimated EPS $6.64. Qualcomm Q2 estimated revenue 10.56 billion, estimated EPS $2.55.
Dang, Charter
Shortly after
Communications
4:05
at
p.m. Eastern Time, Microsoft
a
Q3
10-year low.
earnings, estimated revenue 81.46
Wow.
billion, estimated EPS $4.03. eBay
There's a
Q1
bunch of
estimated
buy-side
revenue
volume in ES here
3.03
coming
billion,
into the close.
estimated EPS
Is there?
$1.58.
Okay.
Ford Q1 estimated revenue
Oh yeah, that 5-minute
39.58
candle
billion,
is huge.
estimated
Huge
EPS
buying
18
volume there.
cents.
By the way, Mark, do you know much about Charter Communications?
I do not.
Okay. It's basically kind of like Comcast. They're at 3.7 forward PE. I think they're just a little bit leveraged. I think that's their issue. But this thing is at a 10-year low on its stock price. It literally fell 40% this week, or in 1 week. Is this like the craziest buy? What the heck? They're buying back shares. They have revenue
at Meta.
growth still. It's not even stagnant. On their
Meta's
balance
dropping
sheet, they're
hard.
pretty heavy on debt, but it's only 2x. Actually, no, it's 10x of their free cash flow. Dude. Charter Communications is kind of looking like an overlooked stock right now. I don't know what's going on with it. It's down 8% today. It's just a little heavy on the debt. But like it looks like they would probably survive. If they go bankrupt, they'll probably get acquired by somebody. But then if a company goes bankrupt and you're a stockholder, you don't get the acquisition, right? Mark, do you remember how that is? If you're holding a company that gets bankrupt and then the assets are bought by another company, do shareholders get that benefit?
Surely expecting.
I'm gonna have to
earnings
take a
from Amazon,
closer look
Google,
at this
Meta,
stock,
and
guys.
Qualcomm.
This stock looks very interesting right now at these valuations. I guess you could do like a low risk call option on it.
Meta is just doing something right now. See what happens.
$10 seconds.
Okay.
See.
Brace yourself, everybody.
Qualcomm
Earnings
revenue.
are coming.
Holy moly.
Adjusted at revenue 10.6 billion, 10.6 billion, higher than forecast at 10.56 billion. Adjusted EPS $2.65, $2.65, higher than
Market
forecast
is
at
around
$2.55.
542.
Capex
So let's see what
1.08
happens.
billion, Capex 1.08 billion, with Qualcomm seeing third quarter revenue 9.2 billion to 10 billion, around the estimate of 10.26 billion. We
This
also
is gonna
see
be interesting.
Q3 adjusted EPS $2.10 to
I think it's only
$2.30.
Qualcomm right now
The
that
estimate
reported.
$2.43.
Yeah.
Still waiting
Meta
on the
trying to push
others.
up.
Dude, it's like whenever earnings comes,
Qualcomm
it gets
says China
crazy.
handset market to reach bottom in Q3. As their shipments have fallen short of consumer brands. Seeing earnings from Amazon here, EPS $2.78.
That was a 100-point drop within 1
$2.78,
second,
it beats on the
bro.
estimate of
Oh
$1.62.
my
Net
goodness.
sales 181.52 billion, 181.52 billion. It beats on the estimate of 177.23
Yeah, bro,
billion.
I was telling you that
Operating
these
margin,
earnings are
13.1%,
huge.
13.1%.
We just dropped 130 points within seconds.
Net sales
Meta just fell
$37.59 billion,
$30 right now,
$37.59 billion. It beats on the
Microsoft
estimate
going
of
up.
$36.68 billion.
Amazon
Physical stores net
down
sales
about
$5.79 billion,
$20 right now,
$5.79 billion. A miss on the
Qualcomm's
estimate of
down.
5.81
Google
billion.
hasn't
North
reported
American
yet.
net sales 104.14 billion,
see yet.
104.14 billion. A beat on the estimate of 102.08 billion. With Amazon seeing Q2 net sales at 194 to 199 billion. With the estimate
buy
being
opportunity or what, boys?
189.15 billion. Q2 operating
I think I'm
income
gonna
20
take
billion to
I'm gonna
24
take
billion,
50
with the
points,
estimate
bro.
being 22.86 billion.
If it
Meta
pops
now
down to
EPS
223, I'm taking it.
$10.44. A beat on the estimate of $6.43. Revenue 56.31 billion, 56.31 billion. A beat on the estimate of 55.51 billion.
Yeah, dude, you gotta be
Operating
careful
income,
trading earnings like
22.87 billion,
this.
22.87
I'm not in no
billion.
trade, but I'm just
Family
saying.
Wraps operating income
Ooh, Meta
26.9
just
billion,
dropping.
26.9 billion. A beat on the estimate of 24.26 billion. Reality Labs operating loss 4.03 billion, 4.03 billion.
Meta just dropped $50.
A loss of
Are you serious?
4.77 billion.
Yeah, it was at 675.
Ad revenue
Oh
55.02
my.
29 actually.
That is a
That's
straight.
54.16 billion. With Meta seeing Q2
That's a
revenue
straight
at 58 to
drop-a-rooney
61
candle,
billion,
man.
with the estimate being 59.56 billion.
pumping.
And Meta sees fiscal year
From
capex at
350 to
125 billion to
250 was up
145 billion.
$8.
So
Oh,
115 billion to
yeah, Microsoft.
135
Yeah, both of
billion.
those I was thinking they were primed
Alphabet
for a
now,
pump.
revenue
Amazon
109.9
flat.
billion, 109.9 billion, a beat on the estimate of 107.1
Microsoft
billion.
up $20.
Oh my.
Operating income 39.7 billion, 39.7 billion, a beat on the estimate of 36.19 billion. Google ad revenue 77.25 billion, 77.25 billion,
Google
a
up
beat on the
$10.
estimate of
Dude, this is
76.21
crazy.
billion.
Amazon
Capex
break even
35.67
pretty
billion,
much.
35.67
It's the
billion,
same right
a
now.
beat on the
Ford
estimate of
really hasn't moved much.
36.39 billion.
Yeah, Ford's not gonna move
Google
the
Cloud
market
revenue
much.
20.3 billion, 20.3 billion. It beats
Damn.
on the estimate of 18.41
But they're
billion.
dropping in 2
Google
minutes.
Search and other revenue 60.40 billion, 60.40 billion. It beats on the estimate of
Dude, that's
59.08 billion. Revenue
That's almost
ex-TAC,
200 points movement so
94.67
far.
billion, 94.67 billion. It beats on the estimate of 91.57 billion.
Mamma mia.
Microsoft revenue 82.89 billion, 82.89
And I
billion, a
made
beat on the estimate of
$5.
81.46
You
billion.
made $5?
EPS $4.27, $4.27,
Yeah,
a beat on the estimate of
I bought at
$4.03. Cloud,
71.80 in
cloud
just a
revenue was
micro.
54.5
And
Nice.
down
billion.
a little bit, and then
Azure and
it
other
went
cloud
all the way
revenue
back.
ex FX plus 39%, a beat on
Yeah,
the
I think I
estimate
need
of
to take like 25
38.2%.
points on this short.
Q3 LinkedIn revenue increased 12%.
I doubled up
Q3
at the top
Dynamics
there around
365
400.
revenue increased 22%. Cloud revenue 54.5 billion, 54.5 billion, a beat on the estimate of 53.78 billion. Windows OEM and devices revenue decreased 2%, with Microsoft shares rising 3%.
My goodness.
Q3 capex, including leases, 31.9
Bro,
billion,
this is so
31.9
crazy.
billion, a miss on the estimate of 35.29 billion.
I
Xbox
honestly
content
thought it
and
was going to
services
move even
revenue
more than this
decreased
though.
5%.
It's because we got literally
Alphabet
the
here.
stocks
Cloud
are
revenue 20.03
balancing each
billion,
other out a
20.03
little bit.
billion, a beat on the estimate of 18.41
Let's see
billion.
what happens though. Meta's still down.
Yeah.
Meta's still climbing down.
Alphabet
though.
says the
I
strongest
might
quarter
take
ever for consumer
a
AI
micro
plans.
short here, maybe.
I'm honestly surprised Meta's dumping. I thought Meta was one of the
Yeah,
ones that's
true.
primed for a push, but it's just dumping. Okay, almost at take profit. Yeah, Meta's about to break its low. Boom! There we go, baby. Quick $100 on that
Nice.
across the 10 accounts. I will take
Microsoft
that.
Q3 intelligent
I
cloud
didn't take
revenue
the short yet.
34.68
I was
billion,
like, yeah.
34.68 billion,
Yeah,
a
it's
beat on
sketchy.
the estimate of 34.32 billion.
Anyways,
An AI business
I think
surpassed
that's it
annual
for
revenue
me.
run rate of 37
Yep.
billion.
Perfect. I feel you.
That is it for me, ladies
So
and
Amazon here,
gentlemen.
increase in purchases reflect
Perfect.
investment
Later,
in
later,
AI.
alligator. Take care. Peace out.
Take care, brother.
Good night.
Out, everyone.
Good night, guys.
See you guys later.
Alrighty then. Look at that. Today, we made back 2/3 of our buffer in one day. I was not expecting this, guys, but honestly, I was in the wrong trade a lot of the time today. And I didn't take profits where I should have today. But guess what? End up working out so well. Either way. So I would say I'm extremely, extremely blessed to be green, to have made back 60% of the buffer. So now all we got to do, nice disciplined trading for the rest of the week. Take our time, and with time, the payouts will come. So, if you're nice and green on the day, give yourself a pat on the back. You did a wonderful job. You should be proud of yourself for being not a part of the losing statistic. But if you are red today, I've been there. We've all been there. Red days can be a blessing as long as you take lessons from them. You have to take something from them so that you can improve 1% at a time, a little bit at a time. Make sure you're journaling it, whatever it is, checking your strategy, making those improvements, making those changes. But we all go red sometimes, and it is okay. What matters is how we bounce back from it. So I appreciate all of you guys for joining me today. It's been such a blessing having a great community like this, the best community on YouTube. Love y'all. God bless y'all. And I hope to see you guys bright and early for New York session tomorrow. Take care, y'all, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.